did. Okay, good morning. Today we are working from Tbilisi, from Creative Georgia Forum that takes place in Technopark Tbilisi. Technopark is a special place because it unites the youth of Georgia to create and generate new ideas for all spheres of life. The forum is organized under the auspices of European Union and Ministry of Culture and Monumental Protection of Georgia. The forum aims to raise awareness about cultural and creative industries and encourages networking among local, regional, and international experts. The experts, policymakers, creative professionals, and the representatives of all business sectors. Follow us on the Facebook and visit our website to get more information in forum.culturalpartnership.eu. Okay. Сейчас okay. Შემიძლია გავაგრძელო? Здравствуйте, все хорошо? Доброе утро. Сегодня мы работаем с творческим форумом в Грузии, который происходит в Технопарк Тбилиси. Технопарк – это особенное место, где собираются молодежь Грузии для тестирования своих новых инновационных идей. Форум организован под эгидой Европейского Союза и Министерства культуры и охраны памятников Грузии. Форум нацелен на повышение осведомленности о культурных творческих отраслей и поощрение сетей между экспертов и всяких экспертов и международных политиков многих стран. Следуйте за нами на Facebook, посетите наш веб-сайт на forum.culturalpartnership.eu. მოკლედ გადავიდეთ შემდეგზე. დილამშვიდობისა, დღეს ჩვენ მუშაობთ საქართველოს კრეატიულ ფორუმთან, რომელიც იმართება თბილისის ტექნოპარკში. ტექნოპარკი მოგესალმება ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი ადგილია, სადაც იკრიბება საქართველოს ახალგაზრდობა, რომ შექმნან ახალი ინოვაციური იდეები და დაამუშავონ ახალი ინოვაციური იდეები. ფორუმი ტარდება ევროკავშირის და საქართველოს კულტურისა და ძეგლთა დაცვის როგორ? ფორუმი ტარდება ევროკავშირის და საქართველოს ძეგლთა დაცვის ეგიდით და მისი მთავარი მიზანია რომ შეიქმნას გარკვეული ქსელი სხვადასხვა ბიზნესმენების თუ კრეატიული ადამიანებისთვის რათა მოხდეს კულტურული და შემოქმედებითი ცნობიერების ამაღლება. მოიწონეთ ჩვენი გვერდი Facebook-ზე და ეწვიეთ ჩვენ ვებსაიტს forum.culturalpartnership.eu. კარგი.
There is a simultaneous translation to English, to Georgian, to Russian. So please do use them. If you don't understand what I'm saying now, you should definitely find one headset. Elena.
მოგესალმებით, როგორც ბატონმა რაგნერმა თქვა, თარგმნა ფორუმის მიმდინარეობს პირდაპირ რეჟიმში და შეგიძლიათ მოირგოთ თქვენი კურსესმენები. პირველი არხი არის ქართული, მეორე არხი არის ინგლისური, მესამე არხი კი რუსული. კარგით, სანამ ფორუმის ოფიციალურ ნაწილს დავიწყებთ, მინდა სიტყვა გადავცე საქართველოს ინოვაციებისა და ტექნოლოგიების სააგენტოს ხელმძღვანელს ბატონ ავთანდილ კასრაძეს.
მოგესალმებით, მივესალმები მინისტრთა კაბინეტის წევრებს, ბატონელს, დამსწრე საზოგადოებას. ჩვენთვის ძალიან დიდი პატივია ვუმასპინძლობთ შემოქმედებითი საქართველოს ფორუმს, საქართველოს პირველ ტექნოლოგიურ პარკში. ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი ინიციატივაა და ძალიან დიდი მადლობა მინდა გადაუხადო კულტურის სამინისტროს ამ ინიციატივისთვის. დიდი მადლობა მინდა გადაუხადო თბილისის მერიას, ევროკავშირს ამ პროექტის მხარდაჭერისთვის და ჩვენი მხრიდან მინდა დავძინო, რომ ეკონომიკის სამინისტროს ინოვაციებისა და ტექნოლოგიების სააგენტოსთვის ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი მიმართულებაა ზოგადად შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარება და ჩვენ ყველა ღონეს ვიხმართ, რომ ამ პროცესში ვიყოთ ერთ-ერთი მონაწილე და ერთ-ერთი მხარდაჭერი ამ პროცესის, რაც შეეხება უკვე კომერციალიზაციის ნაწილს და ჩვენი კუთხით დავეხმაროთ იმ შემოქმედებით მხარეს, იმ შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს, რომელიც საქართველოში იქნება, მაქსიმალურად შეძლონ და თავიანთი პროდუქტი, თავიანთი შემოქმედება აჩვენონ მსოფლიოს. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა მინდა კიდევ ერთხელ გადაგიხადოთ ამ ინიციატივისთვის და დიდ მადლობას მოგახსენეთ მობრძანებისთვის. მადლობთ.
Thank you. So here we are, after almost a year of organization of this conference, Creative Georgia Forum, we have finally arrived to this important moment. This is going to be 2 days of showcasing what culture can do for the society at large, for its creative potential, for education, for social affairs, for its economic potential, and for many, many fields of life. I'm very happy that the room is full of people and that we are also followed by, well, I was asked to say millions, maybe a bit less, but still thousands of people through our online streaming. So the room, the listeners, the audience is much bigger than what we can see in the room today. I am honored to give the first floor to a champion of creative industries here in Georgia, a man that has seen the needs and potential of culture and creativity and put this in the very heart and core of Georgian agenda. It's a Minister of Culture, Mr. Mikhail Georgadze. Please, the floor is yours.
Ragnar, thank you very much for such an introduction. That was really unexpected just a little bit when you started with the champion. However, Kalbatonebo da Batonebo pativsemulo kolegebo, საერთაშორისო ორგანიზაციების და დიპლომატიური კორპუსის წარმომადგენლებო, ძვირფასო სტუმრებო, მოგესალმებით. მინდა განსაკუთრებით მივესალმო ჩემს კოლეგას და ძალიან კარგ მეგობარს, აზერბაიჯანის კულტურის და ტურიზმის მინისტრს, ბატონ აბულფაზ გარაევს და ასევე აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობის წევრი ქვეყნების დელეგაციების ხელმძღვანელებს და წევრებს. ჩემთვის ძვირფასო მეგობრებო, ძალიან დიდი პატივი არის, რომ დღეს აქ თქვენთან ერთად ვიმყოფები და ჩვენ გვაქვს შესაძლებლობა ვიმსჯელოთ შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიების მნიშვნელობაზე, მათ პოტენციალზე, მათ როლზე ქვეყნის ეკონომიკის განვითარებაში და ასევე ასე ვთქვათ ვიმსჯელოთ იმ გზებზე, რომელიც ამ სექტორის, ამ სფეროს განვითარებას შეუწყობს ხელს. ფორუმი საშუალებას გვაძლევს ერთის მხრივ ავამაღლოთ საზოგადოების ცნობიერება შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიების მნიშვნელობაზე ქვეყნის ეკონომიკურ განვითარებაში, როგორც მოგახსენეთ და მეორეს მხრივ საერთაშორისო ექსპერტები, კერძო სექტორი, ბიზნეს სექტორი და ყველა დაინტერესებული აქტორი, ყველა დაინტერესებული პირი შევახვედროთ ერთმანეთს და დავაკავშიროთ ამ ფორუმის ფარგლებში. დღეს ჩვენ ვნახავთ პარტნიორი ქვეყნების ძალიან საინტერესო წარმატებულ მაგალითებს, გავიზიარებთ საერთაშორისო და ადგილობრივი ექსპერტების ძალიან საინტერესო და პოზიტიურ გამოცდილებას, დავინახავთ იმ გამოწვევებს, რომლებიც ჩვენს წინაშე დგას და რა თქმა უნდა ვიმსჯელებთ ამ გამოწვევების გადაჭრის გზებზე. საქართველოს კულტურის სამინისტრო 2006 წლიდან ძალიან აქტიურად სხვა უწყებებთან ერთად ძალიან აქტიურად არის ჩართული შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიების განვითარების პროცესში, რადგან თანამედროვე სამყაროში შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს ქვეყნის ეკონომიკურ განვითარებაში ძალიან დიდი წვლილი შეაქვს და თავისი ფასეულობებით ხელს უწყობს ქვეყნის ადამიანზე ორიენტირებულ, ინკლუზიურ და მდგრად განვითარებას. მოგეხსენებათ, მიმდინარე წლის ივლისში საქართველოს მთავრობამ პირველად დაამტკიცა კულტურის სტრატეგიის დოკუმენტი, რომელშიც განსაკუთრებით ხაზგასმული არის სწორედ შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიების მნიშვნელობა. და ამ სექტორის მხარდაჭერა არა მხოლოდ ამ სტრატეგიის, ამ სტრატეგიული დოკუმენტის ერთ-ერთი მიმართულების მხარდაჭერა, არამედ პირდაპირ უკავშირდება ეს მხარდაჭერა იმ 4-პუნქტიან რეფორმების გეგმას, რომელიც საქართველოს მთავრობამ წარმოადგინა, სადაც თავის მხრივ ამ გეგმის ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი ნაწილი გახლავთ სტარტაპების დაფინანსება და ბუნებრივია, რომ ეს მიმართულება ასევე კრეატიული ბიზნესის მხარდაჭერას და ამ მიმართულებით განხორციელებული პროექტების მხარდაჭერას ითვალისწინებს. აღსანიშნავია, რომ 2016 წელს კულტურის სამინისტრომ ასევე ძალიან მაღალი ხარისხის ჩართულობით ყველა დაინტერესებული ინსტიტუციის თუ აქტორის ამ სფეროში წარუდგინა ფართო საზოგადოებას შემოქმედებითი საქართველოს შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიების განვითარების გზამკვლევი, სადაც არის ძალიან მკაფიოდ, ძალიან კონკრეტულად გაწერილი ის ნაბიჯები, რომელიც უნდა გადაიდგას 2017 წელს ამ სექტორის განვითარებისთვის. შემოქმედებით საქართველოს ფორუმი, ვფიქრობ, უმნიშვნელოვანესი ღონისძიება არის და გახდება, რომელიც ამ სფეროს განვითარებაზე არის მიმართული და ამას მოწმობს ძალიან მაღალი ინტერესი, როგორც საჯარო ინსტიტუციების და ორგანიზაციების მხრიდან, ადგილობრივი და საერთაშორისო, ასევე ფართო აუდიტორიის მხრიდან და როგორც რაგნარმა თქვა, მე ვფიქრობ, რომ ჩვენ ახლა სწორედ ამ live streaming-ის საშუალებით ძალიან ბევრი ადამიანი თვალყურს გვადევნებს. ამ მხრივ მინდა გამოვხატო ძალიან დიდი მადლობა მინდა ვუთხრა და გამოვხატო ძალიან გულწრფელი მადლიერება ევროკავშირის აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობის კულტურის და კრეატიულობის პროგრამის მიმართ, თბილისის ქალაქ თბილისის მერიის მიმართ, საქართველოს ინოვაციების და ტექნოლოგიების სააგენტოს მიმართ, რომელთა წვლილი დღევანდელი ფორუმის, კრეატიული საქართველოს ფორუმის ორგანიზებაში ძალიან დიდი არის და მე ძალიან დიდი მადლობა მინდა გადავუხადო ამ ინსტიტუციებს იმისთვის, რომ ასე აქტიურად ჩაერთნენ ამ პროცესში და ასეთი აქტიური მხარდაჭერა გამოგვიცხადეს. სტრატეგიის დოკუმენტის შემუშავებისას, როგორც მოგახსენეთ, ერთ-ერთი მთავარი მიზანი კულტურის როლის ახლებურად გააზრება იყო. ამ დოკუმენტის შემუშავების პროცესში ერთ-ერთი მთავარი გზავნილი გახლდათ ის, რომ კულტურა არ არის ფუფუნება, რომ კულტურას გარდა ინტელექტუალური, სულიერი, ესთეტიკური ღირებულებებისა შეუძლია ძალიან კონკრეტული ეკონომიკური სარგებელი მოუტანოს, როგორც თავად კულტურულ აქტორებს, იმ ადამიანებს, ვინც ამ სფეროში მოღვაწეობენ, ვინც ამ სფეროში არიან დასაქმებულები და ასევე მთლიანად საქართველოს. ნოვაცია და შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიების ეკონომიკური პოტენციალის გამოყენება არის სწორედ ის, რაც ასევე ევროკავშირის ახალ ეკონომიკურ სტრატეგიებში არის ხაზგასმული და რაზეც კეთდება მთავარი აქცენტი დღესდღეობით. ამას მოწმობს ევროკავშირის კომისიის კომუნიკე ევროპა 2020, სადაც ძირითადი აქცენტი სწორედ შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიების განვითარებაზე არის გაკეთებული. შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიების პრიორიტეტულობაზე ასევე საუბრობს UNESCO ორგანიზაცია, აღიარებს, რომ სულ უფრო დიდი როლი, სულ უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა დღეს მთელ მსოფლიოში სწორედ შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიებს ასე ვთქვათ ენიჭება და რომ მათი როლი კულტურის განვითარებაში მომდევნო წლებში სულ უფრო მეტად გაიზრდება. ამ მხრივ მე ვფიქრობ, რომ უმნიშვნელოვანესი იქნება თბილისის მანიფესტი, რომლის მიღებაც ამ კონფერენციის ბოლოს არის დაგეგმილი და მე დარწმუნებული ვარ, რომ ეს გახდება კიდევ ერთი ძალიან ძლიერი, ძალიან ეფექტური ინსტრუმენტი პირველ რიგში გააზრებისა, თუ რა როლი შეუძლია შეასრულოს კულტურამ და შემოქმედებითმა ინდუსტრიებმა ქვეყნის ეკონომიკურ და მდგრად განვითარებაში და ასევე ეს გახდება ძალიან ეფექტური პოლიტიკური თუ გნებავთ ინსტრუმენტი იმისთვის, რომ აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობის რეგიონში ორმხრივი და მრავალმხრივი ურთიერთობები გაღრმავდეს სწორედ ამ სფეროს განვითარებისთვის. კიდევ ერთხელ ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ყველას მობრძანებისთვის, კიდევ ერთხელ ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ყველას ასეთი აქტიური ჩართულობისთვის. მინდა წარმატებული 2 დღე გისურვოთ ამ ფორუმის ფარგლებში, ასევე თქვა სამუშაო რეჟიმის გარდა იმედი მაქვს, რომ თქვენ გექნებათ საშუალება დაათვალიეროთ ჩვენი დედაქალაქი, ვინც პირველად არის ამ ჩვენთან სტუმრად, ის რომ ქართულ ღვინოს და ქართულ სამზარეულოს დააგემოვნებთ, ეს ვიცი ზუსტად და ამიტომ მინდა სასიამოვნო, ასე ვთქვათ, 2 დღე გისურვოთ ჩვენს დედაქალაქში. ეხლა კი ნება მომეცით სიტყვა გადავცე ევროკავშირის ელჩს საქართველოში, მის აღმატებულებას ბატონ იანუშ ჰერმანს.
Ministers, high-level representatives of the countries participants in the Eastern Partnership, and colleagues and dear friends, it is really a pleasure for me to say some words in this magnificent building, which in itself is a symbol of innovation. And let me start by saying that we really believe in what is here. It's that the culture and creativity for innovation is a fundamental area of activities that will provide us increasing possibilities. And we, in the European Union, we also feel now, in particular in these years, how much creativity is a condition for sustainability. There have been, and we have seen a lot of information about the importance of culture and creativity for economic development. And These figures say that it's not just that it is important today, but it is clear that it will become increasingly important for the future as a vector for economic growth. Cultural and creative industries represent around 3% of the global GDP, and they provide 30 million jobs. In the European Union alone, these industries account for over 7 million jobs. And, as I have already mentioned, this is one of the fastest growing sectors. Over 70 regions in the European Union decided to choose culture and creative industries as a priority for their smart specialization strategies. Recognizing and understanding the importance of this area for regional growth. Therefore, I think that sharing the experience of the European Union in this area can bring benefits to our partners and friends in the Eastern Partnership. And let me add that beyond the economic benefits, this is an area that is clearly apt to promote cooperation among yourself, among partners in the region. As it has already been mentioned, there are important documents, Mr. Minister has already mentioned, adopted in the European Union in this field. And let me mention the Commission communication adopted this year called Towards an EU Strategy in International Cultural Relations. I recommend this document to you as probably one of the best expressions of why the European Union sees creative industries as an instrument for generating wealth. The strategy outlines the role of this sector in economic and social advancement and highlights its impact in developing sustainability. So it is natural that the EU Eastern Partnership Culture and Creativity Program supports the event of today. This program is a significant platform supporting the cultural sector's contribution to sustainable social and economic development in this region. Allow me to mention here that the European Union also supports Georgia's participation in other possibilities like the Creative Europe program or the Horizon 2020 program. And I think that the support by the European Union in this area, as our own activities evolve, quite sure that will also increase in our bilateral cooperation with Georgia. So it is with these ideas and with these thoughts, I would like to conclude my own welcoming words. Let me say how much we appreciate the presence of you at this event and how much we are ourselves proud to be able to contribute to this event. So I am quite sure that this will be a very productive and useful event for all of us. Thank you very much for your attention. Thanks.
Mr. Minister, Your Excellency, thank you for your opening remarks. It has been said very clearly that culture and creativity works in synergy. You cannot achieve much with looking at silos, thinking of only ministry terms and not connecting culture with other areas of life. Therefore, we are so incredibly happy that the organization of this forum itself is a testament of this kind of cooperation. It is organized by the European Union Eastern Partnership Culture Creativity Program and the Ministry of Culture Monument Protection of Georgia, but in cooperation with many, many good partners, including the Tbilisi City Hall, Georgia's Innovation and Technology Agency, Creative Europe, Telisk, Georgia, and many, many other partners. I'm very happy and I'm very honored that we have also here in this room representatives of other ministries from Georgia, Now, this might already look normal to you, but let me assure this is not normal in many, many countries in the world. It is very rare to get people from the ministries of education or cities or economic affairs to sit at the cultural conferences. So this is a unique opportunity. I'm very honored to ask and give the floor to the opening remarks to the Minister of Education and Science of Georgia, Mr. Alexander Jechelava. Please.
მოგესალმებით ბატონო მინისტრებო, კოლეგებო, ბატონო ელჩო, ძვირფასო სტუმრებო და მასპინძლებო. პირველ რიგში მინდა ვთქვა, აი ბოლოს რაც ითქვა იმას გამოვეხმაურო, რომ ნამდვილად მჯერა, რომ ჩვენ კულტურის მინისტრის და მისი გუნდის თაოსნობით, ასე ვთქვათ, საფუძველს უყრით არა მარტო კულტურის მიმართულებით ბევრ ძალიან სასარგებლო სიახლეს, არამედ ახალი ტიპის თანამშრომლობასაც სახელმწიფო და კერძო სექტორს შორის და სახელმწიფო სექტორის სხვადასხვა უწყებებს შორის და მე დარწმუნებული ვარ, რომ მუნიციპალიტეტებთან, თბილისთან ამ შემთხვევაში ევროკავშირის პროგრამებთან და სხვადასხვა სამინისტროს თანამშრომლობის გაუმჯობესება აუცილებლად მოგცემს ჩვენ უკეთეს ინსტრუმენტებს იმისთვის, რომ ჩვენი ქვეყნის და ჩვენი ქვეყნების სტრატეგიულ მიზნებს მივახციოთ. ასევე ძალიან მიხარია, რომ ეს ინიციატივა, ისევე როგორც სხვა ბევრი, ხდება ევროკავშირის აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობის ფორმატის ფარგლებში, რაც ნიშნავს, რომ ჩვენი მეგობრები და ჩვენი პარტნიორები აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობის ქვეყნებიდან ერთად შევეჭიდებით, ასე ვთქვათ, იმ სირთულეებს და იმ საკითხებს, რაც დგას ამ შემთხვევაში კულტურის და შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიების განვითარების კუთხით. ასევე მეორე, რასაც მინდა ხაზი გაუსვა თქვენი ნებართვით, არის რომ ჯერა, რომ საქართველოს აქვს განსაკუთრებული პოტენციალი სწორედ შემოქმედებითი კრეატიული ინდუსტრიების განვითარების კუთხით და მგონია, რომ საქართველოს ყველა სოციუმში, ყველა ჯგუფში, ასე ვთქვათ, და ყველა სამეზობლოში, რომელშიც არსებობდა და მოქმედებდა, იყო მოწინავე სწორედ კულტურის და შემოქმედების თვალსაზრისით. და მე მჯერა, რომ ჩვენ ახალ ოჯახში, რომ ძველ, მაგრამ ახალ ოჯახში, რომელიც არის ევროკავშირი და ევროპის ქვეყნები, აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობის ქვეყნებთან ერთად, ჩვენ ვიქნებით არა ერთ-ერთი, არამედ ერთ-ერთი მოწინავე წარმოებელი, ასე ვთქვათ, კრეატიული ინდუსტრიების და სულის ჩამდგმელი. ასევე ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია, რომ კრეატიული ევროპა გულისხმობს პარტნიორობას, ისევე როგორც Horizon 2020, რომელიც მეცნიერებაზე და ინოვაციაზეა ორიენტირებული, გულისხმობს პარტნიორობას ქვეყნებს შორის და ჩვენ საშუალება გვექნება, რომ არაჩვეულებრივ ქართველ კრეატიულ მეწარმეებს და კრეატიულ მოღვაწეებს მივცეთ საშუალება იმეგობრონ და ითანამშრომლონ თავის კოლეგებთან ერთად ევროპის და აღმოსავლეთ პარტნიორობის სხვა ქვეყნების. და დარწმუნებული ვარ, რომ ეს პარტნიორობა დაბადებს საუკეთესო პროდუქტებს და ბოლო წლებში ჩვენ ძალიან გვიხარია, რომ კულტურის სფეროში სწორედ ერთობლივი პროექტები მომრავლდა, რომელიც აძლიერებს ფაქტიურად ქართულ საზოგადოებას და ქართულ შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიასაც და შემოქმედებით სფეროს. მესამე, რასაც ხაზი მინდა გაუსვა, არის რომ ამ ტექნოპარკის მუშაობაში ფაქტიურად პირველი დღიდან მომიწია, მაშინ სხვა როლში, ასე ვთქვათ, მონაწილეობა და მინდა ვთქვა დიდი სიხარულით, რომ ძალიან ბევრი, ძალიან კრეატიული იდეა შემოდის ამ ორგანიზაციაში და სხვა ყველა ორგანიზაციაში. ანუ პოტენციალი და ინტერესი და წმენა ამ განვითარებაში ჩვენ საზოგადოებაში არის ძალიან მაღალი და ასევე მიხარია, რომ ესენი არ არიან მანდამაინც ძალიან ახალგაზრდები. არიან ძალიან
I'm very happy that I see so many young people, but not only young people, there are other people, older ones too, who are seeing their potential, who can benefit from such cooperation. And in the end, allow me to say that, of course, cooperation between the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Education is very important. I have said it before. If somebody thinks that education means that you just study biology, Georgian or languages, this is a very narrow understanding of education. Culture goes hand in hand. Free people, harmonious people, and cultural people. Integration with Europe is not just the implementation of action plans. This is cultural transformation. And of course we should transform, but at the same time retain our uniqueness. That's how we see joining the European family. And that's why the sphere of education is very important. Support of youth culture, of course, is a very important part of the cultural system. This is going to be our joint priority. And we will try jointly with the private sector, together with our supporters, to promote youth creativity. We are going to be implementing very specific plans. I mean, all this is also reflected in the strategy of this both ministries. We are going to develop literature for children, movies for children. So we are, in a way, going to be very youth-oriented, and we are going to think out of the box too. I'm very happy that today's forum is conducted. Yesterday there was some organizational misunderstanding. Somebody was calling me and saying, "This is your event, isn't it?" And I was trying to explain that, you know what, this is the event of the Ministry of Culture. But I was very happy that they thought that it was us. I'm happy that people see this in close relation to our spheres. You can say that we are also co-organizers. We don't mind at all. And allow me to wish you successful 2 days work. I'm sure we will have some very good tangible results. And thanks again to our audience here, our broader audience, which is following us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Georgian Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development has taken many initiatives to support creative entrepreneurship in Georgia, to support audiovisual industry and many other initiatives. And with her personal engagement and personal leadership, I'm very happy to invite to take the floor Deputy Minister Getavan Pochurisvili. Please.
Batono ministrebo, batono Hermans, სტუმრებო, მოხარული ვარ რომ მეც ვუერთდები კულტურის სამინისტროს ინიციატივას და მართლა ათმაგად მოხარული ვარ, როცა აქ ვხედავ კულტურის სამინისტროს, განათლების სამინისტროს, ეკონომიკის სამინისტროს ერთობლივად, რადგან ნამდვილად შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრია, შემოქმედებითი მეწარმეობა არის ერთ-ერთი მნიშვნელოვანი დარგი, რომელიც ჩვენს ქვეყანაში საკმაოდ აქტიურად იყო განვითარებული, მაგრამ კიდევ უფრო დიდი პერსპექტივები აქვს და კიდევ უფრო დიდი შესაძლებლობები აქვს. სანამ კონკრეტულად ამ ინდუსტრიაზე გადავალ, ვისარგებლებ შემთხვევით და დიდი მადლობა მინდა გადაუხადო ჩვენ პარტნიორ ორგანიზაციებს, განსაკუთრებით ევროკავშირს, ყველა დონორ ორგანიზაციას და ყველა პარტნიორს, რომელიც აქტიურად არის ჩართული ამ მიმართულებით და აქტიურად გვეხმარება ჩვენ შემოქმედებითი მეწარმეობის განვითარებას. მინდა აღვნიშნო, რომ ბოლო წლების განმავლობაში განვითარებულმა ქვეყნებმა აღიარეს, რომ კულტურა და შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრია არის ეკონომიკის ერთ-ერთი მთავარი დარგი და მნიშვნელოვანია ქვეყნის განვითარებისათვის. მინდა უკვე აღნიშნო და ბატონმა მინისტრმა უკვე აღნიშნა, რომ შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრია
that creative industry allows for sustainable and inclusive development, and we are very happy that young people and a lot of girls, women are actually employed in this field. We are very happy that in the regions we are also going to focus on support of creative entrepreneurship. Creativity is the cornerstone of innovations. This is very important. Also, we need to support this direction for support of development of online economy, different technological inventions and innovations. Those cities where creative industries are well developed, these cities are very interesting for international visitors, for investors, and there is huge spillover effect, which of course contributes to our economy. If we look at developed countries, we will see that of course for them this is a priority, and probably you will agree that this is correctly so. Creative entrepreneurship has a lot of prospects, especially in such country where industry has some potential for development. And I think we have a lot more capacities in given area. We understand this, acknowledge this, and on the other hand we understand that this needs to be supported because culture and creative entrepreneurship should stop being only just a social sphere, but should become a full-fledged sphere of economy. Of course, we need to develop certain skills. I would like to greet the Minister of Education once again, who is attending this event. It's very important to channel the gift of our people correctly and also commercialize those talents. And also we want to make it, of course, a profitable sphere. We want to make it a sector which will create jobs and create benefits to our population. And different measures have been implemented by the Ministry of Economy in cooperation with the Ministry of Culture. We view the cinematography as one of such directions. We developed a program, Film in Georgia, because we want Georgia to become, of course, the center of Eastern European countries in given area. And I would like to say that our designers, architects, different creative spheres, representatives, of course, we are sure that they will ensure that Georgia is viewed as a hub of creativity. And allow me to thank you for being here with us, for arriving to Georgia, and I would like to join my colleagues in reiterating the point that culture promotes friendships between countries, and I do hope that similar events, similar cooperation between our countries is going to bring our countries closer together. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, we organized in the end of September the launching event for this forum, because we really believe that it's not about gathering for 1 or 2 days and solving all the world's problems. The event in the end of September we organized together with City of Tbilisi, and it was focusing on how to turn Tbilisi into a creative regional hub. We looked at, with more than 200 people, we looked at different aspects how country creativity can help city to develop. So I'm very happy that this work we did then, and with the expert groups that have been actively working from September until today and preparing documents and recommendations, really feed into this larger discussion about creativity in Georgia. So, without further ado, I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Major of Tbilisi, Mr. Irakli Lekvinadze, please.
Batono ministrebo,
the ministers,
აბზემულო ელჩებო,
the ambassadors,
შემოსტუმრობო მოგესალმებით ყველას.
yes, greetings to all of you. For us, it's a big honor to host you and participate in this conference. At the same time, I'd like to notify that today's meeting facing a serious challenge to make Tbilisi as a hub of creative industries. In that direction, we're definitely ready to cooperate with our partners and donors to contribute considerably in this course. I'd like to thank the European Union because it's one of the greatest supporter for us in implementing the projects like this. And we definitely believe that in case of employment and financial and then generating of financial finances for our city, the development of this industry is crucial because, as the international practice shows, and lots of conversations have been talking about, the creative industry is the very key in playing this role. Yesterday we opened a very interesting conference about the Forum of Local Development, where we invited lots of top speakers from various countries in various themes, and one of the very topics we were considering here, and it's still going on, we considered the very development of creative industries. And the very forum we're going to speak about the very possibilities how we can develop this field in the future and what kind of steps we can actually make, actually design the strategy so as we have the possibility to involve more and more people for developing the creative industry. At the same time, I'd like to notify but the very contribution that Tbilisi City Hall has provided for implementing various projects was the Tbilisi Council since 2015 and 16. So we've been working for considerably in implementing various projects which imply organizing various exhibitions in this field for the people operating in this field, also inviting the consultants who work in various activities and actually come up with the very recommendations to the people involved in this field, because the very culture and other fields are represented under the creative industry umbrellas are very is the very field where we definitely enjoy the huge potential, and as mentioned here, we need to help commercialize this potential and generate additional incomes for our country. Of course, we have the various different projects like organizing workshops, printing the books, organizing, supporting activities where Tbilisi City Hall is actively participating, and will keep on participate along with partner organizations, NGOs and governmental organizations. So from this tribune, I'd like to say that next year culture was the key priority for the City Hall support, mainly industry. So we allocated the funds in our budget, which in 2017 give us the possibility to support this industry and the people involved in this industry next year. So from our side, we're actively engaged and represent a part of the very strategy that the country enjoys, and participate, involve in all the projects framework of our city that will support all the people engaged in this work. In person of Tbilisi Mayor and the City Hall, I'd like to thank you for participating in this event, and I am definitely sure that not only in Tbilisi but in other regions, mutually, by mutual cooperation, we provide the very hubs which will represent Georgia on international level. Thank you very much once again, and wish you the productive work for this two-day conference. I'm definitely sure that this two-day conference will be accentuated on very important issues which will
give the conference participants on its own the clear vision how we can see the industry so that we reap better results in this direction. Thank you very much.
Really, there are so many things happening this week here in Tbilisi. We calculated more than 10 parallel events, meetings, workshops happening. After this, on Saturday, we will meet here, the same place, with around 50 students from the backgrounds of design and art and engineering and business and IT, to have a full day of brainstorms, teamworks and business development to finalize their business plans and to pitch them against the jury. We're looking forward to that as well. Anyway, it has been said that to be creative and innovative, you need three things. You need inspiration, you need fresh mind, and plenty of coffee. We are going to provide you all of that. We are going to make a 10-minute break. When I say 10 minutes, I mean 15, and I know reality is 20. That's the way it works. We are going to continue after the coffee break with the policymakers panel with distinguished ministers and deputy ministers. We are going to set the stage, but please do enjoy the coffee and discussions. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are in live, and with us is Minister of Educational and Science of Georgia, Alexander Jajelawa. Hello. And the only question which I have for you is, what event like this can give to us? What is the importance of event like this?
Actually, creative industries are driver of the economy, and they are driver of the culture and driver of the social life in the modern world. So basically, we need more events like this to boost development of creative industries in Georgia. And we've always been, across history, we've been leaders in creative industries that were available and popular at the time. So I believe that in European context, in context of Eastern Partnership, we can be one of the most active generators of the creative business and creativity related industries.
Thank you. Okay, meanwhile I will tell you that meanwhile I will tell you that we will be back in live in 30 minutes, and the next panel of discussion will be the cross industries development through the cross-border cooperation. Okay. I will just mention the participants which we will see in just 30 minutes. It's Mikhail Georgadze, Ministry of Culture and Monumental Protection of Georgia, Garayev Abulfaz Mursul Oglu, Ministry of Culture and Tourism of Azerbaijan, Svetlana Fomenko, First Deputy Minister of Culture of Ukraine, Nurstel Vardanyan, Deputy Minister of Culture of Armenia, Andrei Kristol, State Secretary of Ministry of Culture of Moldova, and the last but not least will be Victoria Rotobilskaya, Head of International Relations Department of Ministry of Culture of Belarus. So we will be back on live, as I told you, just in 30 minutes. Bye.
ჩვენი მყოფების არამარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების გაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს ექნება შემოქმედებით და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭიროა ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისში ჭირდება, თქვა ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცის ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყოველდღიური მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნეს კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის, ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებით და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით პოსტ-ინდუსტრიულ ეპოქაში. არა მარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების დაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს ექნება შემოქმედებით და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის, რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭიროა ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისს ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცის ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყველანი მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნესის კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის, ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებით და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით პოსტ-ეპოქაში. არა მარტო არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების დაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს ექნება შემოქმედებით და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის, რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭიროა ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისს ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცის ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყველანი მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნესის კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის, ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებით და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს. ინოვაციები ზოგადად არის ის სფერო, რომელსაც ჩემი აზრით საქართველოს ძალიან დიდი აქცენტი უნდა გააკეთოს, იმიტომ რომ ნებისმიერი წარმატებული ინოვაციური პროექტი იზიდავს ძალიან დიდ ყურადღებას მთელი სოფლიოდან. ფინანსებსაც მთელი სოფლიოდან, რაც პირდაპირ მაჩვენებელი არის ეკონომიკური ზრდისთვის, ყველანაირი ინოვაციური პროექტი შეიძლება გახსნილი აზროვნება და შემოქმედებითი ხედვა. ბევრი საინტერესო პროექტი განხორციელდა ამ კუთხით, მაგალითად ერთ-ერთ დავასახელებ კიბერგალაქტიონს, შექმნეს ხელოვნური ინტელექტი გალაქტიონის. კიდევ ბევრი ესეთი სხვა საინტერესო პროექტები კეთდება საქართველოში.
დღესდღეობით ისეთ დროში ვცხოვრობთ, რომ ფაქტიურად შემოქმედება, ხელოვნება და ტექნოლოგიები რაღაცა მთლიანად ერთად შეირწყა უკვე და რაღაც ერთმანეთისგან დამოუკიდებლად ძალიან რთულია აღქმა ამ ყველაფერს. დღესდღეობით საქართველოში ეს თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიების და არტის შერწყმა ეხლა იდგავს ფეხს და უკვე არის რეალური кейსები, უკვე წარმატებული პროექტების. ეხლა დავამთავრეთ ძალიან მაგარი ახალი ქართული ანიმაციური ფილმი, რომელიც არის 3D-ში გაკეთებული მთლიანად. რეალური მაგალითია ტექნოლოგიების და ხელოვნების შერწყმის. ეხლა იწყებს საფესტივალო გზას ჩვენი ანიმაციური ფილმი ჯინო ქვია და რავი, ველოდებით ძალიან დიდ წარმატებას.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით პოსტ-ინდუსტრიულ ეპოქაში. არა მარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების დაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს ექნება შემოქმედები და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭირო ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისში ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცეს ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყოველდღიური მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნესის კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის. ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებით და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით ინდუსტრიულ ეპოქაში. არა მარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების დაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს ექნება შემოქმედები და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭირო ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისში ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცეს ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყოველდღიური მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნესის კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის, ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებით და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს.
Again, everyone. I'm Elena Toidze from the Culture Policy Division of the Ministry of Culture and Monument Protection of Georgia. and I'm truly delighted to be here with you as one of the moderators of Creative Georgia Forum. On the past year and a half, in my role as a part of the team that was facilitating the elaboration of long-term culture strategy in Georgia, I've been lucky to participate in the process where the first goals were set and first steps were planned towards developing creative industries. And now we all are here in this forum. It is the first big event in Georgia dedicated to creative industries, witnessing how something once just an idea transforms into action. And I truly believe that with all of our speakers and participants and guests, our two-day work will be extremely fruitful and interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Saf.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sapa Bendiashvili. I represent Enterprise Georgia. It's a state-aid agency under the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development of Georgia, and we are responsible for entrepreneurship and export development of our country. I personally heading the creative entrepreneurship development and Film in Georgia Cash Rebate program at our agency. And I'm very excited to be here during these 2 days, and I'm very excited to hear all your thoughts and ideas about creative entrepreneurship development of Georgia that will help us later to implement proper tools for the industry development. Thank you very much.
Madova, Zviad.
Hi everyone, my name is Zviad Tbilisi. Right now I'm a coordinator of Creative Georgia Forum, so I'm at your service. Any questions, any problems, I'm here. Thank you very much for coming.
So this is the team that you will see. We are going to moderate this event in pairs and individually, and all four of us. So you're going to see very different formations of us. Also, something that I, for the first time, saw a few years ago, organizing another ministerial event in Poland, where I had the pleasure to work with a graphic recorder. When I first heard about graphic recording, I thought this must be something crazy. I mean, what does this mean? And when we saw what came out of this, we were so amazed that we thought we cannot organize Creative Georgia Forum without graphic recording. So if you turn your head behind you, you see this big white board. There's already first pictures and first sentences emerging there. This is going to be a graphic note-taking exercise, a reminder and conclusion and summary of what will be discussed and talked about over the next 2 days. It's going to be amazing. It's done by a very talented graphic artist, note-taker, recorder, Colin. We are going to visit Colin over the board later. We are going to make our summaries of the day and of the sessions at that board. But I do recommend you, when we have coffee breaks or breaks, please do go and have a look. Firstly, it's creative, it's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's brilliant, it's funny. You can take pictures of that, and we are going to later take pictures of that ourselves and use those pictures for the visual materials of the results of the conference. So please do go there and interact with that board as well. Okay? So I think we are ready now to start with what many of you have been waiting, the policymakers roundtable. Okay? Or, well, it's not really a roundtable, it's more of a horseshoe formation. I'm very, very happy that the people that will be sitting here at the panel are the people that have been personally actively involved in this process of developing culture creative industries. I met with every single one of those people, and they are really pushing this agenda forward in their country. So I'm really, really happy to introduce all of you to the stage. So instead of doing it one by one now, maybe you can take the floor. We have the Ministers of Culture from Georgia and Azerbaijan. We have the Deputy Ministers from
უკაცრავად
Ukraine and Armenia. We have a
მიკროფონში
state
აი ესე
secretary
ილაპარაკეთ,
from
ენდითაც
Moldova,
უთხარით რა.
and we have the head of the
მიკროფონში
from
ესე
Belarus.
ლაპარაკობს, აი მიკროფონში და ცუდად ის აი ესე აი ახლოს დაიჭიროს რაც შეიძლება. მადლობა.
As you 2 days, as you will see from the next 2 days, we have really tried to break down the regular way of doing things. So the regular way of doing things would be to hear 6 speeches, prepared and very little interaction. We discussed it with the organizers and decided that I think everyone, both the participants but also the audience, would win much more from a real discussion. So real discussions means real discussion. I am going to ask you questions. Our panelists are more than welcome to react to each other's point of views, argue, support each other. But also we have all our moderators around the room. So we are going to ask your questions. So if you have a comment or question to make, just raise your hand. We're finding you, giving you a microphone, and getting you in the discussion. Does that work? Brilliant. I would like to start by asking maybe a provocative question, but probably not for these people in the room, because that is reality for them in their everyday life. I would like, especially Mr. Ministers here, when you are sitting in your cabinets and there are other ministers and more important issues and more pressing matters and more important priorities than culture, and everything seems to be coming before you ever get the floor, how do you get the attention of your cabinet? What kind of arguments do you use to make your colleagues in your governments to understand that culture is more than luxury, as you said in your opening speech? Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to say that many people attending this room know me personally pretty well, and I'm not so much a cabinet sitter, if I may say. I personally, with my team, traveled for a year and a half all around the country when the Ministry of Culture, with the very high, the process of that was characterized with a very high inclusiveness of all the interested stakeholders, was elaborating the cultural strategy document. So I know exactly how people feel about it and what people think about it, how they strive to see that culture is also officially or formally, if I may say, recognized as one of the main priorities in the country. And it actually is. I'm very much grateful to my colleagues and my friends in the cabinet of the ministers who, honestly speaking, I don't have to spend that much time or effort on letting everybody around the table realize and understand that the culture is not something that should have that somebody should put aside when whatever social, economical, or political issues, challenges, or problems are raising up. One of the, if I may say, a kind of a trick I was using quite frequently when talking to my colleagues in the cabinet or people somewhere in the remote village was the story of Winston Churchill during the Second World War, when imagine during the Second World War, the question was whether the nation survives at all. You know, it was about the physical survival of the nation. And then when Winston Churchill was introduced the new budget, state budget, where obviously cultural fundings were cut down to actually zero, and the most of the money was allocated for the for the needs of for the needs of the army, you know, the military techniques and so on. This guy said something that I consider to be a historical showing of the position of a country leader about the culture. He said, if we cut down the budget to the zero, the cultural budget, if we don't care and don't develop the culture, then what are we fighting for at all? What are we protecting then? That was one of the stories I was using really quite frequently when having a chance to talk about the meaning and the importance of culture. And again, I'd like to underline that you've heard my colleague Minister of Education and Science, you've heard Deputy Minister of Economics, so I'm very happy to say that Cabinet of the Ministers of Georgia very well realizes and understands what the whole thing is about.
Thank you. Minister Curation.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this very important forum. And it's my honor to be along with my good friend, Michael Giagradze, answering these interesting questions. I understand him very well because now we are living the time when everyone is struggling for the budget for the next year. That's why the memories of the Winston Churchill are very important for us at this time. But generally, I think that the culture is so involved in the daily life of all our societies that it's difficult not to realize the essence and the importance of that. The culture lives in this part of the world, in our countries, for even not for centuries, for ages, it's for millenniums. The culture started in our country, expression and creativeness of the people living in Gobustan 40,000 years ago, carving their paintings in the rocks of the mountains. And by the way, the Georgian people must be proud of the ancient culture of their country, of their nation. I would like to use this chance to congratulate my Georgian colleagues for inscription of the Georgian alphabet in the UNESCO Heritage List, Intangible Heritage List. It is the proof of the essence of the culture. Without this alphabet, without the rock paintings of Gobustan, how can we understand who are we? That's why we don't use too much time to show the importance of culture, because it is within the life of the societies. But struggle for budget is another story. It's another important story.
Thank you. Svetlana Fomenko, Deputy Minister from Ukraine. Svetlana, as a minister, brought an example of Winston Churchill in times of crisis. Throughout the crisis in Ukraine, your ministry and you personally have fought for the position of culture and also supported the development of culture creative industries. Why? Why do you think it is important at these difficult times in the past 2 years, why is it important to pay attention to culture and creativity?
Thank you for the question, Ragnar. First of all, I would like to thank you for invitation for such a brilliant event. Of course, our country is under reforms and under reconstruction in many fields of activities. And when we are reforming our policy, our country, our way of life, we should remember that we are reforming a life of 42 million of people with different linguistic, ethnic, religious issues and needs. And also we should keep our identity, and culture is we think that it's the main instrument for us to keep our identity, to keep our sovereignty in such a difficult time. You know that we shall resist aggression, open aggression. And when we are talking about culture, we are talking about not only culture as a spirituality, as we talked 20 years ago, 25. We are talking about creativity, industries, economic assets, and social development.
If I may, Ragnar, actually in time of crisis, as you say, what is any government actually doing? They focus on economic and social issues, right? So answering the question why it is so important to pay attention to culture and creativity is because, as it was mentioned before, that's not the luxury. That's not only about intellectual, only about artistic or some spiritual values and benefits. Having in mind, in case of Georgia, having in mind the multiculturalism of this country, and of course the authentic culture of each of the Eastern Partnership countries, I think it's a great source for the creativity that results in creative and innovative products that definitely from which definitely the economy, the social environment benefits. The creative industries strengthen the cultural tourism, which is the very much direct, that can bring a very direct benefit to the economy of the country, that benefits the private sector, all those small or big businesses that are associated with the touristic industry, and at the same time not being very wealthy in terms of natural resources to be introduced to the international market. I think the export of the innovative and creative products and services are very much important for each of the country, that again results in economic and social development of each of the country.
Absolutely, thank you. Deputy Minister Nerses Vardanyan from Armenia. Your neighbor there is 42 million people. You and me, we come from a very small country. When I travel from Borispol airport to the center, I always looked at one of those houses on the way is more than an average city in Estonia, in the country where I come from. What do you think is the role or potential for culture creative industries for such a small country as Armenia?
Thank you, Ragnar. And first of all, let me thank the organizers and the Ministry of Culture, and namely the Minister of Culture of Georgia and the team working for the forum, because the idea of making such a forum is very important for the region, for our countries, to share the ideas, to come up with the possible cooperation ways and to create new, let's say, another forums for the future. Regarding your question about the role of culture for the countries like Armenia. Well, the specific part of Armenia is that, Armenians living in Armenia is less than Armenians living outside of Armenia. So the role of culture is somehow keeping the face of the nation as well, because we were discussing what if we don't put money on culture. We can explain it in different ways, but culture can be the name of the nation. Culture can be the face of the nation. Culture can be the color of the nation. Otherwise, we are speaking not about a nation, not about a government, not about a state, but about geography, and that's it. Once you don't have culture, or you don't put money on culture, you are on a way to become just a geography. This is the way we think, and it's always a question of a discussion, issue of a discussion, whether we should interfere in culture, in which way, how to develop the creative industries in the country, but I guess it's another question that we can discuss later. Thank you.
Thank you. State Secretary Andrei Chisto. Andrei, you and your government, you have put creative industries in very heart of your strategy. You have prioritized creative industries, you have focused on creative city development, you have organized many events, processes. Why, in times of where we are at the moment, why is Moldova placing such an important attention to creative industries development?
Thank you, Ragnar, for your question. And first of all, thanks, Minister of Culture of Georgia, for inviting us to this important forum. Ragnar, as you mentioned, we start with our policy to offer a framework, a policy framework to develop creative industry and to see how we can and how we should interact culture and economy. To see, because we don't see culture as a, as a unique, something unique, but we need to see how to interact culture, economy, social innovation, education, and our sector. This is first. Secondly, as you mentioned, and your question regarding crisis and what we need to invest now in creative industry. I think in time of crisis we need to think how to trust past crisis. And I think here is the place of such a point as creativity, as innovation, as mobilization, because we think how to interact and how to secure our, let's say, time and policy to create more possibilities for interactions between sectors, first of all, and how to promote innovation, because innovation is a key word in developing creative industry. We focus on creative city because we see that as we are small country, an economy which is not so big, but we think that through creative industry and through innovation, investing in creative industry, we can turn our country in a creative space, creative hubs. How it's look here in Georgia. We have important resources, starting from human resources. We have important historical resources that we need to turn into incomes that can come to our economy. This is why it's important to show. It's like to say, show me the case, or show me tell me the story. It's the same how to try to see how culture can be a story, a successful story for developing of your country. This is why this is a key role, and we will further develop this sector as a sector of very important importance for our policy.
Thank you. Victoria Ratobelskaya from the Ministry of Culture, Belarus. Everyone knows that the potential in Belarus for creative industries is very big, especially its connection with IT. Some of your games and technological products coming out have taken over the world in an avalanche. So how do you see the role of culture and creative industries in your strategy?
First of all, on behalf of Ministry of Culture and on behalf of Belarus, I am greeting all participants, organizers, and Georgia for this forum. Sure, the great potential of our country, no doubt of this fact, and the new configuration of economy, demands the investments in such spheres like education, culture, science, and states heavily invest in these spheres, and as a result, I suppose, we have such, such achievements in, as you mentioned, IT technologies, and we're proud of that because, there is a great phrase, I like to use it in different situations, and especially as for my country as well, as resources are limited, creativity is unlimited. So I think as for Belarus, we have the situation. We don't have a lot of resources, national resources, but still some of them. But as for creativity, we should use the potential. Actually, we don't destroy the system, former system of education, invest in it, and as a result, we have headquarters of Wargaming, the famous World of Tanks, in Minsk. They haven't moved to any other countries, and famous Viber as well was created by Belarusian IT, specialist. So it's very important for us, and we try to do our best because creativity is unlimited.
Thank you very. It's a very, very beautiful thought.
So actually, to put it in simple words, the creative idea with unbelievably small investment, which is very important in the time of crisis, when any additional investment demand or expenditure is very painful for the state budget, can bring uncomparingly and unbelievably beneficial results, especially in IT world, and Belarus is a good example, or Estonia with Skype, So in simple words, creativity and innovation may require a very small investment, but can bring absolutely huge, incomparably big benefit from it.
Absolutely.
And this is why it's so important.
Absolutely. So I'm just warning you that get your questions ready. We are going to come to you shortly. This was the kind of a first round. We're not going to do these rounds all the time. So I expect activity from your side. Show hands, take the microphone, or you grab it from your neighbor if necessary. The next question that I would like to ask you, again a bit provocative, or at least a bit problematic. You are all from the Ministries of Culture. If you would be listening, if you're outside, you've never heard of that topic, and you hear people at the stage talking about investments, innovation, technology, and things like that, entrepreneurship, creative economy, you would kind of think that are these people ministers of economy or innovation agencies? So my question back to you, do you feel that there is an internal tension between culture, core culture, and kind of a new expressions of culture? And if yes, how do you tackle this kind of internal conflict? What is your experience?
Okay, let me open it again. I personally don't believe there is a tension between those. The problem or challenge that I see is to let people, the broad society, believe, understand, and realize that there is no natural dispute or natural tension which lies in the essence of those. And in this regard, I believe that the successful experience, successful cases, successful projects to be shown as an example of that can do a lot. And that's exactly what we're going to witness during this two-day forum, because maybe for those people who are not very actively involved in elaborating the strategies, the documents for those who are behind the policy-making system is hard to understand, having in mind this post-Soviet, Soviet, and then post-Soviet kind of inertia, and an understanding of what the culture was, that was luxury, was presented as luxury, was presented as something appointed or something accessible for only a small group of elite during the Soviet time. So now we have to show those people those results, and I mean not the results, but the examples of successful stories, examples of versatility of the innovation, examples of that innovative products that we've talked about. And I'm very happy that during this two-day conference we are going to have the speakers and experts telling us about what the culture and creativity can do.
I can add something that, you see, the question is in itself is quite interesting because the life is changing, and of course the life is bringing new technologies, new approaches, new thinking. If we will look to the auditorium, we can see that everyone now using this kind of assets, and we just 10 years ago we couldn't even imagine about that. Where is the, let's say so, the ocean, and where is the life of the culture today? Where is it more? On the luxury, as he said, understanding of the small number of people limited in their impressions, creativity, and access to this, or it is living more in the virtual world, which is within the internet, within the media, and so on. There is an interesting, investigation. The author, Charles Lloyd from Great Britain, he is the author of the books Creative City, Creative Activity, the Bureaucracy and Creativity, and so on. He expresses this thing, the thought, the idea that the creativity and impression must be supported with all possible vehicles which can be used. Everyone must be involved in this process if we want to talk about the creative society. So, if we know that today the media, the technologies, the innovations are bringing our life a little bit further, then we have to update the activity. We can arrange the beautiful festival of music, for example, to invite a lot of well-known musicians for the certain auditorium. We will enjoy this music. We will enjoy this contact. But who will be the auditorium? If it is not in the media, if it is not in the technological assets, the limited number of people will have access to that. So today, if we're having news immediately spreading all over the world, so the culture must follow up. That's why yesterday we were visiting museum, only seeing the pictures and admiring them. Today we have virtual museums. Today we have virtual concerts and activity. And without that, we will not say never that culture is moving forward. We have to update our activity, both bureaucracy and NGOs and the society and all the creative people. We have to know that the future of the world is within these technologies. That is.
Very good. Minister, can I take you on this? One of the greatest thinkers on culture, creative industries and creative policies, Professor Bielochi-Sako, who just happens to sit somewhere here, is the author of this concept of culture 1.2, and 3.0. And basically what you were describing is culture 3.0. The problem, as he also says, and he probably talks about it in an hour or so, is that while the culture, as you describe, is already there, the governmental systems, the policies, the funding mechanisms are still somewhere in the past. So how do you see that problem?
I agree with you, because if we want to implement the policy which is interesting for the society, then we have support the innovations and ideas which are coming from the society and bring these interesting ideas and the creativity to the media, to the society itself. For example, in our case, I can say that in our state we have, according to the laws, only 2 ministries which are permitted to give the special grants to the young generation, to the innovations, to the creativity programs. So these are Ministry of Youth and Sports and Ministry of Culture and Tourism, which I'm representing. So I mean, every year we have special grants which are supporting such innovations like you're talking about, to give it, to create, to report on that, and to bring the ideas in the sphere of the let's say, the sphere of YouTube, because YouTube is covering everything. So that is.
I'd like to say that I agree in a way that there is always a potential, and that's non-stop process probably, and it will never end. You know, of getting the governance better and better, and to make it more people-oriented, more individual-oriented, more inclusive, more transparent. And one of the 4 points of the governmental reform program that I've mentioned today in my speech is the good governance. So Ministry of Culture and the whole cabinet of the ministers, Georgia, is very actively working on institutional and structural reform to get closer to the local communities, to be a better communicator with the local communities. The Ministry of Culture even sees its role in better mediator between the community and the governmental bodies that are associated in direct or indirect way with the process we're talking about. So there is always a potential, and as I said, this is an ongoing process of getting better, getting more transparent, getting more open, more communicated with the local communities, and that's one of the main priorities of the Ministry of Culture for the future.
Well, I think the difference between the 2 types of culture, let's say culture for...
Excuse me, Ministers, and also the funding that Minister mentioned, that's also another difficult in a way, but a very effective tool to support different entrepreneurial projects, creative, innovative ideas, but also how this funding is distributed. What is the process of decision making? That's also another direction that we're looking at to reform very seriously, to maybe even bring it out of the Ministry of Culture again and again, to ensure the maximum inclusiveness and maximum transparency in this process, the funding process also. Thank you. Sorry, Ms.
So the difference between the 2 ways of culture, let's say culture for leisure and culture for as part of the economy, I think it comes from the ideologies, different kinds of ideologies. The one that we had during the Soviet period and the one that we are going to right now. We are in a transforming period. We are thinking about the ways of making culture as part of the economy. And this is the true way, because the culture has its own market and it's part of the market. And market is regulating itself. What we should do is just to be the right regulator in this case, because there is a crossroad. From one side, arts, the other side, culture, third side is the business, and the fourth side is the technology. And the government stays in the middle. So we should switch the light in the right time and to make the right connections. In this case, the culture can give the right product for the people. This is the biggest role for the statehood, for the government. And a few decades ago, the role of the government was to understand what the people need, to order that good of culture, and to give it to the people. But we didn't know the reaction, or we didn't take into account the reaction. Do they feel better, or it was just the way that the government thinks? Now the main thing that the governments are taking as their role is to monitor the needs, to find the people or the business that can invest in making this good, and to find the creators, those who have the right ideas, to connect them. It seems like the government makes his role a little bit less or minimalistic, but in fact it's much more than it was before, because it needs much more work in terms of the research, in terms of the right interference, let's say, and to monitor the results as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. This takes us to the question that I had prepared for you as well, and that is the role of the government. Again, some people might say if it's business as usual, then the best thing the government can do is just keep itself away from people working and achieving the results. Now, you already kind of outlined some of the roles that the government has, switching the lights and bringing them, be it like a networker. Andrei, maybe you can also kind of discuss what do you see is the key role for the government in building that kind of an ecosystem that supports creative industries development?
Yes, thank you, Ragnar. In fact, your question is more related to what the Minister from Georgia asked already. Well, first level, of course, it's important that ministries should be oriented to policy. This is the main role of ministries, which have two options, even to have their own strategy on cultural and creative industry development, or to see how we can interact cultural and creative industry with our other sectors, like economy development, small and business, small and medium enterprises. This is the key role of the ministry, to try to play with these two framework, to have to try to develop a strategic policy for cultural and creative industry development. Secondly, to see how we can share these responsibilities with other sector, like economic, like innovation, like IT sector, design, or our sector. In our case, this is the main idea and the main role for the Ministry of Culture, to try to, because in itself creative industry is an intersectorial approach, because we don't speak just about culture. We speak about education, we speak about IT, we speak about software, we speak about design, and a lot of important fields that it's important for creative industry development in our country. And the government should and this is, you ask how government interact and why government it's maybe in the last, but I don't know if it's in the last, it's a step back or not. I think the ecosystem that it's created and exists in society, for the government it's important to understand the ecosystem. Understanding it's usually important through different type of methods. If we speak about statistical data, to try to develop a statistic and to see what are the sector, what are the needs, what are the tendencies, what is the role of each sector, and what role can each sector can play in the economic development. This is why I think the government in general, because we speak about ministries, but in general the government should to orient their policy to see how we can support this sector and how we can share this sector to all this sector, and to see how we can interact. In our case, I think the key element is it's education, of course, because we speak about young, we speak about skills, in fact, and this is a key and the motor of developing creative industry. But on the same time, we speak about small and medium enterprises, which maybe is a job of the Minister of Economy, but in the same time we speak about small and medium enterprises. We don't speak about big companies. This is maybe this is the key role for the Ministry of Culture to be to adapt to the reality and to start to cooperate with the sector.
Thank you. Svetlana, from Ukrainian point of view, you go through the decentralization process. You have large regions and areas and big cities. So what is the Ministry of Culture role? How can you even influence those processes? How do you do that?
Actually, we believe that we shall provide fair and proper conditions for every stakeholder in the field. What we are doing right now, we are trying to change the situation from legal point of view. For example, from legal perspective, we have no definition of culture and creative industries in our legislation, national legislation. We have such a definition only in our association agreement and in some papers inside our Ministry of Culture. And for example, we created a unit which would be responsible for policy development for creative industries. And people that are already working, they ask me, what is our job description? what policy shall we elaborate? What is the legal base for it? So it's what we need to do. And secondly, I suppose that if we are updating our policy concerning creativity and culture, we should also update financial system. For example, financial instruments. And just a few days ago, we submitted a new draft to our parliament concerning creation of a Ukrainian cultural fund. It will be absolutely new instrument, new mechanism, without split between public and independent sectors, without split between national and regional stakeholders, actors, and if it would be voted next week, and I hope that it could be, since next year we will have absolutely new financial instrument, and of course we can be more efficient in this field. And also concerning decentralization, we are actually inside this process, and what we are doing right now, we do everything together with regional authorities. We have a lot of consultations, a lot of meetings to verify our way of thinking, of vision for cultural policy, and not only for culture, only our vision for sustainable development for the whole country. And for example, we have a strategy for cultural development, but actually we didn't have special, till now, special action plan. And what we are doing right now, we are designing priorities for Ministry of Culture, but those priorities are interministerial. We are designing them together with Ministry of Economic Development and Trade, with Regional Development and Construction, in order to be in line with everyone who is involved and engaged. And of course, creative industry and cultural industry is a part of such priority, as well as education, as well as local institutions, and so on.
Дякую. I give you, dear panelists, I give you a warning that by the end of this panel, I'm going to ask you a very personal example from something that when you would be, you know, out after your work, somewhere out, and somebody asks you, can you tell me an example from your culture creative industries that inspires you personally? What would it be? I give you some time because I have not prepared you, but I would like to look at the room now, to the audience. So do we have any questions or any comments? It doesn't have to be a question. So anything you want to... I see a sea of hands. I see one there, okay? Tim, please. Can you stand up, then we can see you.
So, Tim Williams from the team leader of the Culture and Creativity Programme. We're coming to the start of 2017, and my question is, which one policy do you think is going to have the greatest impact on creative industries next year?
Can you repeat?
So which one government policy do you think is going to have the greatest impact on the creative industries in your countries in 2017?
Very good question. Let's start with Victor, please.
Thank you, Ragnar. I want to say about our experience, our, I think, great experience in Belarus, because finally we are created and adopted the such document that it called Code of Culture of the Republic of Belarus is a unique document that will come in force in February 1917. So it's actually contains more than 60 innovation in total and concerns not only sphere of culture but the whole society. It was an open discussion on the side of the Ministry of Culture, so people can give their proposals, and after that the document was actually discussed with many authorities, ministers, and as a result we have such a unique document, unifies the regulations between the sphere of culture, and we are proud that now we have new instrument, and sure it will help in development of creating industries as well, because culture is everywhere. And moreover, I want also to say that finishing here in Belarus, this is the year of culture. So, and a lot of events were devoted to this nomination, and actually a lot of ministries, organizations were involved in preparation process in the plan of activity for this year, because sure, culture is not culture itself. Culture, we suppose the culture of health, of agriculture, of industry, of education, of culture in family relations. So for us it's important, and we try step by step as a ministry. You ask us about the bureaucracy maybe, because this is the Code of Culture is a result of work of our ministry itself. It's inner actually work, a great job, and we're proud of that. So this is also an example of participation of governmental institution in the process of improving situation in culture in the country, in Belarus, for example.
Thank you. Andrei, so one initiative or activity 2017 that you think have the most impact on developing culture creative industries?
Well, I think because I mentioned already, we have creative industry and culture creative industry already in our strategy, and now it's a question just of implementation of a strategy. I think first of all for us it's important, and I think for all countries it's a mapping exercise of a sector. This is will show us and will give us a more understanding pictures of what is going on in the sector. Secondly, what we work now is to develop this intersectoral approach to see what existing program we can use for developing creative industry. I already mentioned yesterday about the partnership that we developed now with USAID Moldova, which have a program for competitiveness in Moldova, and we succeed to include creative service and creative industry inside of this program, because what was important, and according to their analysis, creative industry is a field of with great potential. Existing young people with interesting minds and skills, we can use it. And already hubs that we have in Moldova, for example, it's Tequil on IT, it's Zip House on fashion and design. We already have a platform, and we need just to see how we can interact and how we can offer more possibilities for creative sector to be developed. And of course, this is the second, and the third that is more important is to offer them the possibility for export, and secondly for access to finance. This is more, I think, tangible activities that can be done and can be implemented during the next years.
That's an ambitious plan. Thank you. Nerses.
I will tell no more short-term plans, if you don't mind, because this year we had a new government, and well, each government has its fresh looks on the same problems. But the new look, the fresh look in this case is to put more attention on the economic part of culture, which is in this case, it's very understandable that we are going forward and we need to look at the economic and financial part of each element. So for the next year, maybe I would mention two main elements that we will be putting a high attention on it. One of them is we are drafting a law for the cinema, which will give a new possibility for the investors in this area for the co-productions to have some amount, 20 or 30% a cashback, let's say, from the amount they have spent. I know that in Georgia almost the same model exists, but in different countries it has some different elements in it. Second one is that we will give high importance on the translation of Armenian literature into other languages. And I believe that at the end of the year we will have at least few literary works from the classics and from the modern writers published in other countries. There are other new ideas of cooperation, of business with traditional institutions of culture, but I will get back to it later. Thank you.
Good. Svetlana.
I suppose we will combine practical steps and legal steps. As I already mentioned, we hope that this Ukrainian Cultural Fund will be fully operational since next year. And also we are planning to create special advisory body, Council on Creative Industries under the Ministry of Culture, and we will invite to participate not only people from NGOs or cultural activists, but real cultural managers, successful cultural managers, to help us to elaborate our policy. And also we have also maybe approximately the same drafted law on cinema, and we hope that it will move on at our parliament. And also we have two big sectors concerning creative industries: circus, consortium of circus, state-owned circus, and cinema studios and film production studios. We have 5 right now studios and 15 circus. And for the next year we are planning to reform the system of their fundings, and of course to find a new form of their activities.
Thank you. Yes.
One of the most important things I would add is that Armenia will join Creative Europe program.
Yes, that is a very good news.
And we will continue.
Tim, thank you very much for your question. I believe I still have to name few. First of all, that's of course the cultural strategy 2025 that for the first time in the history of this country was adopted by the government last July, and the document emphasizes the importance of the development of the cultural and creative industries in the country. Another one is the roadmap of cultural and creative industries development in Georgia. Our participation in the Creative Europe program. I cannot not to mention that Georgia was first and only Eastern Partnership country by the time I had an honor to sign the agreement with Creative Georgia program on behalf of the state of Georgia. Of course, the cash rebate system adopted by the government that was elaborated by 2 ministries, Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Economics. All these policy-making documents naturally will benefit will support the creative and cultural industries environment and the whole ecosystem. And I'd like to add a very short comment to the previous question about the role of the government in creating appropriate ecosystem or environment. That reminds me of the question I was frequently asked when traveling around the country through the process of elaborating of the cultural strategy. What is the role of the ministry, meaning that could be translated into what is the role of the government in this process? And here I always recall when a friend of mine and a former Minister of Culture of Georgia, Mr. Valeria Satiani, he said once, during our conversation, he picked up two keywords from me, regulation and support, and he said, my dear friend, culture have not to be regulated, culture have to be supported. So I believe that the key role of the government, or if you like, a mission of the government, is to create an enabling and favorable environment for the cultural and creative industries to give the chance to unleash the maximum potential of theirs. What are those ways to create the environment? It's, as it was mentioned, different legislative initiatives. It's direct or indirect funding of creative entrepreneurial projects. It's what I was amazed when during my visit to Tallinn, seeing the abundant industrial capacities, spaces given away to the cultural sector to create some kind of creative hubs or creative incubators. So there are many ways to do that. Again, to underline the key idea is, and to make it short and understandable for everybody, is the government should create such an environment which is very much favorable and enabling for the creative sector to show up their potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garayev.
Thank you. While listening to all my colleagues, I tried to put in a short brief. First of all, the happenings in 2017 will be the prolongation and the fulfillment of the work started in previous years. First of all, we finished our cultural strategy. It was approved 2 years ago. According to that, we accepted last year the new law on culture, and now we're working on the fulfilling the implementation mechanism for this law, where we have 17 directions, among which we have 11 e-governance directions. So, I mean, the new law is giving us possibility to use these technologies and e-governance through the culture. We are fulfilling this year the program of the innovations in management of culture, because last year we finished with the tourism, and this twinning program is done along with the EU, and we are going to start reorganization of the system for governance. Yesterday, the president of the country approved the roadmap for the economy of the country. You know that Azerbaijan is the energy country, and we consider that the policy for diversifying of economy is of quite great importance. So this roadmap is giving the directions for the next 15 years for the developments of the other activities, and tourism is number 3, and within the tourism, the creativity, the events, the cultural activities are of great importance. That's why we have a lot of job to be done. You know that we have now 4.3% of the GDP coming from tourism. Imagine yourself that the oil industry country, it's quite a big figure, so we want even to enlarge it through the activities. Next year we have sports events, we have Formula 1, we have next year the 4th World Forum for the Intercultural Dialogue. I'm just returning from Paris, where we had a think tank with UNESCO, United Nations Alliance of Civilizations, World Tourism Organization, think tank concerning the preparation for this World Forum. And I would like to use this chance to invite, and Council of Europe, so would use this chance to invite everyone to participate at the 4th World Forum for Intercultural Dialogue, where we think the matter of the creative activity and the role of the government and the society and their relationship will be of great importance. So that is a short plan of action for the next year.
Thank you. The last kind of set of questions I want to ask you goes around internationalization and exports. For countries in the region, it's extremely important through culture and creativity to increase their international visibility, to create contacts, build bridges. Those that are heavily involved with Creative Europe knows how difficult this work is. You mentioned, Minister, the role of tourism, so culture plays a very important role in tourism promotion. How, and I mean, it is, we all know it's very difficult to be, to kind of support our culture creative operators to be very successful. It's very expensive, it's very time consuming. So how do you see, is that priority for your country? And if yes, how do you see this support mechanism for getting your cultural sector, creative entrepreneurs, festivals, more international?
I just mentioned, sorry, I'm trying to answer first.
I said you can.
It's okay. The matter is, I told you that we have this activity like a priority because the hosting of the World Forum for Intercultural Dialogue is the matter of internationalization of the arts and the contacts and so on. I can give numerous examples of the cooperation with the separately taken on the bilateral basis. With Georgia, we have a lot of exchanges, museums, actors, musicians, artists, and it is on permanent basis because we are closest neighbors. The same I can say with a lot of other representatives sitting at this country. But from my point of view, from the priority of the state of Azerbaijan, that this exchange of the cultural projects of great importance must be limited within the region. It must be covering the creativity is something which brings people for better understanding of each other all over the world. So, for example, the art produced in France can be easily accepted in Latin America or in Arab countries. So, I mean, this kind of formats like intercultural dialogue forums acquire a lot of participants of the process, like governments, NGOs, scientists, educational system, etc., and business. Through this business, trying to push the support for the activities in culture is of great importance. If we will attract the interest of the monetaries, I mean the financial institutions of the world for such kind of international activity, it will be much worse because to establish special prizes for innovations in arts, for example. To do some, last year we had the United Nations Global Forum for Alliance of Civilizations, and we decided to establish a special prize for innovation in intercultural and inter-civilizational artistic expression. So, I mean, internationalization of the art and the culture exchange is not only, must be done only by the governments itself. We have, through this activity, to bring the attention of the international big commercial institutions to support international activities in the arts. This is our vision.
I believe, I'm more than sure that each of the Eastern Partnership countries can feel quite, feel a lot of potential in their cultural offerings, but the main thing is how to write or to find the right marketing tools to help the culture to be exposed to the international community. Of course, the cultural tourism is one of the probably most spreadly used and efficient by the moment ways to do those with the huge potential of the cultural heritage that Georgia can offer. The government, again, talking about the marketing tools, the government, with the support of the government Ministry of Culture, very recently became the part of enlarged enlarged cultural roots program within the Council of Europe, when through this the country will be able to participate in those cultural routes that I offered by the program, but also we plan to offer new cultural routes that would underline the some speciality of those cultural offerings that Georgia can suggest. Also, the Creative Europe program is a fantastic tool not only to help the internalization of the culture, but also to help cultural actors here in Georgia to gain more knowledge and experience on how to work with the big funds, programs, organizations.
You already have a number of successful projects.
I'm proud to say that we already have 7 successful projects financed by the program, though in each of those the Georgian actors are not the leaders of the project, but I don't consider this to be a problem at all. That's the privilege to be a partner of a project, because, as I said, it gives the chance the Georgian actors to gain the experience and to gain more knowledge and to share this experience with their European colleagues and associates. One of the big programs that was also submitted in the beginning of the year, I mean 2016, was, and I'm sure many of you have heard of that, is the Czech in Georgia program that was oriented on activating the local and foreign cultural tourism through a number of cultural events that were organized throughout the country that included the big international stars, different crafts exhibitions, local artists, very active involvement in the regional different cultural events, and the results that the Ministry of Economy announced recently, meaning the unprecedented increasing of the international tourism and also unprecedented activity inside the country, the local or domestic tourism, also shows that was one of the ways how the country, the culture, the international positive image can be exposed outside the country. And at the same time, it also worked as a very supportive instrument. This program worked as a very supportive instrument for all those businesses that are associated directly or indirectly with the tourism industry. It was so beneficial for the business that Prime Minister of Georgia said that the Czech in Georgia is rather a business project than a cultural project, where cultural events are instrument to support the business environment and innovative and creative environment in the country.
You're absolutely right. When Estonia carried out such a study to understand the direct economic impact of cultural events, it came out that €1 that you put in generates indirect economic benefit and jobs creation €4 on average. So the message to the mayors and the governments were very simple. So if you're a mayor of a city and you think that by cutting €50,000 to support for the local festival, you win 50,000, you're actually losing 200,000.
Just to give you some numbers to let everybody understand what kind of minuses and pluses financial we're talking about. There was a lot of criticism in the beginning of the program when people would say, is this time during this hard time, to spend about 28 million lari for the whole program, but now we can say that, and that's what the numbers show, is that only in the region of the Black Sea, in Achara and Anakle and Ganmukhuri region, the people, the tourists, the attending audience spent over 400 million laris, and that money was calculated only by checks that were given for the retail. It does not include transport, it does not include bank transfers, it does not include hotels, and so on and so on. So imagine only in the retail system that kind of money was spent by those people attending the cultural events that were given at the scene.
Thank you. Nersis.
Well, concerning the internalization of the culture, of course we know the traditional ways of doing it, being part of the international exhibitions, art biennales or quadriennales, or having the cultural days in the other countries, and organizing international events in your country, showing your culture among the others. But another way of internalization, another effective way, I think, is to create the platforms where different cultures come together, and through the dialogue of cultures, they create new elements of culture. For instance, we had the Golden Apricot Festival. I think these types of showing your culture to the possible readers or other people all over the world is much effective than just to put your culture in a place to exhibit it. Thank you.
Very good. Andre? Just, I will try to be maybe more short. Well, there is two options in that case, internationalization of our creative industry. First, already was mentioned this mobility, between artist mobility. It's about festivals, about residency, study tours, or different activities that it's already implemented. And as mentioned by Minister from Georgia, Creative Europe is one of the platforms that offer this possibility for increasing mobility between our countries, between our institutions and our artists. The second, that is maybe more difficult, and it's more oriented to business. It's how to use creative industry in your country and to sell and to export this service, which is more difficult. And here I think it's more a question of industry to industry or business to business, to see how we can sell and how we can promote our creative industry. And one of the idea was mentioned already. Tourism is one of the industry that use creative ideas, how to brand and how to develop your country and how to promote your country. And our field is, of course, in our case and in Georgia and our countries is the same. It's wine. It's wine industry is one of the key elements how to promote your country and how to try to see to use this element of creativity to sell and to be more oriented to export on that field. But of course, this kind of business to business is more. It's more interesting to see what kind of let's say export we have, goods or services, which is more interesting to see this tendency, because sometimes maybe it's more important to export goods because it's produced here, but not to export services, which is sometimes is intellectual capacity, or it's people which work for our companies, if it's in software or animation or our sector. I think this is a very interesting idea and question what is more important, mobility or business to business. But I think it's both are at the same time important. And,
yeah, I'm afraid, Andrei, to open a discussion about why, because if these people are starting, at least some of these people are starting to fight who has the better wine or who has the oldest wine, I think we're not going to survive. So, do you have any questions in the audience? We have one from there. Yeah, we will take a couple of comments and questions, please.
Nikolai Nikitin, I'm the Berlinale's delegate for all the countries presented. I run also a training program called SOFA. I'd like, as I'm working in film, to ask a film buff question. After all, we know it's a 7 art, and Lenin said it's of course most powerful. It's the best way to represent internationally your country. Georgia and Ukraine are great examples of having an independent run film center. I've been following the countries since those centers are there. The production went up, the quality went up, the quantity went up. Georgian films, Ukrainian films, present at all the big international film festivals, winning awards. We all know film is expensive. A lot of jobs are created to this. May I ask the other countries what their ideas on a film strategy is? I heard about Azerbaijan that there's a plan to set up a film fund. So ministers, as far as you know, could you give us some feedback on that, please?
Okay, we take some more questions. Here.
First of all, thank you for such an interesting speeches and points. I was going to ask before, but representative of Armenia underlined briefly about it. Mostly we speak about the influence of culture in business, economic, social issues. And I think the importance and the role of culture is becoming more and more important and big when we take into account the situation of our region where we live. I mean South Caucasus. And I have a question to the representatives of these 3 countries of this region. How do you see the role of your cultural strategies in terms of peace building and stability of our region? Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other comments? I'm not sure that we can answer all of those questions here now, but at least we will raise them, we will take some comments, and we will give you the lunch break or coffee break as well. But anyway, we will take one more.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm Teolomsete from Tbilisi State Conservatoire, and my question is about how to consider, is it, of course, when it's about innovation, when it's about creativity, we somehow focus on innovation more. But do you think that it might be also important to include the element of creativity in traditional cultures and in development of traditional cultures in order to make it more accessible to contemporary society and every part of contemporary society, and not only just a little number of people who are interested in traditional culture? And what policy, what ideas or plans some countries might have when it's about cultural development?
Very good, thank you. So the role of creativity in traditional cultures, the plans for the film industry, and the role of culture in peacemaking policy. I'm not going to take every question for everyone, but maybe you have some comments you want to make right away now. Andrei was first.
Well, maybe I will start with a question on film industry. This year we create the National Film Center in Moldova, and I will be very glad to put in contact with our colleagues from the film center, and which is an important institution. So of course, next week we will have a Thai expert mission in Moldova on film industry, on institutional development of the National Film Center, because we see cinema as a sector, as a priority, and as a sector which can give us more opportunities for development. Secondly, we are working now on funding programs for film industry, and I hope that next year we will have more opportunities to discuss about what cooperation, what type of co-production we can have. The second question is related to traditional, I think so, yeah. Well, it's usually it's a good question. What kind of how we develop our policy using traditional elements or just losing that and trying to develop our own. I think it's a good moment to try to use traditional elements to develop our creative industry and our policy. I know that all of the countries have this priority to safeguard and to protect our cultural heritage, which is wonderful. And at the same time, we need to understand, because we relate and we link this sector with tourism, but our cultural heritage should to be somehow promoted. Somehow we need to develop a marketing strategy to see how we can promote better our traditional traditions and our cultural heritage.
Thank you. Svetlana, the next.
Concerning film production, I thank you for your words concerning our successful stories and successful projects, but we are going, for example, to join EURIMASH. It's a program of Council of Europe. It's like an example of thinking internationally and to be more competitive internationally. And concerning traditional culture, just a simple example, we have a lot of crafts in Ukraine, traditional, very specific crafts like embroideries or something like that. And now those crafts could be turned into creative industries like design, something absolutely new. So we can combine these traditional elements with a new vision for culture and creativity. And also concerning peace building, of course, I'm not a part of South Caucasus region, but a part of Eastern Partnership. And here we can be absolutely in line with, for example, European Union strategy on culture, international cultural relation. And one of aims of main goals of the strategy is peace building, an intercultural dialogue, and cultural exchanges. For example, in Ukraine, what we provide right now, we provide cultural exchange between people from Eastern and Western regions to know each other better, to know local history, local habits, skills, traditions much more better, and it really helps to build mutual understanding.
Thank you. Next, yes, and then the minister.
Thank you. So concerning the film policy, as I have already mentioned, for the next year we are drafting a law for the investments from the foreign companies who are willing to make movies in Armenia, and especially we will put high attention to the co-productions and giving a big importance for the ones that are somehow also exploring the Armenian culture in Armenia as well. Regarding the new creative technologies or creativity for the traditional ways of culture, we are right now planning some more activeness of the IT in the museums, making new audiovisual guides for the museums, also for some people with disabilities. And the libraries will be equipped with necessary technologies. And the monuments, the restoration of the monuments will be somehow linked with the tourism programs that exist and are being developed in the country with the support of World Bank and Smithsonian Institution from United States. Regarding the piece that was asked, in general, culture has a big potential for making peace. This is as a general remark. Regarding the possibilities of culture, if we speak less about politics, more about culture, we have a big possibility of creating a very peaceful region. Wherever we have a possibility of a dialogue in the international organizations, whether it would be UNESCO or another one, we can speak about common values and not the differences. This is the way I think we can make the peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you. In my personal understanding, there are no two different or even more opposite camps, such as traditional culture and innovation and creativity. I do believe that that innovation and creativity is based on the traditional culture, whether it's classical music or it's museums or traditional arts and crafts. That's, for me personally, that's one body from which, because of the innovation, because of the innovative approaches and creativity, new innovative products and services are shaped. So there is no kind of opposition between those two in my personal understanding. That's what one is based on the other. And the base, of course, is the traditional arts and culture and our cultural and national identity. Regarding the peaceful peace opportunities when using culture, I very much liked what Svetlana told about their experience. Also, I personally think that the cultural exchanges, the intercultural dialogue, is the way to understand each other better. When we understand each other better, we trust each other more. And where is understanding and trust, there is where the peace comes from, actually.
Thank you very much. I would like to start with the first question. Azerbaijan is not going to establish a film fund yet because we were supporting by the state, but we had quite positive results. Our films screened during the last 5 years, during last year participated 52 international film festivals, quite successful, I consider. We are strictly dedicated to the cooperation with our neighboring countries in the film production. We do it along with Georgia, with Iran, with Russia, with Belarus, and we have quite successful, interesting ideas in this field, including 3 annual film festivals which we have in our country annually. The second question concerned with the regional cooperation. We are in great interest of regional cooperation, and we have very positive examples. Unfortunately, sometimes political problems prevent us from direct contacts, but generally the cultural assets are cooperating through the international institutions, having common discussions like today, like the other meetings and so on. I think by all means, in spite of the direct access, in spite absence of the direct access, with some of us, we still have this exchange through the international institutions. The third matter is concerned with the traditional art. The creativity and tradition is something which is, you can't divide, never divide. Traditional music, traditional art must be creative to live in the modern world. And it is, I think, the great importance of the governments, institutions, and personalities to bring this creativity in the traditional arts. It is must. Without that, we will not move. And even, I think sometimes that the government has even to, support creativeness in the traditional arts to permit them to survive in this modern life. We can bring a lot of examples like Mugam music, carpet viewing, traditional arts, and so on. They all are coming from the traditions with the innovations which permit us to. Innovations must be used like a vehicle for the traditional arts to be brought to the modern understanding and activity. But I don't want to shift our discussion from this very important point, because if I will put this question, it will raise a lot of other, speculations and discussions. But generally, my question is, maybe for the further discussion during the panels, I would like to put the question in another way. Sometimes technologies and innovations bring to the surface a lot of, I'm sorry to say this word, garbage. And the low profile of the so-called art and activity is sometimes dominating in the media, in the arts, in the modern comprehensions, and so on. I would like to put the question other way. are the governments and societies ready to do something and to work and to use these technologies in favor of upgrading the level of the artistic expression, to not to permit to go down the level of the artistic creation in general? This is the question. And sometimes governments and institutions are not so flexible like the open, arena. And this is the problem. And I think that we have to think a lot about that, because our position is to bring strong support to the real creativeness, to the real art, to the development of the traditional, classic, and high level of arts. Parallelly, supporting the young generation who is looking forward for some news, some innovations, but not to permit them to go to the low taste and low profile of the arts. This is the matter.
Thank you. Victoria, you wanted to...
Yeah, thank you. About the cinema and development of this sphere in our country, so we are finishing actually, I hope, next year, the reconstruction, the great reconstruction of Belarus Film, of famous movie factory, and but even now the co-production is very, intensively is underway now. We have a lot of examples. The production on the territory of Belarus, a lot of serials and films, as well as cooperation with famous filmmakers. Now we have a discussion with Konchalovsky, with Emir Kusturica to product some of their ideas in Belarus. So also last year the famous Gérald Depardieu visited our country also with some project in his head, but still I don't know if it will be realized. But anyway, we are trying to now to invite people from this sphere to show the opportunities. And the last example, during the International Film Festival Listopad that finished last month, there were some delegation that actually could have their own view of potential of Belarus film to use them in the nearest future. So even the delegation from Estonia, they conducted the Days of Cinema of Estonia during the festival. So we invited also a delegation from Lithuania, experts from different spheres of cinemas or the marketing and actors and so on. And they were greatly impressed what they have seen there, and I hope it will be a great deal for us in this sphere because we have great traditions. And we have also some, not so many, but some films shooted every year. And for our country, especially important to have, to keep this patriotic, education for youth, because our country is a, crossroad of Europe, and so many wars destroyed actually a lot. And this, we also see that the importance of, these films about the war, about the situation in Belarus, important because the young people now, they don't know the real situation. And in this connection, as for creativity, we have a great museum of the war that was opened 2 years ago, and we use their modern technologies, 3D technologies and so on and so on. And young people also impressed when they come and see from the other side, not only from their books and from maybe some speeches, official, when they saw the visuality of the, this history, it's also touched them. not only our people, but I saw a lot of delegation from different countries that, they impressed. And sometimes they even don't know about the real history of Belarus, that so many people were, killed during the war. And so we need to use all the means. And also as for international exchange, it's a very great deal in our cooperation. I mean, Ministry of Culture, we did a lot of such as Days of Culture conducted every year. For example, this year we already do this with Estonia, Armenia, Laos, and Russian Federation, Tajikistan, and a lot of events will be from this point of view in the coming year. Also, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, together with the Minister of Culture, have such a project to eliminate visas for people coming to visit Belarus for 5 days, for example, for cultural tourism. And I suppose it will be very good, especially for border regions where a lot of Polish people, people from Lithuania, Latvia coming to visit places of common history. So we try.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I remember I asked our panelists to think about this example. Now, I didn't have an idea or even a plan to ask you here on the stage. These people, I promise you, all of them are very approachable. They're very nice people. Now, very soon we're going to have a lunch. And you might think, okay, I want to talk to these people, But how do I start my conversation? So now we have a game. So when you want to approach any of them, you can go to them. And the first question, if you have nothing else to ask, is, so tell me this one thing that you were thinking about. And then the story goes on. Please, let's give a big round of applause to our policymakers. Before we go for the lunch, again, don't worry about the time. Firstly, as I said, by Georgian time, we are still ahead of time. Secondly, we have built a lot of buffer in our program, so everything is under control. Before we go for lunch, it is important for us to give an overview of just an introduction to the policy development initiatives that have taken place here in Georgia. The minister has already given the very general overview, but I would like to ask here a man that has, together with the minister, been there from the very beginning and carried personally out most of these visits and meetings and negotiations, and that has had an incredible impact to the documents that we can enjoy now, and that has turned Georgia as one of the European success stories. This is the person, is the Deputy Minister for Culture, Mr. Levan Harachishvili, and I would like to give the floor to you. Thank you. And we can sit down. So the lunch is not yet, so don't leave yet. Don't leave anywhere. Okay? So, Levan, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Ragnar. Questionul drem shudobis. Madam, I install this.
უპირველეს ყოვლისა უნდა აღვნიშნოთ, მოგესალმებით ყველას, რა თქმა უნდა აღვნიშნოთ, რომ საკმაოდ რთული გამოწვევის წინაშე ვარ, გამოგიტყდებით. ერთი მხრივ, ჩემმა მინისტრმა უკვე საკმაოდ დაწვრილებით ისაუბრა ყველა თემაზე და პრაქტიკულად სასაუბრო აღარ დამჭა. მეორე მხრივ, სწორედ ჩემი, ასე ვთქვათ, გამოსვლა და სადილი, ასე ვთქვათ, სადილს შორის ჩემი გამოსვლა არის და მე მესმის, რომ ეს არის საკმაოდ, ასე ვთქვათ, სერიოზული გამოწვევა. მე ვეცდები ვიყო ძალიან მოკლე და ლაკონური და მაქსიმალურად კონკრეტული. და რა თქმა უნდა, თუ კითხვები დარჩება ჩემი გამოსვლის შემდეგ, უკვე კულუარებში, კულისებში შეგვიძლია ვისაუბროთ დეტალებზე. ერთი მხრივ, რაზეც უკვე არაერთხელ აღინიშნა, ეს არის, რომ კულტურისა და ძეგლთა დაცვის სამინისტრო სადღეგრძელოებიდან გადავიდა საქმეზე, კერძოდ იმ რეჟიმში, როდესაც ჩვენ ძალიან დიდ პატივს ვცემთ ყოველთვის ჩვენ
We have now Ministry of Culture and Monumental Protection of Georgia, Mikhail Giorgadze. And my question to you is that there is like popular opinion and idea that like good artists must be hungry one. The great artists like I know Caravaggio, Cervantes, Dostoevsky, they created their best works while they were really poor or like in jail. So the question is why we must fund culture? Why we must help their artists? Which is the main reason?
Thank you for your question. I believe that maybe I would rephrase your question, not to fund directly, but what the government or the Ministry of Culture should do to support culture, to support creativity. As I've said during the discussion, I believe that the main role or the main mission, if you like, of the Ministry of Culture is to create an enabling and favorable atmosphere for the creativity and for the culture to fully unleash its potential. I do believe personally that culture is not luxury, culture is not money going somewhere in vain. Culture can bring a very effective economic benefit to the economic development of the country, to the sustainable development of the country.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you.
This was the Minister of Monumental Protection and Culture of Georgia, Mikhail Giorgadze, and we'll be back online live soon. Bye.
მექანიზმი და ინსტრუმენტი, რომელიც არის ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი, ეს არის ჩვენი გზამკვლევი შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიების და პრაქტიკულად ეს არის მაგალითი იმისა, როგორ იცვლება სამინისტროს მუშაობა. ანუ ჩვენ გარდა იმისა, რომ ორწლიანი სამოქმედო გეგმა გვექნება,
apart from having a 2-year action plan, we are working on ensuring that we have also thematic action plans. And again, the roadmap in this case is only focused for creative industries. It talks of what is implied by creative industries, what stages of development. So this is very specific plan also for 2017. The ministry is working currently on several action plans. This is also like focused on occupied territories, on culture heritage located abroad. And another key direction is that we want the society to be informed regarding what we have and what we want to attain. Another important result or outcome of this forum will be Tbilisi Manifesto. This is the document which is already provided to you in your materials, and also it is provided on the USB. And the purpose of the document is not only overviewing the activity of the Ministry of Culture of different countries, but this is also probably the result of some
Minister of Culture and Tourism of Azerbaijan, I'm saying correctly, I hope. Yeah. And my question to you is, what is the best experience which Azerbaijan can share with us? What do you think?
There are a lot of experiences to share, and we are ready to share, as usually we do. Today's conference is dedicated to the role of the creativity in the development of the society, and I think that we have a lot of good examples how we work together in favor of the better promotion and the better understanding between each other and bringing these innovations and technologies within our life. We had a common film production. We have very good exchange in the museum activity. We have scientific and cultural scientific researches together. We act very seriously on the international platform, working with the European communities, sharing the existing experience and traditional arts and heritage experience in both of our countries. Azerbaijan has to share today the biggest experience in the intercultural dialogue, which we have every second year the World Forum for Intercultural Dialogue, which is supported by the UNESCO, United Nations Alliance of Civilization, United Nations World Tourism Organization, Council of Europe, Islamic countries organizations. So and Georgia is actively participating at all these forums. I think that this experience is the matter of the best experience of the exchanges in the field of arts, culture, modern life, and the society in general.
Thank you a lot. This was the Minister of Tourism and Culture and Tourism of Azerbaijan, Garayeva Bulfas, and as I already said, we will be live soon.
ორიენტირებული არის ერთი მხრივ, რა თქმა უნდა, ეკონომიკის განვითარებაზე, კერძოდ მეწარმეობის ხელშეწყობაზე და ინოვაციაზე და ბუნებრივი განათლებაზე,
innovation, education,
პრიორიტეტია თუ არა ერთადერთი. და აქედან გამომდინარე, სწორედ ამ ნაწილშიც, რომელიც განათლების კონტექსტში უკავშირდება პროფესიულ სწავლებას, ჩვენ სწორედ შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს მოვიაზრებთ ორ სტრატეგიულ მიმართულებაში.
Of course, focus on this creative
კულტურის სტრატეგიის დოკუმენტზე აღარ
document of strategic culture. We want to be talking about long again one of strategic directions in promotion of creative industries, and in our document you will see what we mean regarding the roadmap.
ეს დოკუმენტი ემყარება აი დოკუმენტს, რომელიც ჩვენ უკვე შექმნილი ქონდა მანამდე.
It's based on all the documents that we developed previously through broad consultations with the public, and we have been working in close cooperation with our European partners and also our stakeholders within the framework of
რაზე არის ორიენტირებული სამინისტროს ქმედებები და ეს არ არის
no focus of the actions of the ministry. Of course, we are not trying to reinvent the wheel. Our goal is to maybe replicate certain European models that are already developed in the creative area. There are three directions, or like three stages of the creative industries development. First, this is creation of preconditions for development of creative industry. This is the component of surveys. We are going to conduct such surveys. We are going to examine the potential, which is the most promising, and identify those sectors which are not that promising as yet, but we want them to be promising. Also, strategic linkages, creation of environment where different institutions will be working jointly to attain the goal. Also, public awareness raising, because of course currently our government probably is a little bit ahead with the proposal of certain resources and support, then maybe the society is ready for receiving of such support and resources. And, so we want all this to go hand in hand, and unfortunately public awareness is not that high as yet, and we think that we should create demand, and creation of demand starts from awareness raising, workshops, trainings, and We also said that we are going to develop strategies, sector-oriented strategies. We all know that there are creative industries in different spheres of culture, architecture, cultural heritage, design, music, audiovisual, and so on. And in all directions, it is very important to develop successful strategies, how to develop also certain, at first stage probably the promising creative industries, capacity building of people employed in given sphere, and creation of such environment where they will be able to make their product more competitive, also linking all creative industries with the private sector. And such synergy will help to promote innovative ideas, which will give aesthetic, like will have tomorrow we are going to see such a creative place, which is Fabrica, that's artistic place, hotel, combination of many different things. It was absolutely private initiative, and I think you'll find it interesting. Also, of course, like we are planning to support startups, create accelerators, incubators, and we want people to come there with their new ideas, and these ideas will be translated into projects, and then after projects into production. And the third stage is when we see spillover effect. This is the reality when the culture actually itself shows that it is really very important, it has tangible value. Like if at the previous stages we will have to maybe promote, push forward the idea that it does have this value, then we will reach that stage. And of course we want to promote still further innovation and productivity, lifelong learning. So all the challenges that we have, starting with environmental pollution and so on, and blurry fluctuations, like we want to focus on all those aspects. So the third stage is basically harvesting of results, what the Ministry of Culture has done in given area. We implemented many different projects such as cash rebates, also production of souvenirs, design Tbilisi, publications, and we cooperate with different organizations. We try to fund them and support them, also support different events. By the end of September we had a conference that we organized. And the conference was Tbilisi as a creative center, and of course we do want to implement it throughout the territory of Georgia, different regions. Also, what is important that we did already, we created such strategic linkages. We are not working alone now anymore. The Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, the Ministry of Education is working with us. Also, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, Tbilisi Municipality, Tbilisi Innovations and Technologies Agency, produced in Georgia. And so we created this strategic coalition which is going to work together. And I think basically this is a working group, a big one.
ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი რესურსი, რომელიც უკვე შეიძლება
important resource that has already been developed is this portal, this is a website, so all the results, events, all this information will be uploaded and it is updated on not only even on daily basis, but basically on hourly basis. And also there is a Facebook and anybody interested in what's happening in the creative sphere, actually you can have access and have a look. Also on this website we collect all the surveys, materials and upload electronic documents, also lectures, and we also upload the guidelines, instructions, all this information can be downloaded from the website. And
service
important service also free of charge that we are offering to people employed in this sphere of art and culture. This is connect. The purpose is to bring together people from creative sphere and specific businesses so that they link implement certain ideas. So any organization can create its website, indicate what it is doing, what it is interested in. And basically this is a database and the research engine. You can enter the keywords and you can find an artist, organization, get in touch, and this will help to further cooperation and maybe starting of another business. We will have a lot of events which will also bring together people. What we are going to do in 2017, you can see that in more detail in the roadmap. Goal is to implement effectively the program Creative Georgia and producing you know what being implemented programs, უშუალოდ დაფინანსების ელემენტები, იმიტომ რომ თქვენ here we are also offering funding because you know that Creative Georgia is also directly linked to Creative EaP, and this is the package of opportunities basically focused on support of people inside of the country, support them financially also, as well as beyond the territory of Georgia. And we already have 7 successful projects, and this is really, we have recently started the program and we are very happy about that. And we need to promote this process, development of research, and we want to create so-called creativity incubators. And we are going to work together with the Ministry of Education. Now let's return to manifesto. I'm not going to read it out, but the main idea of the document is that we because a year to it later, the public will be asking us what has been done out of what has been declared. And that's why please get yourself acquainted with this document. It's available in English and Georgian and also on the CEO space. And hand in your comments. And we will revisit the document. Thank you. Have a nice lunch.
Didi Madlova, fantastic job. Now enjoy the next half an hour, lunch and good company. We're going to invite you back, so you know.
იმისთვის რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭირო ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისში ჭირდება, თქვა ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცის ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყველანი მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნეს კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის, ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებით და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს.
არამარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედების ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების გაძლევის
ინოვაციები ზოგადად არის ის სფერო, რომელსაც ჩემი აზრით საქართველოს ძალიან დიდი აქცენტი უნდა გააკეთოს, იმიტომ რომ ნებისმიერი წარმატებული ინოვაციური პროექტი იზიდავს ძალიან დიდ ყურადღებას მთელი სოფლიოდან. ფინანსებსაც მთელი სოფლიოდან, რაც პირდაპირ მაჩვენებელი არის ეკონომიკური ზრდისთვის, ყველანაირი ინოვაციური პროექტი გახსნილი აზროვნება და შემოქმედებითი ხედვა. ბევრი საინტერესო პროექტი განხორციელდა ამ კუთხით, მაგალითად ერთ-ერთ დავასახელებ კიბერგალაქტიონს, შექმნეს ხელოვნური ინტელექტი გალაქტიონის. კიდევ ბევრი ესეთი სხვა საინტერესო პროექტები კეთდება საქართველოში.
დღესდღეობით ისეთ დროში ვცხოვრობთ, რომ ფაქტიურად შემოქმედება, ხელოვნება და ტექნოლოგიები რაღაცნაირად მთლიანად ერთად შეირწყა უკვე და რაღაც ერთმანეთისგან დამოუკიდებლად ძალიან რთულია აღქმა ამ ყველაფერს. დღესდღეობით საქართველოში ეს თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიების და არტის შერწყმა ეხლა იდგავს ფეხს და უკვე არის რეალური кейსები, უკვე წარმატებული პროექტების. ეხლა დავამთავრეთ ძალიან მაგარი ახალი ქართული ანიმაციური ფილმი, რომელიც არის 3D-ში გაკეთებული მთლიანად რეალური მაგალითია ტექნოლოგიების და ხელოვნების შერწყმის. ახლა იწყებს საფესტივალო გზას ჩვენი ანიმაციური ფილმი ჯინო ქვია და რავი, ველოდებით ძალიან დიდ წარმატებას.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით პოსტ-ინდუსტრიულ ეპოქაში. არამარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედების ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების გაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს, ექნება შემოქმედებით და კულტურულ
სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭიროა ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისს ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცეს ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყველანი მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნეს კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის, ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებით და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს. ინოვაციები ზოგადად არის ის სფერო, რომელსაც ჩემი აზრით საქართველოს ძალიან დიდი აქცენტი უნდა გააკეთოს, იმიტომ რომ ნებისმიერი წარმატებული ინოვაციური პროექტი იზიდავს ძალიან დიდ ყურადღებას მთელი სოფლიოდან. ფინანსებსაც მთელი სოფლიოდან, რაც პირდაპირ მაჩვენებელი არის ეკონომიკური ზრდისთვის, ყველანაირი ინოვაციური პროექტი შეიძლება გახსნილი აზროვნება და შემოქმედებითი ხედვა. ბევრი საინტერესო პროექტი განხორციელდა ამ კუთხით, მაგალითად ერთ-ერთ დავასახელებ კიბერგალაქტიონს, შექმნეს ხელოვნური ინტელექტი გალაქტიონის. კიდევ ბევრი ესეთი სხვა საინტერესო პროექტები კეთდება საქართველოში.
დღესდღეობით ისეთ დროში ვცხოვრობთ, რომ ფაქტიურად შემოქმედება, ხელოვნება და ტექნოლოგიები რაღაცნაირად მთლიანად ერთად შეირწყა უკვე და რაღაც ერთმანეთისგან დამოუკიდებლად ძალიან რთულია აღქმა ამ ყველაფერს. დღესდღეობით საქართველოში ეს თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიების და არტის შერწყმა ეხლა იდგავს ფეხს და უკვე არის რეალური кейსები, უკვე წარმატებული პროექტების. ეხლა დავამთავრეთ ძალიან მაგარი ახალი ქართული ანიმაციური ფილმი, რომელიც არის 3D-ში გაკეთებული მთლიანად რეალური მაგალითია ტექნოლოგიების და ხელოვნების შერწყმის. ახლა იწყებს საფესტივალო გზას ჩვენი ანიმაციური ფილმი ჯინო ქვია და რავი, ველოდებით ძალიან დიდ წარმატებას.
ჩვენ ევროპარლამენტი მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების გაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს ექნება შემოქმედებით და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭიროა ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისს ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცეს ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყველანი მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნეს კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის, ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებით და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს. ინოვაციები ზოგადად არის ის სფერო, რომელსაც ჩემი აზრით საქართველოს ძალიან დიდი აქცენტი უნდა გააკეთოს, იმიტომ რომ ნებისმიერი წარმატებული ინოვაციური პროექტი იზიდავს ძალიან დიდ ყურადღებას მთელი სოფლიოდან. ფინანსებსაც მთელი სოფლიოდან, რაც პირდაპირ მაჩვენებელი არის ეკონომიკური ზრდისთვის, ყველანაირი ინოვაციური პროექტი შეიძლება გახსნილი აზროვნება და შემოქმედებითი ხედვა. ბევრი საინტერესო პროექტი განხორციელდა ამ კუთხით, მაგალითად ერთ-ერთ დავასახელებ კიბერგალაქტიონს, შექმნეს ხელოვნური ინტელექტი გალაქტიონის. კიდევ ბევრი ესეთი სხვა საინტერესო პროექტები კეთდება საქართველოში.
დღესდღეობით ისეთ დროში ვცხოვრობთ, რომ ფაქტიურად შემოქმედება, ხელოვნება და ტექნოლოგიები რაღაცნაირად მთლიანად ერთად შეირწყა უკვე და რაღაც ერთმანეთისგან დამოუკიდებლად ძალიან რთულია აღქმა ამ ყველაფერს. დღესდღეობით საქართველოში ეს თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიების და არტის შერწყმა ეხლა იდგავს ფეხს და უკვე არის რეალური кейსები, უკვე წარმატებული პროექტების. ეხლა დავამთავრეთ ძალიან მაგარი ახალი ქართული ანიმაციური ფილმი, რომელიც არის 3D-ში გაკეთებული მთლიანად რეალური მაგალითია ტექნოლოგიების და ხელოვნების შერწყმის. ახლა იწყებს საფესტივალო გზას ჩვენი ანიმაციური ფილმი ჯინო ქვია და რავი, ველოდებით ძალიან დიდ წარმატებას.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით პოსტ-ინდუსტრიულ ეპოქაში. არა მარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების დაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს, ექნება შემოქმედებით და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის, რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭიროა ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისს ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცეს ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყველანი მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნესის კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის, ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებით და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს. ინოვაციები ზოგადად არის ის სფერო, რომელსაც ჩემი აზრით საქართველოს ძალიან დიდი აქცენტი უნდა გააკეთოს, იმიტომ რომ ნებისმიერი წარმატებული ინოვაციური პროექტი იზიდავს ძალიან დიდ ყურადღებას მთელი სოფლიოდან. ფინანსებსაც მთელი სოფლიოდან, რაც პირდაპირ მაჩვენებელი არის ეკონომიკური ზრდისთვის, ყველანაირ ინოვაციურ პროექტში გახსნილი აზროვნება და შემოქმედებითი ხედვა. ბევრი საინტერესო პროექტი განხორციელდა ამ კუთხით, მაგალითად ერთ-ერთ დავასახელებ კიბერგალაქტიონს, შექმნეს ხელოვნური ინტელექტი გალაქტიონის. კიდევ ბევრი ესეთი სხვა საინტერესო პროექტები კეთდება საქართველოში.
დღესდღეობით ისეთ დროში ვცხოვრობთ, რომ ფაქტიურად შემოქმედება, ხელოვნება და ტექნოლოგიები რაღაცა მთლიანად ერთად შეირწყა უკვე და რაღაც ერთმანეთისგან დამოუკიდებლად ძალიან რთულია აღქმა ამ ყველაფერს. დღესდღეობით საქართველოში ეს თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიების და არტის შერწყმა ეხლა იდგავს ფეხს და უკვე არის რეალური кейსები, უკვე წარმატებული პროექტების. ეხლა დავამთავრეთ ძალიან მაგარი ახალი ქართული ანიმაციური ფილმი, რომელიც არის 3D-ში გაკეთებული მთლიანად რეალური მაგალითია ტექნოლოგიების და ხელოვნების შერწყმის. ახლა იწყებს საფესტივალო გზას ჩვენი ანიმაციური ფილმი ჯინო ქვია და რავი, ველოდებით ძალიან დიდ წარმატებას.
არამარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების დაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს, ექნება შემოქმედებით და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭიროა ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისში ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცეს ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყოველდღიური მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნესის კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის. ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებიც და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს. ინოვაციები ზოგადად არის ის სფერო, რომელზეც ჩემი აზრით საქართველოს ძალიან დიდი აქცენტი უნდა გააკეთოს, იმიტომ რომ ნებისმიერი წარმატებული ინოვაციური პროექტი იზიდავს ძალიან დიდ ყურადღებას მთელი სოფლიოდან, ფინანსებსაც მთელი სოფლიოდან, რაც პირდაპირ მაჩვენებელი არის ეკონომიკური ზრდისთვის, ყველანაირ ინოვაციურ პროექტში გახსნილი აზროვნება და შემოქმედებითი ხედვა. ბევრი საინტერესო პროექტი განხორციელდა ამ კუთხით, მაგალითად ერთ-ერთ დავასახელებ კიბერგალაქტიონს, შექმნეს ხელოვნური ინტელექტი გალაქტიონის. კიდევ ბევრი ესეთი სხვა საინტერესო პროექტები კეთდება საქართველოში.
დღესდღეობით ისეთ დროში ვცხოვრობთ, რომ ფაქტიურად შემოქმედება, ხელოვნება და ტექნოლოგიები რაღაცა მთლიანად ერთად შეირწყა უკვე და რაღაც ერთმანეთისგან დამოუკიდებლად ძალიან რთულია აღქმა ამ ყველაფერს. დღესდღეობით საქართველოში ეს თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიების და არტის შერწყმა ეხლა იდგავს ფეხს და უკვე არის რეალური кейსები, უკვე წარმატებული პროექტების. ეხლა დავამთავრეთ ძალიან მაგარი ახალი ქართული ანიმაციური ფილმი, რომელიც არის 3D-ში გაკეთებული მთლიანად რეალური მაგალითია ტექნოლოგიების და ხელოვნების შერწყმის. ახლა იწყებს საფესტივალო გზას ჩვენი ანიმაციური ფილმი ჯინო ქვია და რავი, ველოდებით ძალიან დიდ წარმატებას.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით პოსტ-ინდუსტრიულ ეპოქაში. არა მარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების დაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს, ექნება შემოქმედებით და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის, რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭირო ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისს ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცის ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყოველდღიური მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნესის კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის. ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებიც და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს. ინოვაციები ზოგადად არის ის სფერო, რომელზეც ჩემი აზრით საქართველოს ძალიან დიდი აქცენტი უნდა გააკეთოს, იმიტომ რომ ნებისმიერი წარმატებული ინოვაციური პროექტი იზიდავს ძალიან დიდ ყურადღებას მთელი სოფლიოდან, ფინანსებსაც მთელი სოფლიოდან. შემოქმედებითი ხედვა, ბევრი საინტერესო პროექტი განხორციელდა ამ კუთხით, მაგალითად ერთ-ერთ დავასახელებ კიბერგალაქტიონს, შექმნეს ხელოვნური ინტელექტი გალაქტიონის. კიდევ ბევრი ესეთი სხვა საინტერესო პროექტები კეთდება საქართველოში.
დღესდღეობით ისეთ დროში ვცხოვრობთ, რომ ფაქტიურად შემოქმედება, ხელოვნება და ტექნოლოგიები რაღაცნაირად მთლიანად ერთად შეირწყა უკვე და რაღაც ერთმანეთისგან დამოუკიდებლად ძალიან რთულია აღქმა ამ ყველაფერს. დღესდღეობით საქართველოში ეს თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიების და არტის შერწყმა ეხლა იდგავს ფეხს და უკვე არის რეალური кейსები, უკვე წარმატებული პროექტების. ეხლა დავამთავრეთ ძალიან მაგარი ახალი ქართული ანიმაციური ფილმი, რომელიც არის 3D-ში გაკეთებული მთლიანად რეალური მაგალითია ტექნოლოგიების და ხელოვნების შერწყმის. ახლა იწყებს საფესტივალო გზას ჩვენი ანიმაციური ფილმი, ჯინო ქვია და რავი, ველოდებით ძალიან დიდ წარმატებას.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით პოსტ-ინდუსტრიულ ეპოქაში. არა მარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების დაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს, ექნება შემოქმედებითი და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის, რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭირო ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისს ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცის ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყოველდღიური მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნეს კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის. ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებიც და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს. ინოვაციები ზოგადად არის ის სფერო, რომელზეც ჩემი აზრით საქართველოს ძალიან დიდი აქცენტი უნდა გააკეთოს, იმიტომ რომ ნებისმიერი წარმატებული ინოვაციური პროექტი იზიდავს ძალიან დიდ ყურადღებას მთელი სოფლიოდან, ფინანსებსაც მთელი სოფლიოდან, რაც პირდაპირ მაჩვენებელი არის ეკონომიკური ზრდისთვის, ყველანაირი ინოვაციური პროექტი შეიძლება გახსნილი აზროვნება და შემოქმედებითი ხედვა. ბევრი საინტერესო პროექტი განხორციელდა ამ კუთხით, მაგალითად ერთ-ერთ დავასახელებ კიბერგალაქტიონს, შექმნეს ხელოვნური ინტელექტი გალაქტიონის. კიდევ ბევრი ესეთი სხვა საინტერესო პროექტები კეთდება საქართველოში.
დღესდღეობით ისეთ დროში ვცხოვრობთ, რომ ფაქტიურად შემოქმედება, ხელოვნება და ტექნოლოგიები რაღაცნაირად მთლიანად ერთად შეირწყა უკვე და რაღაც ერთმანეთისგან დამოუკიდებლად ძალიან რთულია აღქმა ამ ყველაფერს. დღესდღეობით საქართველოში ეს თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიების და არტის შერწყმა ეხლა იდგავს ფეხს და უკვე არის რეალური кейსები, უკვე წარმატებული პროექტების. ეხლა დავამთავრეთ ძალიან მაგარი ახალი ქართული ანიმაციური ფილმი, რომელიც არის 3D-ში გაკეთებული მთლიანად რეალური მაგალითია ტექნოლოგიების და ხელოვნების შერწყმის. ახლა იწყებს საფესტივალო გზას ჩვენი ანიმაციური ფილმი, ჯინო ქვია და რავი, ველოდებით ძალიან დიდ წარმატებას.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით პოსტ-ინდუსტრიულ ეპოქაში. არა მარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების დაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს ექნება შემოქმედებით და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭირო ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისში ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცის ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყოველდღიური მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნეს კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის. ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებიც და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს. ინოვაციები ზოგადად არის ის სფერო, რომელზეც ჩემი აზრით საქართველოს ძალიან დიდი აქცენტი უნდა გააკეთოს, იმიტომ რომ ნებისმიერი წარმატებული ინოვაციური პროექტი იზიდავს ძალიან დიდ ყურადღებას მთელი სოფლიოდან, ფინანსებსაც მთელი სოფლიოდან, რაც პირდაპირ მაჩვენებელი არის ეკონომიკური ზრდისთვის, ყველანაირი ინოვაციური პროექტი შეიძლება გახსნილი აზროვნება და შემოქმედებითი ხედვა. ბევრი საინტერესო პროექტი განხორციელდა ამ კუთხით, მაგალითად ერთ-ერთ დავასახელებ კიბერგალაქტიონს, შექმნეს ხელოვნური ინტელექტი გალაქტიონის. კიდევ ბევრი ესეთი სხვა საინტერესო პროექტები კეთდება საქართველოში.
დღესდღეობით ისეთ დროში ვცხოვრობთ, რომ ფაქტიურად შემოქმედება, ხელოვნება და ტექნოლოგიები რაღაცნაირად მთლიანად ერთად შეირწყა უკვე და რაღაც ერთმანეთისგან დამოუკიდებლად ძალიან რთულია აღქმა ამ ყველაფერს. დღესდღეობით საქართველოში ეს თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიების და არტის შერწყმა ეხლა იდგავს ფეხს და უკვე არის რეალური кейსები, უკვე წარმატებული პროექტების. ეხლა დავამთავრეთ ძალიან მაგარი ახალი ქართული ანიმაციური ფილმი, რომელიც არის 3D-ში გაკეთებული მთლიანად რეალური მაგალითია ტექნოლოგიების და ხელოვნების შერწყმის. ახლა იწყებს საფესტივალო გზას ჩვენი ანიმაციური ფილმი, ჯინო ქვია და რავი, ველოდებით ძალიან დიდ წარმატებას.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით პოსტ-ინდუსტრიულ ეპოქაში. არა მარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების დაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს ექნება შემოქმედებით და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის, რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭიროა ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისში ჭირდება, თქვა ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცის ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყველანი მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნეს კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის, ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებით და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს. ინოვაციების დებითი ხედვა
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით პოსტ-ინდუსტრიულ ეპოქაში. არა მარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების დაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს ექნება შემოქმედებით და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭიროა ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისში ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
Hello, everybody. Again. Hello again. We continue our sessions with examples from European Union. It's not more than a decade ago that European Union and developing countries in general acknowledged the economic importance of creative industries and started to develop strategies and supportive tools in order to maximize the benefits out of creative industries towards economic and social development of their countries. So during this session, we are going to hear from European Commission side, from academic sector and from private sector, the insights and their ways of developing strategies and implementing strategies. Our first keynote, I'm gonna ask for the keynote speech from the professor of cultural economics at IULM University in Milan, Mr. Pierluigi Sacco. Mr. Pierluigi will talk about cultural and creative sectors within the unit. I'm sorry. Mr. Pierluigi will be talking about building competitiveness and innovative capacities to cultural and creativity during his keynote speech. So.
Thank you. Do I use a microphone or?
There is a microphone.
You can just. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, and thanks for being back for this presentation. It's my first time in Georgia. I'm very much curious, but also very positively surprised of this strong tension that there is toward the theme of culture and creative industries as a key driver for development. What I will briefly touch on my keynote speech will be some thoughts on how to promote competitiveness and innovation through the creative industries, but also putting that in context of the more general picture of creative production. First of all, I think we have to focus on three different regimes of cultural and creative production that have been basically hinted at very quickly by Ragnar during his allusion to this theoretical framework that I've been developing in the past few years. It's very important to distinguish three different modes of relationship between creation of cultural contents and the creation of social and economic value which is behind. One is the so-called patronage model, that is the most ancient one, that is the one that we are typically thinking of before the advent of the creative industries, and the characteristics which are very important to keep in mind, especially for the policy implications that we will discuss in a moment, is that under patronage, culture is not industrially organized, because patronage, of course, arose much before the technological revolution that made creative industries possible. It's subsidized. It's impossible not to subsidize sectors that are under the so-called Culture 1.0 patronage regime. It's centered on creative development and expert recognition. The role of experts is crucial. They are targeting select and relatively small audiences because, of course, it's before the development of mass culture, and there is this fundamental distinction between highbrow and lowbrow types of culture. When we see the emergence of culture and creative industries, of course, we have a huge revolution, because now we have an industrially organized and profitable sector which is centered on market outcomes. Audiences are very big, and copyright is an essential characteristic to promote, of course, the profitability, to secure the profitability of the industry. But the point is that although our focus on culture and creative industry, we have to understand that we are already entering a new type of regime, which is overlapping culture and creative industries, and if we don't understand properly the nature of this overlap, it's very difficult to make sense of the opportunities that are emerging today, but also the criticalities. The technological revolution that enabled us to be producing culture and creative content on an industrial scale, so the birth of the creative industries, was basically a technology that magnified the size of the audience. If you have, for example, recorded music, radio, and photography, modern printing techniques, it's basically a way to take the content and really spread the content all over, okay? But the new technological revolution that it's giving birth to the open platforms that are characteristic of the new production regime is a technology whose purpose is not expanding the audience further, because you cannot. It's already the biggest that you can have. The real problem now is confounding, blurring producers and users of content into a same community. And that makes the difference today. And that's very important to understand, because the consequences for culture and creative production are huge. So in this new regime, you have a situation where you have a commercial side of these platforms, but you also have communities which do not have a commercial purpose. It's a profit, but it's also crowdfunding. It's centered on co-creation. It's an ecosystem much more than a market, and virality becomes, in some sense, the hallmark of the outcome effectiveness of this particular mode of production. So, the sectors that still today are mainly into a patronage regime are visual arts, performing arts, and heritage and museums, because they cannot be industrialized fully, or in some cases at all. The important thing about this is that, however, they are like the R&D lab of culture and creative production, because in these sectors you really have one of the most fundamental forms of radical research on new creative content. And this means that they cannot sustain themselves on the market, but they are a crucial dynamic force. And so it's extremely important to support them, but it also has to be considered that also as a product of their historical origin, they tend to be relatively elitarian, and they must be made much more inclusive. But then there is this tension. These particular sectors are not the ones that we are really thinking of when we think of a culture development which is focused on culture and creative industries, of course, but their interdependency with creative industries is really substantial. So the mainstream creative industries today are basically five, and they are publishing, cinema, music, radio, television, and video games. And this is basically a an ecology or cultural production that has been produced by the first wave of technological innovation, although video games, of course, are the only example from the second wave. Still in Europe, they maintain a relatively elitarian stance, whereas, of course, in the US, but also in the new Asian production ecologies, it's much more mass market oriented. And of course, this is the cornerstone of industrial cultural production. But then we have the creative industries. It's very important to draw a distinction because the creative industries are industries where creative content is important, but it is also a functional element, which is equally important, and of course conditions substantially the kind of let's say, selection systems and dissemination systems that are characterizing these sectors, and they are design, fashion, the industry of taste, which is becoming increasingly recognized as a creative industry, communication and advertising, architectural design, but I would also underline serious gaming, because the non-entertainment focused gaming, the one that is basically targeting educational purposes today, is basically a new emerging creative industry. So there is a, by the way, in these sectors in particular, there is a huge segmentation from the luxury high-end up to the mass market production. So these are the sectors where, by the way, issues of inclusiveness sometimes pop up quite substantially. And it's probably the most dynamic component. But now, what's happening in the new open platforms? The geography of those is absolutely difficult to pin down to anything. So there are some tentative classifications, just to give you an idea. The collaborative ecologies like Wikipedia, the blogs and ground publishing, that of course blogs that do not need any specific instantiation, content communities like YouTube or Instagram, social networks, filter communities like Reddit or Imgur, personal broadcasting like Snapchat or WhatsApp, virtual social worlds, game worlds. So it's really interesting that this kind of geography, which is extremely complex, is evolving so quickly that as soon as we try to pin it down, 6 months later, it's already changed. But still, it's very important to understand that this thing, which is not technically really possible to classify as a cultural creative industry, is extremely important in its dynamic interaction with the most traditional sectors. And the really interesting thing about this new emerging field is that they are content communities. Content communities means that we have, as already emphasized, collapsing the separation between active producers and audience, which means that there is really a continuum of forms of participation. And of course, it's the product of a technological innovation that makes production of cultural content practically professional or semi-professional, even for, let's say, first users, if they have a fair enough access to technology and strong enough investment in self-teaching. And production of value, which is particularly important, does not pass through the market only. It also has to do with participation and with the indirect effects of participation. I'll show an example in a second. So it's very important to have an idea when we have this extended vision of what is today culture and creative production. It's very important to have some caveats about what to avoid and what to pursue. So in terms of avoiding, one aspect that is particularly crucial, especially for countries which have a strong heritage and a strong local identity, that it's part of the focus of the policymakers in the cultural field, we have to avoid naive clustering strategies on non-industrial tourism and heritage clusters, because, I mean, this kind of positioning is a thing of the past. If you create this kind of thing, you are impoverishing substantially your dynamism in terms of culture and creative production, and you're basically standardizing, or basically you are targeting the authenticity of what you're doing. So think of what's happening in some of the most traditional heritage cities today, which are becoming tourist theme parks. That's extremely dangerous from the point of view of the social sustainability, but also from the point of view of the interest that these things have. So, of course, we need heritage to be part of this, but it has to be part of this in an ecological sense. We have to consider, for example, the incredibly interesting connections that are today between, for example, augmented reality, gaming, and heritage access. So we have a fantastic opportunity to be extremely innovative in creating access to heritage through new technologies, which at the same time convey the true authenticity, but also the enormous amount of information that is really needed to access in a significant way this kind of goods like heritage goods. Avoid cutting the budgets on the non-industrial sectors. Today, what's happening is that when you enter the craze of the culture and creative industry, every sector which is not industrialized and does not deliver huge profits, you cut the budget on that. That's a huge mistake, because basically, as we said, the non-industrial sectors like the visual arts, the heritage and museums, the performing arts are really the R&D lab that you have. So if you cut the budget on that, you are not really creating the basis for a sustainable innovation waves on content. Likewise, it's very important to avoid building monosectoral culture and creative clusters. Another common mistake. Today, video games are, again, burning in terms of profitability and, visibility and whatever. So what do? You build a cluster of video games. That's myopic again. It's very important to build a cluster where video games are in, but the real problem is that you have to develop the possibility of a cross-fertilization between different sectors. So even when a sector is particularly hot, just constructing a cluster that is focusing on that only is very myopic. So, and avoid, of course, copying formulas and business models that have to be developed elsewhere. So it's very important that every single context find their own ways, which are not necessarily the one that you're copying from the outside, because of course there are huge cultural differences, and of course avoid just sticking to the status quo, what you've always done, because that's the way to do it. In these particular sectors where things are changing very quickly, that can be a mistake, and avoid centering strategies on customers rather than users. It's extremely important, and I cannot stress this enough. The really important thing is cultural participation. You cannot create a thriving cultural economy if you only rely on customers. The real point are citizens. The real point is the involvement of the civil society and the participation of people, no matter whether or not they are paying for that. So that's basically the backbone. If you're not able to foster participation, it's like creating, let's say, an economy of food experiences in places where nobody eats. It's basically hopeless. You can't do it. What you have to do is really to start from the bottom, and the bottom is the civil society. So pursue physical proximity among players. It's very important that they stick together. Pursue contamination and crossovers between sectors. I've heard of spillover effects that have to do with other fields which are like innovation, which are not necessarily ingrained into culture and creative production. Well, maybe this is a kind of professor mania, but spillovers is not the right way to describe it, because spillovers are unintentional effects of what you do. They happen because they happen. Crossovers are something which is intentionally pursued. So what we have to do is really to combine, for example, what's happening today in the culture and creative field, and, for example, what is happening in the health sector, when we understand what are the consequences for health and well-being of cultural participation. That's not something that happens because it happens. It's something that can be pursued, and it's something that can generate completely new sectors where culture and creative content can make the difference, like in the case of health and welfare systems that, of course, in Europe, as everywhere, are crucial in many respects. And then pursue strong levels of cultural participation and capability building, because if you want people to participate, people have to be able to participate. So to enable people to participate, capability building is fundamental. And it's really something that today relates to everybody. Everybody can have dramatic life improvements by expanding your capabilities for expression, for communication, for understanding complex cultural codings. Pursue business models that do not entirely rely upon copyright. I know that this is a delicate issue to raise, but we have to be aware that, copyright cannot solve anything because today we are living in an ecology in which the blurring of the distinction between producers and users makes increasingly difficult to adapt the old copyright system to the new production mode, which means that, especially for economies that today are launching a creative economy, developing business models which are not entirely relying on copyright could be a good idea. And there are especially Far Eastern Asian examples where you really have tremendous new models of business really interesting business strategies which are not relying on copyright that much, that work very well. And then unleash, of course, harness all the creative dynamics that is created by this new ecologies of content. So forms of expression, creativity, and talent that are distinctively local. It's very important. If you want to be competitive at a global scale today, you have to have something unique to bring on the stage, which means that it's extremely important to give space and give possibility to evolve to the local scene that, as far as I can see, by the way, is already very rich and promising. And of course, pursue a dialogue between tradition and innovation without freezing tradition. That's another thing that in places like Georgia, for example, but everywhere in Europe, where you have this strong cultural heritage, there is the temptation just to code it, just to fix it in the traditional form of expression, whereas the only way to really make heritage thrive and survive the social transmission problem is exactly to let it evolve with the sensitivity and the focus of the new generations. We can really have, by the way, not simply the possibility of generating value added through the market potential of culture and creative industries. As I already emphasized, there is a huge possibility that has to do with the contamination, the crossovers with the new sectors. Welfare and innovation are clear cases. For example, the problem of innovation has never been, almost everywhere, has never been a problem of having more, let's say, technological new ideas. I mean, if you have a decent R&D development and if you have a good capacity to attract intelligent people, you will have good ideas. But the problem of innovation is how this is socialized. If you have the capacity of producing good ideas, but the society is basically refractory with respect to these new ideas, because the society is basically scared of new ideas, because this is not how it's always been done, or whatever it is. You can generate how many new ideas you want, but this will not change society. This will not turn into innovation. So the real problem is changing the social attitude, which is a crucial component of innovation. And it turns out that cultural participation does exactly this kind of job. So that's very important. So 2 minutes? Okay, fair enough. For welfare, we are basically in the same situation. We know today that access to cultural participation can improve dramatically your capacity to be well, to feel well, but this is strongly influenced by the general level of participation. In countries where many people participate, your access to culture creates much more well-being than in countries where less people participate, because there is the social incentive of doing this. So we are social animals. It's very important what happens around us. So these are very promising avenues, but again, you cannot just consider them as spillover effects. And just to finish, a few things. I mean, capitalizing today on culture and creative industries must be developing an attitude to change. So in particular, culture and creative industries, okay, but they are basically ecologies. They are a system of interdependence that goes beyond and through industries, not just only industry, is industry and in non-industrial sectors. The main infrastructure is the participation of residents. If you don't have that, you can have an ambitious strategy, but it's not going to work. There is an exceptional moment like this, where the cultural mainstream is no longer the US cultural industry that basically produces contents for everybody. Today we have an extremely varied and diversified ecology of content, so that's your turn, that's your possibility to be into it and capitalize on your emerging creative energy. So for example, I know that here in Georgia there is an incredibly interesting electronic music scene, just to make an example. Capitalize on these unique advantage factors that you have. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for excellent speech. Dear friends, we have opportunity to ask questions, and if you don't use, okay, it is better. I will use your time. Thank you very much. May I suppose to ask you first question, then I hope that our participants will be more active. So first of all, what I would like to ask, as you know and as you saw already in our countries, I can't say that all of them, but in Georgia as well as in Ukraine, now we already have some kind of document, strategy document. And you mentioned issues which are quite far from us, and as you know, we are studying from experience. So what could you suggest, how we could somehow involve those issues in the process, somehow to get your experience in the process of action plan, in the process of implementation?
That's a very good question. Practically speaking, it's very important to have strategies because, of course, without that, you don't know where to go. But it's very important to combine strategies with pilot projects. So strategies are all fine. Of course, at the very beginning, it's not necessary that the one has a very sophisticated methodological approach, but it's very important that the strategies interact with real experiences in pilot projects, which are particularly promising. And so in this particular sense, I would invite you really to have a, let's say, a hybrid approach. It's not really top-down. It's not really, okay, we just, for 2 years, we just only think of strategy and see what happens. No. Well, while we develop the strategy, we learn from experience. So I know that this is already happening, and I really encourage you to pursue this and to learn from the mistakes. Don't be scared of the mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. I mean, if we think of Leonardo, which is probably the hallmark of artistic invention and innovation, most of his innovation didn't work. So Leonardo is a master of mistakes, but still, why so inspirational for us? Because his mistakes were fantastic. He made really, really interesting mistakes. So it's very important not to be scared of this. It's very important that we maintain an open-handed attitude towards innovation, even if this is controversial, even if this is not something that we expected. Remember that interesting content, the first time it appears, either it sounds stupid or it sounds completely crazy, or both. So it's very important to maintain an open attitude towards this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the audience? Okay, I also gonna use your time. So, also, you know, there is the main problem, which is in our all 6 countries, is somehow to, you know, the issue is not quite understandable for the population. And also, if we are considered the whole region, maybe it could be somehow helpful to do something with some collaboration between countries. Could you suggest anything how we can deal with this problem?
Well, you know, that's a problem that we see from the very beginning, and it's part of our European tradition that culture is seen by many European citizens in every European country like something that goes above the heads of most of the people. I think that today an extremely interesting and promising avenue is really working on our projects in the public domain. So involving really directly the local communities, because today everybody understands how, inevitable it is to communicate. The fact that we have such a massive access to social media today must not be judged according to the old standards, of course, because to the old standards we could say, okay, most of this thing is bullshit from the point of view of, let's say, a learned evaluator, an expert, but that's not the point. The point is that today we are producing content which makes sense, not because it's a collection of masterpieces, but because as a whole is a bunch of content that makes the difference in our understanding of certain types of reality. For example, how people react today on the social media to major historical events. That's an heritage of the future. In the future, that will be part of an history museum and probably of a cultural museums, because these collective corporal contents today are so important to understand what's happening and how people feel about what's happening today. Which means that if we involve people in the right way, not really from the point of view of you are an audience intimidating them because they have to react in certain ways, but really creating the possibility for people to express creatively through these new possibilities, knowing that, again, it's about mistakes, it's about misuses of certain media, because we are all learning about the new media. So, but if you admit this as a natural part of the story, you will also, by the way, obtain a very, very important goal, which is today creating platforms of social cohesion, of civic discussion through culture, which is probably the main weaknesses of cultural policies in Europe so far, with the consequences that we see from the point of view of the political dynamics.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now ask Mr. Zampieri to take it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Zampieri from European Commission will introduce us to the cultural and creative sectors within the European Union strategies. Thank you. You have the floor.
So good afternoon, everybody. It's a real privilege for me to be here to address this audience. It's also a pleasure. It's my first time in Georgia. And I also recognize many familiar faces from Pierluigi, who just left, Ambassador Franco, who will follow me, Ragnar, of course, who has been involved from the beginning in our work on cultural and creative industries. Very quickly, I will go through the slides, but I will also add a few things while I speak. First of all, in culture, the European Union does not have what we call a direct competence. In a sense, if you want, I do not represent a culture, a specific culture. We only have the cultures of the member states. And the treaty, in fact, gives us the purpose, gives us the objective of helping the member states develop their own policies, flowering cultures. I think that's the language in the treaty. Still, I mean, we have a lot of policy work that we do with the member states in order to identify priorities and find possible common solutions. We have financial instruments so that we can work also directly with civil society. We have also the occasional piece of legislation that has a big impact on culture, even though maybe the origin is from the internal market, still it has a big impact on culture. And then we have strategies, just like you, like everybody else. In 2012, we produced a strategy for culture and creative industries, which will be the object of the rest of my talk. 2 years ago, in 2014, we came up with one on cultural heritage, which proposes a shift towards an integrated approach, a shift to moving away from the mere protection of a site towards the protection and transmission of the meaning of cultural heritage. Basically, it's a people-centered strategy. It's about developing narratives. It's about making heritage part of the daily life of the community and involving that community in the management of heritage, which is, of course, the same approach that you're following with the Commons project, which will be presented, I think, tomorrow by the colleagues in the Council of Europe. If I can have the first slide. How do I do it? Thank you. Sorry, I have not seen it. Yeah. So this is just a scene setter. I mean, we all know that these sectors are key for cultural diversity, for the social cohesion of Europe, an important source of jobs and growth, so a clear economic dimension, and that there are some challenges that we will look at. Let me stress, though, cultural diversity, because this, in a sense, is the crucial mission of the European Union in the cultural field. We're not here to propose, to champion one culture, but we do have an idea of what cultural policies should look like, and the protection of cultural diversity is absolutely key. It's one of our objectives. Voila. What are we talking about? Too clear? Okay. Mm-hmm. There are several definitions, of course, of cultural and creative industries. This is the one I will be using because this is the one used in the Creative Europe program. It's not shared by all countries. For instance, some countries add software, which has an important effect, obviously, of magnifying the impacts. Advertising might be in, might be out. We can discuss. Anyway, these fields are the ones that are supported by the Creative Europe program. The economic dimension. I mean, you will hear different figures. That's also a consequence of the fact that there are different definitions. But what matters is that this is a fast-growing sector, a sector also that has shown resilience in face of the crisis in Europe, but also elsewhere in the world. Employment has still continued to grow, even though slowly, despite the economic crisis. There's also a higher percentage of higher share of youth, of young people employed in these sectors. Women are well represented. So it's a good example, I would say, of how the industry of the future should look like. And this is one key point to retain. Still, it's an industry of the future, but they face very concrete problems even today, of course. Despite, you see, the challenges, fragmentation. Professor Sacco just made an example of how you can break down the culture and creative sectors between the traditional ones, the ones that are at the forefront of innovation, and so on. Still, one common challenge is that they're small and medium size, or even micro size. I mean, they're very, very small. Being small, they find it difficult to come together, to make their weight felt in government, in the economy, and also when it comes to exports. The digital shift, again, Professor Sacco was very clear about the changes that are taking place. And the difficulty in accessing finance. This is a universal problem, of course. I mean, banks are more and more reluctant to lend money in general. Now, you can imagine the problem, or probably you know already about that, if you work for a very, very small creative industry where your only capital might be the intellectual property rights that are vested in your undertaking. Now, that's notoriously difficult to evaluate. Even a giant like BlackBerry, if you look at the market evaluation, it goes from 10 to 1,000, depending on how you evaluate the value of the patents that they have. Intellectual property rights are, if you want, a source of wealth now, even more so in the future, but still, they're very, very difficult to evaluate. So, we need strategies not just at EU level. Our strategies, let me say, are also more like meta strategies, no? Meta strategies, because we want to stimulate the others to come up with a more operational strategy that is tailored to their own local needs. Still, we do have our own policy approach since 2012, which is backed also by the new Commission. The change in political guide has not meant any change for us. We are still considering the culture and creative sectors as a priority of this Commission. And this is an example of the work that we do. Everything in the EU is complicated, obviously. We work with the member states. When I said that we do policy work with the member states, we identify priorities, so we choose problems that we want to tackle. We gather experts from the governments of all the member states, and we come up with policy recommendations, with best practices examples, with guidelines, toolkits, and so on. Last year, we have worked on access to finance, for instance. This year, we started working on the support measures for innovation in the cultural and creative industries. Next year, we will work on sustainable cultural tourism, very important. As Professor Sacco said, it's not just about bringing more people, bringing more people to Venice or Dubrovnik. It's about having a strategy for making it sustainable, both culturally, environmentally, and economically, and socially, of course, as well. We'll work on cinema, we work on skills and training for the heritage professions as well. This is an example of the final product, how it looks like. Well, it's a good practice report, a more efficient financial ecosystems with the cooperation of all the member states. This is what makes it really interesting. Illustrative stories, examples, funding instruments that are listed, and strands of recommendations of further work. I've already anticipated a further strand of work, which is the valuation of intellectual property rights. As Professor Sacco said, this is also a challenging time, because of the distinctions between producer, audience, and consumer are becoming blurred. But still, this remains the most important source of income for creators, after all. And intellectual property rights need to be defended and protected. So, what can we do? It's a very complex business environment, Very, very complex. I mentioned the occasional piece of legislation. Some of them can be very, very targeted. For instance, last week, the Commission proposed that electronic publications should be taxed in terms of the value added tax, just like the physical goods. So e-books should be treated just like a physical book. That was not the case for legal reasons, because we had a distinction between goods and services, and electronic books are services, and also for more substantial reasons of possible fiscal competition between the member states that now do not exist anymore because we shifted towards the country of destination principle. So wherever you are, you will be taxed. If you buy a book in Italy, you will pay Italian taxes compared to the fact that Amazon, just to name one, is in Luxembourg. I mean, this solves the problem instantaneously. But we can also look at more important, more wide-ranging pieces of legislation, like the reform of copyright. Again, Professor Sacco said we cannot rely on the traditional model of copyright. So that's exactly what we try to do. We try to modernize the rules of copyright in mid-September. I do say, though, that we want to keep copyright. We think that copyright is essential for the functioning of not just the culture and creative industries, for the existence of a culture, after all, because creators need to be rewarded. So two important pieces of this reform are the clarification that online platforms that make money out of copyright-protected content should pay back part of their profits. And the other one is that creators are entitled to fair remuneration. Probably you know that in many cases there are contracts like the buyout contract where you sell your idea once and for all. It doesn't matter if the film will never be made or will be a huge hit, still you have sold it and you're not part of it anymore. That, in our view, is not entirely fair, so we have proposed some mechanisms in order to address all this. We think that the regulatory framework still has an important role to play in any vision of the culture and creative industries. We do have funding schemes, obviously. There is Creative Europe. You are probably familiar with it. It will be presented tomorrow more in detail, so I will go over very quickly, just a couple of slides. But I also wanted to mention other instruments. These are instruments like COSME and Horizon 2020 that are not specific to the culture and creative industries, but these being industries, they're open to participate in these programs. Very important, the structural funds, obviously. If you put everything together in the structural funds for the European Union, you have cultural heritage, you have culture and creative industries, you do have also part of the money for tourism. You easily get into the 10 billion euros, so it's very, very substantial for 28 member states. It is managed directly by the regions. That's why it's very important, as I said, that we also have strategies at regional level. It's not just enough to have the macro picture at European level. It was said by the ambassador, I think, by our ambassador this morning, that 70 European regions have chosen culture as an example of their smart specialization strategy. So we are trying to work with a platform of these 70 regions to see if we can guide them, if they can learn from each other how to spend this money. Creative Europe, very, very quickly, again, almost 1.5 billion euros for 7 years, though, for a lot of countries. So it may look like a lot of money. I mean, I'm afraid it's not. But it does lots of things to promote cross-border cooperation and networking on a larger level. Quite an essential function for these industries. Just a breakdown. Media, obviously, very, very important. You're all familiar with it, I guess. The culture part, and now we have 3 countries of the Eastern Partnership participating in it. We know that Armenia will soon join us as well. The cross-sectoral strand is quite important for policy purposes. What Professor Sacco said, you need a strategy, but you also need pilot projects. You also need to give you the flexibility of trying things out. And this is what we do. This is what we try to do with the cross-sectoral strand. Something that we already think is working is the Guarantee Fund, which was launched this year. This has the purpose of contributing to addressing this funding gap that these industries have to face because of the reluctance of the banks. So there's a training component for the banks, but there is also a concrete guarantee that is given for a loan so that banks should be less reluctant because in any case they will not lose, not all the money at least. And it also supports pilot projects. It supports pilot projects Because if I can sum up quickly why supporting culture and creative industries at the end of the day. Okay, it's an important economic sector, but there are also other economic sectors that are also important when you do the math. This is the kind of question that you get, at least we get, from our colleagues in the finance department. Okay, you say that when you put money into the culture and creative industries, you get a lot. For one, you get 4, and so on. Also, the other sectors have similar figures. They're not stupid. They also have consultants that come up with something similar. And there, I will go back also to the crossovers or spillover effects, how we want to call them. We know that there are crossovers and spillover effects for tourism, for, in general, I would say, attractiveness, in improving the attractiveness of a place. That means bringing in, okay, people for tourists, but also investment and talent, especially. You put your country, you put your region on the map as an attractive place to live and work. And the other one is innovation at the end of the day, because these industries are really at the forefront of innovation, because they do have to invent their way. No? Every product is a prototype, so there's enormous pressure to innovate. And what we're doing now is exactly with our pilot projects, which is the most recent work that we have. We try to bring people together to help them networking on a larger scale, and we privilege innovation. I'll just present very quickly, because I see that you're worried, worried into your eyes. 3 projects where we're invested, and we're also working with our partners. Crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is very interesting. I mean, it's really taking off. So here the ambition is to create a hub for authors, creators, but also everybody involved, also prospective donors, everybody involved in crowdfunding, where they can find the information they need. And it would be for professionals to do match funding. The project in itself is an analysis of the needs, an assessment of whether crowdfunding is a good instrument for culture and creative industries, and finally a hub, this platform that we hope will be useful. The project on creative hubs, I mean, they've mentioned several times. I know that we will visit one. Some of you probably visited it yesterday. We are trying to create a network of creative hubs in Europe. We are working with our good colleagues of the British Council on this project. I think there are, for instance, 3 creative hubs in Ukraine that already participate in this project. So it's open, it's a work in progress, and if you know of creative hubs that might be interested in participating, please let me know, or I will send you the links to participate in this. It's not just just a website. They do provide peer-to-peer learning. They want to create a real community. So there are meetings, trainings, and then there's some sort of follow-up in order to keep this virtual platform alive, to make it a real platform. Finally, my last project would be Creative Tracks. This is about setting up networks of young entrepreneurs in the cultural and creative sectors at world level. The idea is about, again, networking on a much, much larger level. This is one of the actions that were envisaged in the communication on international cultural relations. Probably Ambassador Franco will have some reflections on the theme, so I'm not going into it at length. But this is another example of where cultural and creative sectors play a key role in the broader policy picture of the European Union. Here, I think that there is a Georgian creative hub, which is already part of it. But again, it's work in progress, so it can be expanded at any time. In conclusion, yes, I hope I wasn't too optimistic in my tone, because the picture is contrasted. I mean, some member states are very well advanced, others are still lagging behind, let's say. The good news could be the cities and regions are more and more doing things for culture and creative industries. There are many, many examples. You see, there's Spain, Italy, Belgium, France, Berlin, of course, and Hamburg in Germany. But really, the list could go longer and longer and longer. Probably that's where we need to invest more, and in my view, also the regional level needs to be explore more, actually, because that's where you can realize the economies of scale, that's where you can bring everybody together, and you can really develop, I think, a meaningful strategy. And with this, I would finish.
Otherwise, as you know, I'll myself. Okay, let's start. Go ahead. So, first of all, what I would like to ask you today, I'm really happy. I hear that Ministry of Culture of Georgia, as well as Ministry of Culture of Ukraine, they have intention or somehow already intend to separate funding from policymaking. So you also mentioned about the instruments of the funding. Could you suggest us that it's a huge machine, as we know, the European Commission, and you are, from my point of view, quite well equipped with it.
Nobody will complain a lot. I mean, policy and funding. Is better this one? Yes. Policy and funding. I think we have all, both of us who have been in these roles for enough time, probably have seen enough shifts. No, policy separated from funding, funding depending from the policy reacting to the results of funding. I think it is a good idea to keep them separated, but you really need to have bridges and feedback mechanisms. That's absolutely essential. Because you should start with the policy in the sense that the policy should be based on the needs. So a realistic assessment of what we can achieve. Then you design the financial instruments, but you should also be able to react quickly at policy level on the basis of what you get from the information that you get from the concrete projects at the end of the day. The risk of having them divorcing, going separate ways, is too high. I mean, you really need to have this. It's a problem that we can have because our instruments run for 7 years, and it's not always easy to change the priorities. Okay, but difficult as it is a work that should be done. So it must be a full circle. You design the policy, you implement it through the instruments, and you react quickly if you need to make changes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay.
Hello, I'm Barbara Gessler also from the European Commission. I just wanted to maybe make a compliment. I'm going to talk a bit tomorrow about Creative Europe, about the Creative Europe program. But what just came up in Walter's presentation, maybe also to answer to your question, under the Creative Europe program, there's already a possibility, for example, for regions to get support for a concrete partnership project. And more I can see in my experience that this is happening. A lot of regions are not shy at all to put down a proposal where they are the lead partner. Eventually, of course, the support must go to the creative sector, but it can by all means be the regional authority or even a local authority that can submit a proposal. We don't discriminate in this respect. So this is just to complement what Walter said also about the importance of the regional and local levels getting involved. And this way you can probably link policy to funding in a very concrete way, exchanging experience, exchanging knowledge, learning from each other via an international cooperation, just as a little sidekick.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zampieri.
I'd like to invite Mr. Mark Franco to this stage. Yeah, it works now. Mr. Franco will stress the issue of culture and peace within the European Union. I'd like to give you the floor.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me here to this forum that I think is very important because it puts emphasis on a very important aspect of cultural development, the creative industries and the development of creative industries, and the possibility to learn from various experiences that are taking place at this moment in the European Union and outside also of course, in our partner countries. My introduction is going to be a little bit different because I'm. Where do I push it? No. No. No? Didn't they put it on? There's supposed to be some slides that have been uploaded.
There is problem.
Yeah, I mean, I sent it this morning. Can you upload it?
Yeah, sure.
It's called Speech Creative Georgia. Okay, I can start about it. Sorry for the technical interruption. Of course, we have been talking about art and culture and creativity. We have been talking about art, culture, creativity, innovation, and industry. But culture is much more than an industry. Yes, as an industry, you can develop it as an industry, and we are discussing ways and means of doing this. But culture has a much more deeper significance because it is an integral part of our societies. It's a part of ourselves as human beings, and it's a part of our society. And what we do in the development of this industry, we should never forget this additional dimension of culture. Yes, there it is. Okay. So I will come back to a question, in fact, that already has been asked this morning by one of the people asking questions, I think, here in the front row. In fact, what is the contribution that art and culture can bring to the solution of conflicts? Can art save the world? Now, I don't think that art in itself can save the world. The many conflicts that we have nationally and internationally, they have economic and political roots. But in all these cases, we have a strong, I would say, cultural underpinning, cultural factors that underlie these conflicts and that make the solution of these conflicts more difficult. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Now, what I want to do is first look at the context of the European Union and culture within the European Union. Okay, and then related to culture in the external relations of the European Union, and then define some kind of lines in future of cooperation in the case of the Caucasus, taking into account what I want to develop here with you. I'm a former official of the European Union, but at this moment I'm working with Voucher, the Center of Fine Arts in Brussels. So I will take also the opportunity to give a couple of illustrations that refer to the work that Voucher is doing in the context of the speech that I'm going to give today. European Union is a unique experiment in economic and political integration, but culture has never been high on the agenda. The importance of culture has been underrated. The basic driving force of the European Union integration is the development of the internal market. Right? We are a very market-driven organization. We started as a customs union, we became a common market, evolving towards an economic and monetary union, and with an ambition to become a political union. The mechanism behind this is that the statesmen that set up the union in the 50s were of the opinion that if countries were integrating economically, the kind of the political cooperation and and also the kind of the common European feeling, the common European narrative would emerge out of this further and further economic integration. And it is also reflected in the treaty. Walter Zampieri already mentioned it. According to the treaty, culture is a competence of member states. The Union can only intervene in a supportive manner, building on the initiatives, in fact, that member states are taking. So we have totally been underrating the importance of culture in our exercise of European integration, because initially if you read the first sentences of the Treaty of Rome, it's a political exercise. We want a closer and closer cooperation between the countries of Europe. And how are we going to do this? Economically. And the rest will follow. Now, the rest has not always been following. And what I will argue here briefly is that the three main crises with the European Union that we're facing at this moment have, in fact, a very strong cultural underpinning. I'm not saying they are cultural crises. What I'm saying is that these economic and political problems we have are more difficult to solve because of the fact that there are cultural differences and that we did not really tackle effectively these cultural differences and oppositions between member states. Take the euro crisis. Of course, the euro crisis is about overspending. The euro crisis is about sloppy fiscal management. The euro crisis is about lack of economic reforms, about corruption and all these kind of things. Clear. But in any monetary union, all economists would subscribe to this, in all monetary union, you need a mechanism of fiscal transfers. In order to have fiscal transfers, you need a degree of solidarity within your union or within your country, because the same applies, of course, to a country. The solidarity requires a common identity and empathy. You have to feel empathy with the other people that you're going to give your fiscal transfer to, because if you are earning more and they're earning less, and social services can be provided in your city or your region, but not in other ones, you make a fiscal transfer through the national budget to subsidize these other groups. This is not happening in Europe because we don't have a European fiscal policy, we don't have the solidarity, and in fact, when the problem came up immediately after the Greek debt crisis, and the problems could have been solved by solidarity among the Eurozone member states, it was not possible. Why was it not possible? Not because people were not imagining that this was a solution, but because it was strongly felt that the public opinion in the North would never agree with financing the deficits of the South. It is a cultural problem between Northerners that consider themselves to be thrifty, saving, hardworking, and that refuse to consider that Southerners that are just spending money in their perception would be subsidized. So what we see here is a failure of the people in the South to realize that in order to be part of this union, they have to change their own cultural model, and of the North to realize that, in fact, to have a common currency, you need to be, to a degree, some solidarity to the South. If you take the problem of the Brexit, okay, it's a reaction against EU decision-making mechanisms, about supremacy of EU legislation, about giving up competence to the EU institution, with a very confused and contradictory discussion on whether the European Union is too protectionist and the UK could again become the main trading nation of the world. On the other hand, it was also there were also arguments that the industry in UK was not sufficiently protected. Now, if you go back, it is a reaction against the free flow of labor in the EU, perceived as loss of jobs because of the EU migrants. Underlying factor, I would call it the exceptionalism of UK, that consider themselves to be different, nostalgia for having been a great power, and nostalgia for, I would call it, Little England ways of life, this insularity. It's a failure to find a common vision of the nature of the European project and of the place of the European Union in the world. Of course, the main example of lack of cultural, let's say, activity or policy in European Union is the problems we have with migration. It's between ethnic Europeans and migrants, whether they have been there for a long time or whether they just have arrived as refugees. Economically, we can cope with the problem, but politically, it is not possible. Why is it politically not possible? Because, first of all, there is the tension in every country, between those that arrive and are allegedly from a different culture and those that are already living there. And secondly, because there is no solidarity between member states. Some member states are willing to take the responsibility, other member states are not willing to take the responsibility. The lack of solidarity between member states is another factor. So it is the building of tolerance and inclusive multicultural society is is another failure of the European Union, another factor of cultural policy that we have neglected of putting on our agenda early in the process. So, summing up, 3 existential crises of the European Union, and we see that the failures to fully assume fundamental values of the European Union that underlie the European project and are reflected in the treaties. These values are reflected in the treaties. The solidarity, a common vision of Europe and the place of Europe in the world, acceptance of diversity, respect for minorities. 3 examples of how the priority, if not exclusive, reliance on development of the internal market is putting this unique experiment in jeopardy. And this, of course, becomes even more of a problem now that in every country of the world, citizens become vocal, whereas before an average voter, an average citizen, would not bother about European policy and external relations. Now people put this on their agenda and put their politicians under pressure to act in the way that they wish. Now, briefly, we have tried to cope with this with what was called the new European narrative. This is a search for European identity and a factor binding European Union citizens. President Barroso has launched this. It is putting a European dimension combined with and on top of the national narratives, the national identities. There is now a second phase ongoing. It's called Imagine Europe. It's search of a new narrative, inviting broader sections of the population, I mean artists and intellectuals and scientists, to participate in this exercise, to say, I mean, what is it exactly in our European culture? What is binding us together, not just from the heritage point of view, but also from the common vision point of view for the future that we can dwell upon and that we can work. Voucher has played an important role in this process of defining this narrative and further now developing this. Voucher, for instance, today and tomorrow, working together very closely with the Goethe Institute, is organizing a big conference in Brussels on what's called angst, the fear, discussing this kind of issues that we have been raising before, the fear of the other and the lack of trust in this European initiative. Now, in external relations, we have been a long experience in external relations. It goes back to '58, but culture has never been high on the agenda. Our foreign policy is shaping up in the 90s with the Maastricht Treaty and the Amsterdam Treaty, developing the common foreign and security policy, the common security and defense policy, but there also culture is not very prominently there. Yeah, you have some initiatives, particularly in the Mediterranean region, where projects of cultural cooperation are being formulated, but it is rather limited. Now, we are in a different period. Now, culture has been recognized as an important element of our external relations. Walter Zampieri already mentioned the EU strategy for international cultural relations. We take this seriously, and it has to be taken seriously because it is part of the dialogue with other countries. It is defining our own identity and narrative in combination, in confrontation with other countries, in an exchange between cultures in this global context. There again, Voucher plays a role as participating in a platform on cultural diplomacy. So, 2 words then about cultural diplomacy. It is a Cold War instrument. If you go back to the 50s, it can now become, because it was showing that Western civilization was better than the Soviet civilization, now it can become an instrument for linking up people, for reaching out, for having a two-way exchange of cultural cooperation between the regions. Now, I'm just going to shift to the Caucasus, where I think many problems exist in terms of conflicts inside countries, between countries, where cultural cooperation with Europe can be of assistance, not in solving the problems itself, because that you will have to do yourself, but in accompanying looking for solutions through a bilateral cooperation between European Union and different countries, through, to the maximum extent possible, a regional cooperation between European Union and the Caucasus region, because you come from a common heritage and you're facing the same kind of big neighbors, I would say. So you have a lot of in common culturally in common. And cultural dialogue, and it has been also mentioned this morning in the discussion, cultural dialogue is a means of opening a dialogue, reaching out to the other parties on areas and in times when political roadblocks still block other times of cooperation. Last point I want to make, Eastern Partnership, in our view, is an important element because Eastern Partnership groups 6 countries that come out of a Soviet past and that in one way or the other are still, let's say, coming to grips with the Soviet past and going beyond this and having done a marvelous job in getting out of this totalitarian regime that they were living under for decades. There again, on the side of the European Union and through the Eastern Partnership Program, I think we can kind of accompany this process. The more so that in our own European Union, we have a number of countries that have come out of the same kind of historical background and that are also still working on this, coming to grips with their post-Soviet situation. Voucher, in cooperation with UNIC, is actively also working on this area. So, can culture change the world? Certainly not on its own, but it can contribute to finding solutions. Okay, let me stop here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, it's really, really very important too. And yeah, maybe our region is more complicated than somehow European Union. Dear friends, are you going to use your opportunity? Yes, great. Thank you.
Creative Europe desk from Lithuania, Anglia. I'm wondering, do you have your personal suggestion regarding the new narrative for Europe? And if you have, maybe you could share with us. Do you have your personal suggestion regarding the new narrative for Europe? Mm-hmm.
As it was on the slides, but I skipped it over, you can ask it too little, too late. As I said, I don't think it is too late. Still, a lot of work has to be done, right? This discussion has been extremely useful. It has involved hundreds of people that have made contributions in thinking about what is it that binds us together. Is it heritage? Is it the common future? Is it the problems we're facing, and so on and so forth? It is an ongoing process. My personal criticism of the exercise is that it is a bit too much of a cultural exercise and not sufficiently of a, I would say, social cultural exercise, in the following sense that it is not linked up to a number of basic elements and ingredients of what Europe is about. If you read the Treaty of Rome, if you read the writings of the founding fathers, you will see that elements like solidarity or, let's say, social market economy are very high on the agenda. We are different from the United States. We're not an individualistic society. It is not when you work hard as an individual, you can make it. It is a society that is based on redistribution mechanisms, on taking care of the poor and the downtrodden through reallocation mechanisms from the government, social market economy. This is something that, as far as I can judge, is also in crisis, and the Greek crisis is an illustration on that. We have not been able to do this. The migration crisis is an illustration of that. We have not been able to live up to our Christian values of love thy neighbor and take care of the poor and the downtrodden. So we have a number of problems here where our initial values that were underlying the European Union and the European integration process have not been sufficiently strongly kept, right? And for me, the narrative exercise can only be fully come back in its complete in a complete form if these elements of social economic choices, solidarity, the social market economy, are re-injected in the thinking about what it is to be Europe, what the European narrative is about.
Thank you. Do we,
Thank you very much, Tamar Taliashvili, the member of Tbilisi City Assembly. Thank you very much, and my question goes to the aspect of religion. Religion is a huge part of the culture, and what's your point of view? Is it, how can we use this religion? Is it an aspect of culture that unites or separates, or how can we, in modern world, in a globalized world, how can we approach this part of culture to actually bring benefit to the societies and bring them together? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. I think it's a very important one, and it is a question I don't really have to reply to because you will have to find it out for yourself, okay? You have the 3 South Caucasian countries, and in my view there are a number of things that divides them, obviously, and that links them. But you have North Caucasian. That's another part of the Caucasian region. Then you have your, the major empires surrounding you and that have been occupying you over time. You have historical links with them. You have good and bad experiences with them. Do you include them in the regional approach? Somewhere, yes. And then, in fact, you have there is the situation that your region is the bridge between the Mediterranean and the Middle East and Central Asia. So you find yourself in an extremely interesting situation where building on the whatever happened to you in the past and that you integrated in your society, this is part of your societies, and it is part of the societies of the 3, whatever differences there are between, at the same time becomes a wealth because you know and understand the others, and you know how to work together with the 3 empires that occupied you. You have been part of the bridge between Central Asia and the Mediterranean for centuries. And I would say looking for a Caucasian narrative is just building on these elements culturally, economically, socially, politically, and valorize them rather than what seems to be sometimes the case now, that you use them as conflicts and use them as blocking issues for the development of the region. So turn this around. I mean, I'm not sure that Europe had less crisis than the Caucasus. Don't forget we had three wars in Europe in about 70 years, right? 1817, 14, and 39. We have our own ethnic quarrels in Europe. But the trick of the European Union is very simple. It's turn around 180 degrees. What we did to the Americans giving us the Marshall Aid, also interest to Europe. And the second element was in the same situation. So I'm fairly optimistic that we can get a kind of a second launch of the European Union with the fear we have from what's happening on our eastern and southern borders of the newly elected President Trump, who says you're on your own, kids. And the fact that there is a realization that we have to work together on a number of issues such as security and defense. Okay? So I would say, and I'm not here to give lessons about the Caucasus. I'm just here to draw a couple of parallels and tell you, use the opportunity you have in your region, and you have to do it yourself, we can't do it for you, to build on the elements, the richness, the wealth of your past experience, of your past history, of your present dynamism that I've heard for the whole day on the cultural areas, but I know that exists in many areas, and take your place in the world.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Last chance. There is one more. Last chance. Sorry.
Levent Valley from the National Youth and Children's Palace. You mentioned that European Union now is more about, let's say, cultural union of citizens. Are there any concrete plans or concrete actions figured out how to fight against rising nationalism in Europe? That is the biggest threat to the cultural union. Of course, from the through the cultural activities, like what can be actions of the cultural operators in Europe to fight against rising nationalism in European Union? Thank you.
No, it's a crucial question because it's about what we are, what we want to become. Can we be inclusive multicultural societies or not? And how can we fight against the xenophobism that we have at this moment? As I said, we are kind of latecomers. I mean, or let's say culture is a latecomer in European Union policies. I think Walter Zampieri indicated how we are now getting our act together with more money than ever, with more programs than ever, with a better view of how we can stimulate and work together with what's happened in the member states, because it's not up to Brussels to make culture, it's within the member states that this cultural activities emerge. Brussels can kind of give an overall context, a framework, an impulse through ideas, to seminars, to policies, and to financing. What exactly we are doing at this moment, precisely against this fight against xenophobic, I'm going to give Walter the floor, because I don't have the reply to that.
Well, first of all, I mean, I would say that maybe the picture should not be so gloomy. Xenophobia is rising. We have also seen extraordinary examples of solidarity coming from the citizens, less so from the governments. But the citizens have done an extraordinary job in Germany, but also in Sweden, in Greece. I mean, extraordinary tale in Greece, frankly. I mean, so there is really a treasure of solidarity that waits to be tapped into in Europe, I think. Well, what can we do in terms of a policy response? Again, with our limited instruments, we are trying to help. I mean, there was a specific call under Creative Europe about projects where you can use culture in order to foster the integration of migrants. We are doing the same kind of work that I presented for the economy. We are also doing it on the social side in order to find examples and trying to, as Mark said, trying to steer a little the member states towards using culture, but also education, quite fundamentally, in order to promote the integration of migrants. But it's a slow struggle, and if I may say so, it's the struggle of the 21st century, probably. Yeah? So we are in it for the long haul.
I mean, just one word, I can?
Yes.
What Walter was saying is correct. You have a development of xenophobism in all countries, the fear of the other and the reaction against it. But at the same time, it is amazing at grassroots level the amount of solidarity that is emerging. I mean, I know in our own town, in Antwerp in Belgium, I know a number of these initiatives. When there was the refugees were arriving in Brussels and camping close to the North Station, I mean, there was a kind of a spontaneous movement of solidarity of people going and help them, and so on and so forth. So this kind of fundamental European values are not lost. They're there. They're now kind of overshadowed by this xenophobism. And I think what we have to do politically is find a way of valorizing these elements and putting them in the limelight, rather than always all the time in the news put the xenophobic extreme right in the limelight. So through information, through support, through cooperation, and so on and so forth, we should support, I mean, and try to motivate people to join this spontaneous movements of solidarity. Not only from civil society organizations. Okay, they intervene, but that's their business. But simple citizens that go there, not in any organization, and go and help. I mean, you would be amazed the number of people that do that. But I think Barbara had something to add. Sorry for ruining your timetable.
Just again, to complement what Walter just said, on the refugee call, you may be aware, some of you, that we issued a special call, Creative Europe. We only had a limited budget, unfortunately, but I would like to report to you and also to reiterate what was just said. we had an overwhelming reaction to this call. We had 1.6 million, which is not a lot, but we had more than 200 proposals. So what this showed us at the European level is that there's so much going on and so many organizations from the cultural and the creative field that actually want to do something or are doing something and are considering doing this. And the result is obviously because we created frustration because there was not enough money. Unfortunately, we could only support a very small number of projects. But what we do now also in the cooperation projects that we are supporting and that I'm talking about tomorrow is that we have included specifically also this notion of support for integration, and in both ways actually helping us understand the new citizens that have come to us, but also help them understand the host society in which they have arrived. So there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of other programs also at the European level that are dealing with this and that are specifically targeting this question, because it's really a very relevant question, as you said. I'm sorry I took the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Franco. Just to summarize, we have really powerful instrument. We just have to use it. And as Mr. Sacco told us, we can even make mistakes. We have to use it. Thank you very much. Now we have a break for 30 minutes. See you later.
Yes.
My question to you is, Georgia step by step is becoming the part of great European family. And it's clear what Europe can offer to us. My question is, what do you think Georgia can culturally offer to Europe?
Well, thank you for this question, because I think that in cultural terms, you should never judge a country by its size or by its distance from the core you want of the Union. In the Union, we value a lot cultural diversity. We are 28 very diverse countries. Georgia would bring an extraordinary addition thanks to its cultural heritage, which everybody knows, but also its vibrant contemporary cultural scene, the music, the literature, the painting. So you'll be very much everything for the better if you could make your contribution.
Thank you a lot. This was Walter Zampieri, and after a short break of 20 minutes, we'll be back in live soon. Stiamo mandando live su YouTube. Sì.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით პოსტ-ინდუსტრიულ ეპოქაში. არა მარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების გაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს ექნება შემოქმედებით და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭიროა ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისს ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცეს ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყოველდღიური მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნესის კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის, ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებით და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს. ინოვაციები ზოგადად არის ის სფერო, რომელსაც ჩემი აზრით საქართველოს ძალიან დიდი აქცენტი უნდა გააკეთოს, იმიტომ რომ ნებისმიერი წარმატებული ინოვაციური პროექტი იზიდავს ძალიან დიდ ყურადღებას მთელი სოფლიოდან, ფინანსებსაც მთელი სოფლიოდან, რაც პირდაპირ მაჩვენებელი არის ეკონომიკური ზრდისთვის, ყველანაირი ინოვაციური პროექტი შეიძლება გახსნილი აზროვნება და შემოქმედებითი ხედვა. ბევრი საინტერესო პროექტი განხორციელდა ამ კუთხით, მაგალითად ერთ-ერთ დავასახელებ კიბერგალაქტიონს, შექმნეს ხელოვნური ინტელექტი გალაქტიონის. კიდევ ბევრი ესეთი სხვა საინტერესო პროექტები კეთდება საქართველოში.
დღესდღეობით ისეთ დროში ვცხოვრობთ, რომ ფაქტიურად შემოქმედება, ხელოვნება და ტექნოლოგიები რაღაცა მთლიანად ერთად შეირწყა უკვე და რაღაც ერთმანეთისგან დამოუკიდებლად ძალიან რთულია აღქმა ამ ყველაფერს. დღესდღეობით საქართველოში ეს თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიების და არტის შერწყმა ეხლა იდგავს ფეხს და უკვე არის რეალური кейსები, უკვე წარმატებული პროექტების. ეხლა დავამთავრეთ ძალიან მაგარი ახალი ქართული ანიმაციური ფილმი, რომელიც არის 3D-ში გაკეთებული მთლიანად. რეალური მაგალითია ტექნოლოგიების და ხელოვნების შერწყმის. ახლა იწყებს საფესტივალო გზას ჩვენი ანიმაციური ფილმი ჯინო ქვია და რავი, ველოდებით ძალიან დიდ წარმატებას.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით პოსტ-ინდუსტრიულ ეპოქაში. არა მარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განეხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევა.
როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს ექნება შემოქმედები და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭირო ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისში ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცის ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყოველდღიური მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნესის კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის. ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებით და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს. ინოვაციები ზოგადად არის ის სფერო, რომელზეც ჩემი აზრით საქართველოს ძალიან დიდი აქცენტი უნდა გააკეთოს, იმიტომ რომ ნებისმიერი წარმატებული ინოვაციური პროექტი იზიდავს ძალიან დიდ ყურადღებას მთელი სოფლიოდან, ფინანსებსაც მთელი სოფლიოდან, რაც პირდაპირ მაჩვენებელი არის ეკონომიკური ზრდისთვის, ყველანაირი ინოვაციური პროექტი შეიძლება გახსნილი აზროვნება და შემოქმედებითი ხედვა. ბევრი საინტერესო პროექტი განხორციელდა ამ კუთხით, მაგალითად ერთ-ერთ დავასახელებ კიბერგალაქტიონს, შექმნეს ხელოვნური ინტელექტი გალაქტიონის. კიდევ ბევრი ესეთი სხვა საინტერესო პროექტები კეთდება საქართველოში.
დღესდღეობით ისეთ დროში ვცხოვრობთ, რომ ფაქტიურად შემოქმედება, ხელოვნება და ტექნოლოგიები რაღაცა მთლიანად ერთად შეირწყა უკვე და რაღაც ერთმანეთისგან დამოუკიდებლად ძალიან რთულია აღქმა ამ ყველაფერს. დღესდღეობით საქართველოში ეს თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიების და არტის შერწყმა ეხლა იდგავს ფეხს და უკვე არის რეალური кейსები, უკვე წარმატებული პროექტების. ეხლა დავამთავრეთ ძალიან მაგარი ახალი ქართული ანიმაციური ფილმი, რომელიც არის 3D-ში გაკეთებული მთლიანად. რეალური მაგალითია ტექნოლოგიების და ხელოვნების შერწყმის. ახლა იწყებს საფესტივალო გზას ჩვენი ანიმაციური ფილმი ჯინო ქვია და რავი, ველოდებით ძალიან დიდ წარმატებას.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით პოსტ-ინდუსტრიულ ეპოქაში. არა მარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების დაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს, ექნება შემოქმედებით და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის, რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭიროა ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისში ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცის ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყველანი მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნეს კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის, ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებით და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს. ინოვაციები ზოგადად არის ის სფერო, რომელსაც ჩემი აზრით საქართველოს ძალიან დიდი აქცენტი უნდა გააკეთოს, იმიტომ რომ ნებისმიერი წარმატებული ინოვაციური პროექტი იზიდავს ძალიან დიდ ყურადღებას მთელი სოფლიოდან. ფინანსებსაც მთელი სოფლიოდან, რაც პირდაპირ მაჩვენებელი არის ეკონომიკური ზრდისთვის, ყველანაირი ინოვაციური პროექტი შეიძლება გახსნილი აზროვნება და შემოქმედებითი ხედვა. ბევრი საინტერესო პროექტი განხორციელდა ამ კუთხით, მაგალითად ერთ-ერთ დავასახელებ კიბერგალაქტიონს, შექმნეს ხელოვნური ინტელექტი გალაქტიონის. კიდევ ბევრი ესეთი სხვა საინტერესო პროექტები კეთდება საქართველოში.
დღესდღეობით ისეთ დროში ვთხოვთ, რომ ფაქტიურად შემოქმედება, ხელოვნება და ტექნოლოგიები რაღაცა მთლიანად ერთად შეირწყა უკვე და რაღაც ერთმანეთისგან დამოუკიდებლად ძალიან რთულია აღქმა ამ ყველაფერს. დღესდღეობით საქართველოში ეს თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიების და არტის შერწყმა ეხლა იდგავს ფეხს და უკვე არის რეალური кейსები, უკვე წარმატებული პროექტების. ეხლა დავამთავრეთ ძალიან მაგარი ახალი ქართული ანიმაციური ფილმი, რომელიც არის 3D-ში გაკეთებული მთლიანად რეალური მაგალითია ტექნოლოგიების და ხელოვნების შერწყმის. ახლა იწყებს საფესტივალო გზას ჩვენი ანიმაციური ფილმი ჯინო ქვია და რავი, ველოდებით ძალიან დიდ წარმატებას.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით პოსტ-ინდუსტრიულ ეპოქაში. არა მარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების დაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს, ექნება შემოქმედებითი და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის, რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭიროა ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისში ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცის ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შევუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყოველდღიური მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნესის კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის, ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებით და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს. ინოვაციები ზოგადად არის ის სფერო, რომელზეც ჩემი აზრით საქართველოს ძალიან დიდი აქცენტი უნდა გააკეთოს, იმიტომ რომ ნებისმიერი წარმატებული ინოვაციური პროექტი იზიდავს ძალიან დიდ ყურადღებას მთელი სოფლიოდან, ფინანსებსაც მთელი სოფლიოდან, რაც პირდაპირ მაჩვენებელი არის ეკონომიკური ზრდისთვის, ყველანაირი ინოვაციური პროექტი შეიძლება გახსნილი აზროვნება და შემოქმედებითი ხედვა. ბევრი საინტერესო პროექტი განხორციელდა ამ კუთხით, მაგალითად ერთ-ერთ დავასახელებ კიბერგალაქტიონს, შექმნეს ხელოვნური ინტელექტი გალაქტიონის. კიდევ ბევრი ესეთი სხვა საინტერესო პროექტები კეთდება საქართველოში.
დღესდღეობით ისეთ დროში ვცხოვრობთ, რომ ფაქტიურად შემოქმედება, ხელოვნება და ტექნოლოგიები რაღაცნაირად მთლიანად ერთად შეირწყა უკვე და რაღაც ერთმანეთისგან დამოუკიდებლად ძალიან რთულია აღქმა ამ ყველაფერს. დღესდღეობით საქართველოში ეს თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიების და არტის შერწყმა ეხლა იდგავს ფეხს და უკვე არის რეალური кейსები, უკვე წარმატებული პროექტების. ეხლა დავამთავრეთ ძალიან მაგარი ახალი ქართული ანიმაციური ფილმი, რომელიც არის 3D-ში გაკეთებული მთლიანად რეალური მაგალითია ტექნოლოგიების და ხელოვნების შერწყმის. ახლა იწყებს საფესტივალო გზას ჩვენი ანიმაციური ფილმი ჯინო ქვია და რავი, ველოდებით ძალიან დიდ წარმატებას.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით პოსტ-ინდუსტრიულ ეპოქაში. არა მარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების დაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს ექნება შემოქმედებით და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭიროა ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისში ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცეს ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შევუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყოველდღიური მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნესის კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის, ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებით და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს. ინოვაციები ზოგადად არის ის სფერო, რომელზეც ჩემი აზრით საქართველოს ძალიან დიდი აქცენტი უნდა გააკეთოს, იმიტომ რომ ნებისმიერი წარმატებული ინოვაციური პროექტი იზიდავს ძალიან დიდ ყურადღებას მთელი სოფლიოდან. ფინანსებსაც მთელი სოფლიოდან, რაც პირდაპირ მაჩვენებელი არის ეკონომიკური ზრდისთვის, ყველანაირი ინოვაციური პროექტი შეიძლება გახსნილი აზროვნება და შემოქმედებითი ხედვა. ბევრი საინტერესო პროექტი განხორციელდა ამ კუთხით, მაგალითად ერთ-ერთ დავასახელებ კიბერგალაქტიონს, შექმნეს ხელოვნური ინტელექტი გალაქტიონის. კიდევ ბევრი ესეთი სხვა საინტერესო პროექტები კეთდება საქართველოში.
დღესდღეობით ისეთ დროში ვცხოვრობთ, რომ ფაქტიურად შემოქმედება, ხელოვნება და ტექნოლოგიები რაღაცნაირად მთლიანად ერთად შეირწყა უკვე და რაღაც ერთმანეთისგან დამოუკიდებლად ძალიან რთულია აღქმა ამ ყველაფერს. დღესდღეობით საქართველოში ეს თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიების და არტის შერწყმა ეხლა იდგავს ფეხს და უკვე არის რეალური кейსები, უკვე წარმატებული პროექტების. ეხლა დავამთავრეთ ძალიან მაგარი ახალი ქართული ანიმაციური ფილმი, რომელიც არის 3D-ში გაკეთებული მთლიანად რეალური მაგალითია ტექნოლოგიების და ხელოვნების შერწყმის. ახლა იწყებს საფესტივალო გზას ჩვენი ანიმაციური ფილმი ჯინო ქვია და რავი, ველოდებით ძალიან დიდ წარმატებას.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით მთელი განვითარებული სამყაროს შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების გაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს ექნება შემოქმედებით და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის, რომ სახე შეიქმნას, ამისთვის ჭირდება ალბათ შემოქმედება.
ხელოვანები საჭიროა ყველა სფეროში. ანუ ყველა ოფისში ჭირდება, თქვათ, ის ახალი იმიჯის შექმნა და ის შემოქმედებითი აზროვნება, თუნდაც თავიანთ ბიზნესთან დაკავშირებით.
საქართველოში არსებობს ბევრი საინტერესო სივრცე, სადაც შეიძლება დაკავშირდნენ ერთმანეთთან ბიზნესზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები და შემოქმედებაზე ორიენტირებული პროექტები.
ინიციატივა სწორედ ხელოვანებში, ახალგაზრდა კურატორებში და აი ამ სივრცის ვიზუალურ ხელოვნებაში დღეს არსებობს. თუ გვინდა რომ ეს უფრო მეტად განვითარდეს, ამას ხელი უნდა შეუწყოთ.
ჩვენ რეალურად გვაქვს ყოველდღიური მონაცემი იმისა, რომ ეს ინდუსტრია გახდეს ძალიან წარმატებული, თუმცა გვაკლია ის ელემენტარული ცოდნა თვითონ კომერციალიზაციის და ბიზნესის კეთების ნაწილში, რომელიც ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ნებისმიერი ეკონომიკური სფეროს განვითარებისათვის, მათ შორის შემოქმედებითი ინდუსტრიის განვითარებისათვის. ზოგადად სახელმწიფო სტრუქტურებით და ზოგადად ის პროგრამები, რომლებიც დღეს არსებობს, ზუსტად ამას უწყობს ხელს.
ბიზნესი და შემოქმედება, როცა სინთეზურად მუშაობს, ერთიანად ქმნის წარმატებულ, სასიამოვნო და ეფექტურ გარემოს. ინოვაციები ზოგადად არის ის სფერო, რომელზეც ჩემი აზრით საქართველოს ძალიან დიდი აქცენტი უნდა გააკეთოს, იმიტომ რომ ნებისმიერი წარმატებული ინოვაციური პროექტი იზიდავს ძალიან დიდ ყურადღებას მთელი სოფლიოდან. ფინანსებსაც მთელი სოფლიოდან, რაც პირდაპირ მაჩვენებელი არის ეკონომიკური ზრდისთვის, ყველანაირი ინოვაციური პროექტი შეიძლება გახსნილი აზროვნება და შემოქმედებითი ხედვა. ბევრი საინტერესო პროექტი განხორციელდა ამ კუთხით, მაგალითად ერთ-ერთ დავასახელებ კიბერგალაქტიონს, შექმნეს ხელოვნური ინტელექტი გალაქტიონის. კიდევ ბევრი ესეთი სხვა საინტერესო პროექტები კეთდება საქართველოში.
დღესდღეობით ისეთ დროში ვცხოვრობთ, რომ ფაქტიურად შემოქმედება, ხელოვნება და ტექნოლოგიები რაღაცნაირად მთლიანად ერთად შეირწყა უკვე და რაღაც ერთმანეთისგან დამოუკიდებლად ძალიან რთულია აღქმა ამ ყველაფერს. დღესდღეობით საქართველოში ეს თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიების და არტის შერწყმა ეხლა იდგავს ფეხს და უკვე არის რეალური кейსები, უკვე წარმატებული პროექტების. ეხლა დავამთავრეთ ძალიან მაგარი ახალი ქართული ანიმაციური ფილმი, რომელიც არის 3D-ში გაკეთებული მთლიანად რეალური მაგალითია ტექნოლოგიების და ხელოვნების შერწყმის. ახლა იწყებს საფესტივალო გზას ჩვენი ანიმაციური ფილმი ჯინო ქვია და რავი, ველოდებით ძალიან დიდ წარმატებას.
ჩვენ ვიმყოფებით პოსტ-ინდუსტრიულ ეპოქაში. არა მარტო ევროპა, არამედ მთელი განვითარებული სამყარო შემოქმედებით ინდუსტრიებს განიხილავს როგორც 21 საუკუნის გამოწვევების გაძლევის ინსტრუმენტს.
დღეს როცა ლაპარაკობენ რაღაც საქართველოს განვითარებას, ძალიან ხშირად არის ხოლმე აქცენტი ტურიზმზე. და ჩემი აზრით, ტურიზმზე უფრო მეტი მნიშვნელობა აქვს ექნება შემოქმედებით და კულტურულ სფეროს და ინდუსტრიას.
ნებისმიერ ბიზნესს ჭირდება რაღაცა სახე. და იმისთვის რომ სახე შეიქმნას
email to a wrong address. So this constant double checking whether it goes to Simon or Tim is a everyday routine for me. Anyway, I would like to give the floor to Simon Williams. Simon Williams is the director of British Council in Ukraine, and also in his position he is overviewing the Culture and Creativity program. So the floor is yours, and entertain us, please.
Okay, good afternoon. As Ragnar said, my name's Simon Williams. I'm Director of the British Council in Ukraine and also Programme Director for the Culture and Creativity Programme. I want to just share with you some examples of work the British Council does around the world, being Britain, we're not just Europe, around the world in the area of creative industries. I should say, I mean, you know, we're very pleased and very proud of the work that we've done, but we're by no means the only ones doing it. And I know our colleagues from the Goethe Institute, our colleagues from the Institut Français could equally come up here and give all sorts of fantastic case studies about work they're doing as well. Doing it right. How do you... I'm not very good with creative technologies, as you can see. That one, thank you. Great, okay, so just a brief reminder about the UK creative industries. We've had some statistics at a European level this afternoon, and the creative industries are also one of the UK's great successes in terms of commerce and in terms of exports. They're worth £84 billion to the UK economy. That's rather slightly less in euros than it was 6 months ago, but it's still a very large amount of money. They generate around £10 million every hour of every day for the UK. They're also the fastest growing sector in the UK economy, growing by 9% in 2014, and that's about twice the rate of growth of the rest of the economy. They employ about 3 million people, which is about 9% of the UK workforce. 1 in 11 jobs, 1 out of every 11 jobs is in the creative industries. They're key for our trade balance. They generate around £20 billion of exports each year, which is about 10% of our total exports. Now, that's largely in areas such as software and gaming, but also TV advertising and publishing are very important as well. Well, why is it such an important part, such a successful part of the UK's economic engagement with the world? I think there are many factors that have added to this. Of course, we like to say that it's due to the excellence of our education systems, particularly in the cultural and creativity sector, that are bringing up, generating all these amazing cultural operators. Obviously, English, being our language and being the language of international engagement and trade, and particularly around software and design and many of the cultural industries, does give us an advantage. So our products are much more easily exportable. But I think also behind that story of success lies a conscientious effort by the British government over the last 20 years to recognise and acknowledge the value of the creative industries to the national economy, and also to develop appropriate policy frameworks, appropriate policy instruments that will support. Reminder of the British Council, we're the UK's agency for international cultural relations. We aim to create a friendly knowledge and understanding of the UK by connecting the UK with the rest of the world through education and cultural opportunities. What we aim to do, and all of us who work in international cultural relations, is capitalise on the cultural and educational assets of our home countries. Cultural policy around creative industries has become an asset for the UK in just that way in the last decade. And in the British Council, we have a team in our head office in London, a creative industries team, who run a global creative industries, creative economy programme. And I'm going to give to you a few examples of what we do. We essentially have 3 strands for our programme. It's been running since the late 1990s. And the 3 strands are around policy development, around creative enterprise, and around digital innovation. Gone too far. Policy development, well, many of the speakers today have talked around the need for effective policy making and for good policies to develop a sustainable and successful and competitive cultural sector. The sorts of interventions people have been talking around through developing regulations on IP to coming up with tax regimes that are supportive of the creative enterprises, through encouraging greater collaboration between education and business, between vocational training and business. Those are all important areas. And by building on the UK's experience in those areas, we seek to work with governments around the world to share that experience. So some of the things we do, for the last 10 years, we've run an international seminars program where we bring together senior, middle-ranking professionals, policymakers, operatives from the cultural sector to share their experience around their countries, to discuss the future of international cultural relations, to discuss the future of cultural policy, what are the lessons to be learned, what are the mistakes to avoid. We've worked with many countries to help mapping, raising awareness of the importance of mapping your context in order to be able to identify the issues facing your cultural industries and therefore work to support them. We have a mapping toolkit. It's available on our Creative Economy page, and it's translated into various languages. I suspect not Georgian quite yet, but maybe in the future. And we've worked with governments in Colombia, Albania, Lebanon, South Africa, and Macedonia, just to name a few, to help them carry out their own mapping exercises using that toolkit. We also work directly with governments to help them develop policy and to sort of share experience with UK policymakers, working with projects to strengthen ministries of culture and their own creative industry teams, looking at projects around financial provision, around sort of new tax regimes. In Colombia, for example, we worked with UK incubators and the national government to develop the first network of national incubators for creative entrepreneurs. So working with governments to develop and roll out policies that will support creative industries. Again, fiscal frameworks, as I said, and once again in Colombia, we worked with the Colombian government and the University of Leeds from the UK to help develop a new tax regime that's ended up in doubling the film production within that country. And also projects that develop cooperation and dialogue between industry and higher education so that talent can sort of find its way from the education system into the sector, and so that industry can influence the design and delivery of the courses that future cultural operators are going through, and developing that essential business and education links. In terms of creative enterprise, we do a lot of work directly with entrepreneurs. I mean, we talked around the systems, the government systems, the fiscal systems, the legal systems, but right at the center of this is many of you, the creative entrepreneurs yourselves. You are key to this. You are what we're talking about. And so some of the work we do is working directly with those creative entrepreneurs, aiming to raise awareness of their role and their amazing potential contribution to national wealth, to employment, to creativity, but also helping to build the management and business skills of people working within the creative enterprise sector. And for 10 years, from 2004 to 2014, we ran a global young creative entrepreneur program. And this sort of worked indifferently in many countries, but it was sort of an annual competition to identify the best young creative entrepreneur of the year. National winners then came together in the UK for a policy seminar to sort of share experience as part of the prize, and also to get further experience from attending a relevant UK event such as the London Design Festival, London Fashion Week, sort of a big event that was relevant to their context. The Young Creative Entrepreneur Programme worked in 55 countries over its 10-year period, including for the Eastern Partnership, Ukraine, and all of the 3 South Caucasus countries. And it's ended up with an active network of 500 young entrepreneurs, and some of whom are now working together. So an example would be 3 entrepreneurs from Argentina, Egypt, and South Africa who are now working together internationally on a digital initiative around digital publishing. I think the program was successful at the time that it ran, because it gave international exposure to these entrepreneurs, which also raised their profile back within their home countries. So it helped persuade their home governments to realize that this is an important growing sector. These are important potential leaders and contributors to economic and social growth, and therefore it encouraged governments to provide that and develop that sort of supporting framework. It also celebrated innovation and new business models. And we've also carried out enterprise training, management and business skills. We work with Nesta, which is a UK charity that supports business innovation, who have developed a creative enterprise program. We translated it into many countries, and it aims to work with creative entrepreneurs and give them the sort of business development skills, the business design skills, the business management skills that may not come naturally to someone whose personal impetus is around the design, is around the creation of what they're doing, is around the content of what they're doing. We've trained 500 entrepreneurs around the world so far in the last 4 years in countries such as Ukraine, Macedonia, Israel, Chile, and Vietnam. And of the 500 we've trained, feedback says that they've gone on to create around 111 new jobs, and on average, every business taken part has increased its annual turnover by £7,000. So not huge amounts, but for those individual entrepreneurs, sort of quite life-changing experience. Within this region, it's very much a program we want to take forward and want to move forward into training trainers and accrediting trainers, so that's a capacity that then can be rolled out at country level. I've got a slide. I think we have a link. If we have time, we probably don't, but it's on our website where you can actually go and see one of the courses in action. And it's quite fun because it's intended to be interactive, challenging, and accessible, and understandable, and engaging for cultural operators. Digital innovation. Again, lots of speakers today have talked around digital innovation and how it's really transformed the way that culture is produced, distributed, and consumed. We're working to increase digital skills in the sector, particularly amongst cultural operators who work in more traditional sectors, and also by facilitating dialogues between the sort of tech communities, technological communities, and the cultural creative ones. And this has become a main component of our current programme, and it keeps on changing, keeps on evolving, as indeed the sector is. So just 2 examples I'll give. Program called Culture Shift, which is a global hack program which brings together cultural operators and digital experts to sort of get together, brainstorm, lock themselves in a room, prototype new designs using digital technology with experts to help facilitate and to really sort of see what can come out of that a collaborative process. It's been going for 4 years. Working around the world from countries such as Egypt, Brazil, Zimbabwe, and working with many of the best UK players within the sort of digital innovation field. In Kenya, for example, we prototyped a digital platform to allow visual artists to buy and sell art supplies, which was a sort of an economic challenge for small traders in Kenya. In Russia, we worked with the National Library to help them sort of develop a way of navigating the online collections they have. And finally, this is a great program called The Playable City. We run it in partnership with an organization called Watershed, and it's really an exchange program for artists, creative producers, and digital experts to develop new ideas and projects together through a series of exchanges, through a series of retreats, through a series of brainstorming, where we bring together teams, equal teams from the UK and the country, to sort of look at an issue, to identify an urban challenge around a particular city, and then to spend some time both face-to-face and at a distance working together to come up with innovative solutions. It's run all around the world. The example I'll give is Recife, where the team came up with a new project on how to use the waterways of the system, the canals, to alleviate traffic congestion. And they used Google Maps to go out to the population of the city and say, where would you find it most useful to have pickup points if we were to have water taxes, if we were to have a system of water things. So that was then a way that the sort of digital experts and the culture creators came together with the local authorities to come up with a solution that engaged the population, responded to a need, and helped revitalise aspects of the city infrastructure. Again, on our website, on the YouTube thing there's a film which I won't show because that'll be too long, but it's worth going and seeing. Oops, and that was the last one. So that's a bit of a gallop, but I'm conscious it's the end of the day, and you've had to listen to a lot of talking, but a bit of a gallop through different aspects of the work the British Council does in creative enterprise. It's very much an important growth area for us. It's very much an important area and one we want to develop further within this part of the world, both as part of the team delivering the Culture and Creativity Programme, but also as the British Council ourselves, and of course increasingly with our other national cultural institutes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. Now I'm very happy to give the floor to my dear colleague from the Culture and Creativity Program, the team leader, Tim Williams, please.
Hello everybody, my name's Tim Williams. I'm the team leader for the Culture and Creativity Programme. Rather than talk, I thought I'd show you some films. It's an inspiration session, so I'd like to show you some case studies from around Europe, from continental Europe. But first, before I get there, I was sort of thinking, where would you find inspiration? And I would highly recommend, if you haven't been to our website, culturepartnership.eu, to go there, because there we have already 450 interviews, articles about what's happening in this region, about some of the challenges that I'm sure we've interviewed some of you as well, are facing within the sector, and some of the solutions that you're finding. The website is in Georgian, English, and at least 6 other languages. So there's information there for everybody. And also some examples from Europe as well. And in the next year, we'll be adding more and more European experiences. In summer, we went to the Visegrad countries and to the Balkans, and we met with some of the Creative Europe desks there, and some of the successful Creative Europe programs. So maybe our Armenian delegation would be interested to have a look at that in their sort of future plans. So that's our website, but let's have a look at some other examples. And just to get us all on the same page, let's spend a minute thinking, what are the creative industries and why are they important? Let's hope this video works. Yeah. We'll need some sound.
European Creative Industries Alliance. Create, innovate, grow. Creative Industries is an umbrella for a variety of sectors like gaming, architecture, music, graphic design, art, advertising, theatre, media and entertainment, product design, fashion. Moreover, the creative industries drive innovation in other sectors. Smart highway. Design meets construction. City branding. Art meets tourism. 3D printed canal house. Architecture meets technology. Calming projections. Digital design meets healthcare. As you can see, the creative industries in Europe burst with ideas. Ideas is innovation. Innovation is growth. Growth is competitive advantage. And all of this is empowered by European collaboration and advocated by the European Creative Industries Alliance. Create, innovate, grow with the creative industries and integrate it in your policy.
Okay, so there's this issue that's not just sectors, it's how sectors interlink, how sectors link outside of the sector with other different organizations. So I'll show you 3 very short clips of some examples of that. And we'll start in Germany on our little tour of Europe in Dortmund. But we won't necessarily start with the concert hall. Because we're creative, of course, we will start with dairy farming. Why dairy farming, and how does that link to the creative industries? Well, let's have a look.
Life isn't easy for Dortmund Concert Hall, located between concrete buildings and kebab shops in the Ruhr Valley, where hardly anyone is interested in classical music. But we found a way to make classical music attractive to all of these people with a basic food product, with milk. Scientists have proven that cows produce more milk when they listen to classical music. So, we let the cows listen to the new season's artists. First, we held a live concert to give them time to become accustomed to this new situation. Then we exposed them to recordings of selected artists. The cows no longer produced ordinary milk, they made the taste of music. Sip by sip, artist by artist. In cooperation with selected specialty shops, we introduced Dortmund concert milk to the market. Every bottle provided additional information about the artist and the concert hall season. Concert milk tasted good, and not only to the people of Dortmund. Bloggers visited the cows on the farm and taste tested the milk. It became local and national news. With our milk, we attracted a whole new audience with no previous interest in classical music. And because of it, Dortmund Concert Hall had financially its most successful season of all time. The number of subscribers rose by more than 19%. The average house capacity rose to 72%, and this was well before the end of the season. A nice byproduct. The production costs of the milk are now at the break-even point, and concert milk sales are making a profit. Classical music has never tasted so delicious. Dortmund Concert Milk.
Yes. A fantastic tale, a creative one, a local one, and one which actually sort of links a lot of local issues and increases sales. Increases sales for milk, and it increases sales for a concert house which is struggling to do classical music in a heavily mining industry town, which is facing lots of unemployment. Okay. Let's move on. This clip's a little bit longer, but I think it's actually very descriptive, and it takes you through the whole process. We're in Slovakia, and we're in Bratislava, in the center of the city. This is an urban regeneration program, and it is how they turned the old market building into a new cultural hub. And I think it links especially with this issue about it becoming a platform, being based in the community and having multiple use and multiple purposes. But what you will see is it's not just about one building. This has been a success, and now this project is thinking about how to actually develop other parts of the city, in fact entire quarters of the city, based on what they've done.
My name is Jan Mazur, and I'm a lawyer and development manager of Aliancia Stara Tržnica in Slovak, from Bratislava, which means Old Market Hall Alliance, and we run and manage the Old Market Hall in the city center of Bratislava. And this project we've run since 2013, when we got a rent contract from the city. Our rent is very cheap, it's just €1 for the whole year, but we have to invest 120,000 euros every year. So we are basically reconstructing the whole building over the course of 15 years, which is the term of our contract. We were addressing the issue of an empty market hall, which was empty for several years prior to our proposal to the town hall. And what we did is that we took a group of experts, 11 persons from different disciplines of expertise, and we asked them what kind of program would you put together if you were to somehow renew and rebuild this old market hall again. What we got was a really strong, multi-dimensional and multidisciplinary program, which is Saturday usually have markets, but on the other days the old market hall serves for many other purposes, such as concert hall, conference hall, meeting place. We have another premises which are on the rear sides of the buildings. We have a cafeteria, which is a social enterprise. We have a restaurant with fresh foods. We have fabrication lab. We have a beer brewery and soda making place. And we have a grocery shop, which is a special shop which sources from the local producers. Okay. So we tend to think that we positively affected the area. We see some new development in the whole area. Even when you look at the old market hall, it's actually a continuation of some other projects from before. And what we plan to do next, we want to work with the squares, large squares that are around the old market hall. So we want to influence the area positively in the future further. The old market hall in the city of Bratislava, in the city center, is basically the biggest market hall or biggest conference hall in the inner city center of Bratislava, which means that it's very unique in this sense. There are no similar places, either at the hotels or at some other spaces. So if you really want to make a concert hall in the city center, this would be one of the top choices for you. If you want to make a conference, it's really probably the best place in the city center where you want to make it. And especially if you want to get some kind of community feeling and you don't want to go to a hotel, this really would be your choice. Basically, the whole project was introduced as a sustainable and financially separated project from the city, from the town hall. So we don't receive any kind of subsidies from the city, we don't receive any kind of finance for that. On the other hand, we don't have to pay the rent, but we have to invest. And these investments, they amount to 10,000 euros a month. So this is a direct benefit that the city gets. We have a cooperation with the city because the city serves as some kind of, or the representatives of the city serve at some kind of a supervisory board. So they always check where we invest, where we cannot invest. They have some kind of rights, some kind of competence over us, authority. We hope to think that we did influence other projects as well. And if we didn't, then we would love to. So it's really a good way, to come and approach us and talk to us.
Okay, so very fortunate that they're in the capital city and there's a lot of money mentioned there. They're in the capital city, they have a lot of money to repay, so that's all right for somewhere like Batumi. But if you're a village 10 minutes outside of Batumi, what do you do when you have no money? And my final clip is in that particular situation. You may have heard of Brigent's opera. It was featured in a James Bond movie. It's an opera built into the lake, into Lake Constance. A big tourist draw. But this village, Krumbach village, is outside. So their problem was we've got no money, and how do we get some tourists to spend maybe half a day in our village? And so what they did was they said, we've got no money, but we want to have an annual competition, and young and upcoming modern architects from all over the world will be invited, and they will be able to stay for free in our village and eat and drink in our village, but they must build a bus stop. And here's the bus stop.
Welcome to Krumbach in the Austrian region of Vorarlberg, where waiting for the bus is something of a work of art. Welcome to Krumbach.
So there we go, a little tour of Europe with some really interesting ideas. And the point is you can do that with a lot of money, and you can do it, as in our last case, with nothing. So please all go and create. Thank you.
Thank you both. I think it's very creative to have so many different bus stops, but no buses.
Mr. Simon Williams, I have one small question for you. In the beginning of your presentation, you talked about very impressive statistical data about UK creative industries. And from your perspective, what would be your recommendation for the countries that are just beginning to push in their policy agenda the topic of creative industries? What would be your particular recommendation? What's the most important tool and instrument to develop creative industries?
It's one of those questions that I'm not an expert in. So a lazy answer is, you should listen to all of the experts here, and actually a lot of the comments that have come out during the day. I think clearly there are issues around tax, around IP. As the British Council, I would say there are big issues around education. And if you want to grow your cultural operators and your entrepreneurs of the future, you need to get appropriate programs that will stimulate, that will inspire into schools, into universities, into vocational education. So that's a bit of a not a very good answer, but a bit of a half answer. If that's okay. Tim, you may have more.
I mean, I would say, just from having worked in all the countries in the region, is don't be afraid. Don't worry. There is a lot of worry. I think just do. And I mean, that's a very Anglo-Saxon thing to say, but just do and find out. And that very point about Leonardo da Vinci making fantastic mistakes, just go make fantastic mistakes. Begin.
Can I ask you, do both actually, but especially Simon? I mean, UK is going through turbulent times itself. Why is British taxpayer and why is British Council dedicating so much effort and energy to develop culture and creative industries and those links in around, not only here in this part of the world, but globally? Why is this so important in your agenda?
That's on, yeah. Well, that's a big question. Why does the British Council exist? I think we see that, and as I touched on very briefly, the cultural and creative industries are one of the UK's successes. It does contribute enormously to our economy, and to our employment, and to our innovation. I think in some areas we are seen as a world leader, and particularly in terms of our government having given it a lot of attention. It's therefore something we're very proud of and something we want to share with other countries. We know, because other countries come and ask us, that it's experience that other countries are interested in, and they want to come and see how we do it. They want to come and learn from us, from our mistakes, as well as our successes. And I don't think anyone in this room needs convincing that cultural and creative industries are a good thing and are a positive thing for an economy and a society. I think the UK has some good experience. Why is it important for us, particularly at the moment? Well, the British Council has always been about putting the UK at the heart of the world and developing relationships and maintaining relationships with the rest of the world. After the 23rd of June, maybe that's a bit more important for us to be doing than it was before, but it always has been important, I would say. And this region just as much as many others.
Very good. Any questions from the audience? Anyone? If no questions, we're going to come to you and ask directly. And you don't like that more, so... Anyone? No. Okay. Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Simon, and thank you, Tim. You can take your seats, and we would like to ask... we'd like to ask Christina, Ivana, and Janus to join us here on the stage. So this is the last session of the day. These people that you see in front of you, they are not just people. They are not just another examples. These three people represent examples that have inspired so many, and that have inspired me personally. This is an example or a showcase of things that I think keeps us going, keeps us to make us believe that what we have been talking about the entire day is not just a theory. It's not just nice words that culture is important and culture could have a change, but these people have actually done it. They have been working day in and day out with proving how you can make a change, whether through innovative financing mechanism or turning an old factory into a booming, flourishing culture, a creative hub, or how you can take a misery of a personal life and turn it into a success of a global scale. More or less, that's what we are going to showcase you now. The first speaker, the first example, is an example that really has been inspiring for many people in the region. I know that when the delegation from Georgia, the minister and the deputy minister and a lot of other people visited that particular place, they were so amazed. They were so incredibly amazed that I must confess you something. When we were putting together this program, then I had a lot of say of who would we like to invite. And if you think that the next speaker is from Estonia, and probably there's a nepotism here that Estonian invites Estonian, I must confess that this was a particular demand and an order and a wish from the government of Georgia to have our next speaker here today. Okay, who are we? Who do we have?
And first question is, what once Baltic Railway Factory, then electrotechnical plants, where some parts of Sputnik satellite were made, and art studios, design bureaus, handicraft workshops, and a concert hall have in common? And to answer this question, please welcome Mr. Janus Jus, the CEO and Director of Telisk Creative City.
The microphone. We need a microphone as well.
Okay. So we don't need to talk about their president. We can go to the issues at hand. So I was invited here to talk about, and basically, in essence, I think you can say that I work in real estate, so it's nothing to do with creativity or culture or anything like that. If you ask my accountant, I'm a real estate investor. So, but I was asked here to talk about the challenge that most cities can relate to. It's a story about an industrial, ugly wasteland transformation into something, a creative hub for creativity, business, and a community model. And during this kind of presentation, we will touch upon most of the issues that actually have been covered here today, and even so more than I was expecting to when I came here in the morning. So we have worked out the model, how to incorporate business, culture, creativity, and everything into a kind of standalone and then sustainable model, and we call it the Brickonomics. Why the Brickonomics, you may ask that. It's basically because it's a story about an area in Tallinn. It's called Telisk or Brickville, if you like. Okay, so this is where it sits. It's in the intersection of two big residential areas, and on the third side, the downtown of Tallinn. We can zoom in a bit, yeah. So you can see it here. It's altogether 10 different buildings in one territory, and I agree it's not quite Zaha Hadid stuff, but bear with me. Check out where we started from. We started with a old limestone legacy from the early 20th century industry that had some blunt upgrades from the Soviet era. Most of you can probably relate to that. And we ended up with this, and which is now this. Craft beer, good food, and then probably the most popular hangout for the young creatives and other locals in Tallinn. We have some more before and after pictures. These are always popular, and which is now that. And it's basically right after waking up after a long party, some tea talks, a gym membership, some makeup, and you get this is really this. Which is now a restaurant, a theater for the creative arts, a dance academy, and whatever else you can think of. So it's the conversion therapy of the architectural kind. An area mostly kind of pivoting for a Murakami novel and turned into a nice area for design shops. And this picture, by the way, is not taken in the evening, but it's done at 3 a.m. in the morning when the sun is already up. It's somewhere in mid-June. There was not an empty table. I was there with my kids, and it is really vibrant. And of course, the people from on our Saturday mornings every week flea market. And basically now, as you've seen the transformation itself, we can go to the meat of the matter. Obviously, hardware matters, but it's the software that makes it tick. And for us, it's the creative and social software. And this is something that we have aimed at all along. It's not kind of byproduct or an afterthought. This is the very core and the essence of what we do, and where we spend 99% of our time. The real estate is a kind of side thing that happens because of that. As Telisk has been operating now for almost 10 years, we can quickly go over some of the parameters. There's 10 buildings, 40,000 square meters of space. We can expand to up to 60,000. Today we have around 250 companies in the territory and more than 1,500 creative industry professionals working on the territory. We have deep discounts and several other kind of support mechanisms for the creative industry companies. We're also a large place for different cultural events, and it's a successful community model. But let's dive deeper. So, community incubator, this is one half of what we do. Telisk Creative City is the community kind of the community platform for the Estonian creative industries. It's a curated industry, meaning or the curated community means that all the tenants that are residing in Telisk are carefully chosen. We can accept anywhere between 1 or 2 tenants out of 10, so we have a long waiting list of companies who want to be in there. And as we approach it, more or less like art exhibition. So every tenant that comes on board needs to add something to the creative city, and the something or the value that they need to add is never the rental payment. Rental payment is like clean underwear. We don't need to talk about it, you just kind of put it on every morning without a long discussion. So they have to add something to the community, that they might be even in the creative community, but there has to be something additional to it. If we already have 15 architects, then the 16th one has to add something additional to it, not just another architect in the creative industry. The tenants split more or less 95 and 5. 90% of our tenants, around 220, 230 companies, are only creative industry companies. This includes 2 big theaters, designers, graphical designers, architects, photographers, recording studios, musicians, dancers, and everything kind of in that. Also a large share of non-profit organizations who are not in that sense directly creative industry, but very much share the same set of values that creative industry, and they make a perfect fit for us. The rest of the 5% is different commercial companies. We have 7 restaurants, we have a kindergarten, we have, as we operate as a city, we need all the kind of supporting functions for the city to operate. We also have a printing house and some kind of functions like that. And they pay a lot of rent. And this is, which helps us offset kind of deep discounts to the creative industry. So we have turned the model around a bit. Usually the big kind of real estate developers take some creativity and culture on board so that they can feel better about themselves and have some entertainment. So we have turned it around that it's mostly about the culture, and we take some hand-picked commercial companies on board so that they can actually fund the kind of flourishing of the creative industries. And now lately, over the past few years, we have also added 5% of different startups. They're not directly creative industry, but you can't say that they're not creative. I think they're one of the most creative sector today. So also carefully chosen, and we always take companies in the really early phases, even if it's in the creative industry. The ideal resident for us is just one guy and a very crazy idea and the laptop. And most people who start out in Telisk, I as a business person, it doesn't make any sense to me, but we give them the room and then hope for the best. And the creative industry tenants, we keep the rental level for them artificially low. It's today about 40-50% below the market level in that area. We have kept it on the same level since we started 10 years ago. So it's kind of an artificial environment where they can flourish. I always can look at myself more like not like a real estate developer, but as a gardener. So the Telisk Creative City is developed by the community. That I have very little say in that. So I have given all my kind of, I'm still the board member and the owner of it, and I can kind of could physically take the decisions, but we have gone the way that all the tenants who are in Creative City can leave anytime they like. So this is kind of a self-controlling mechanism for myself, so we can't make any stupid decisions, otherwise they would just walk the next week. So it's all the decisions, even smaller or larger, we always debate through the tenants. If we take some new residents on boards, and if it's not 100% clear that they, how and where they had value, then we also debate it through with the residents. So it is something that it is community curated. And I'm there purely as a gardener in that sense. I just water the flowers and it grows on itself. Or it's often asked where the Telisk Creative City will go. That in that sense I can't tell you. I know that it will be a creative city in 15 years' time as well, but how exactly this is up to the tenants, because it's like with a child, I don't know if my daughter will be a lawyer or a dancer. I just have to pay for the school and hope for the best. So it's very much the same thing with Telisk Creative City. There's a nice quote from one of our tenants on our design and shopping street. And we'll go to the second most important thing. Telisk Creative City is currently, I think, by far the largest cultural venue in the Baltics, at least. I don't know all the numbers in Scandinavia, the statistics is also new for us because we haven't paid attention to that. Only lately we started counting actually how much visitors we have and what they do and how much events. So Telisk Creative City has more than 500 cultural events annually. This year we're way past 500 in beginning of October already, so it will be more like 600. These events are last year were visited by more than 700,000 people. So if you just kind of put that in perspective, then if you take all Estonian theaters together, then they had 1,060,000 visitors. So we are 2/3 of all the Estonian theater visits. And we have 6-7 different venues that we can use. It works the same way as the residents in general. 4 to 5 out of 10 events get the room from us for free, the venue. We pay for the electricity and cleaning and heating and help them with advertising. These are the so-called fragile but worthy events, events that would never make enough money from ticket sales to actually rent the venue, but we believe should have a chance to take place, and we try to make our money from the visitors go there, they eat in our restaurants later, so we try to kind of gain something on that. And also the other half of the events then are more commercial events. They're still in the creative industry, but they're already more established events that actually can pay some rent. And again, so we balance the kind of successful ones with fragile but worthy ones. We also have 5 original festivals. These were originally made to be as a marketing events, because we don't use any real estate brokers or anything. It's everybody who comes to us just looks us up. And but they have turned to be strangely profitable. So we have a Teliski dance festival in the end of February. It's a week-long of dance festival when we fly in different dance teachers around the world, and it's free for the public. They can participate in different dance master classes and then so on. We have Teliski birthday, which we hold in April. It was our 7th birthday this year. We don't know why it's 7th, because we're already 10, but we'll keep counting, and we can't remember why it's in April, but some of the things have been lost. We have Teliski Flea Market Festival in the end of August, weekend long of music festival and flea market, and we have Teliski Open Days, which we had this year first time. It was important for us. It's a weekend long of thing where citizens actually can come and see what the creative city from inside is, because at one point we started hearing the questions that how is it a creative city? You have 7 restaurants and then a few theaters. It doesn't really, where's the creativity? Because people don't see the 220 companies who are in the buildings inside and actually are working on the creative projects on a daily basis. So we opened it up. People can come and visit every office, talk to the tenants, what they do, how they do, and so it was a very big success. And then we also have a Tallinn Street Food Festival, which is in the beginning of June. This year it was the first festival in Baltics that was carbon neutral. We feel that it was important to, if you go to a picnic in a woods, then you clean up after yourself. So we try to apply the same logic there, and then we made it carbon neutral. That's a quote from our independent stage of independent dance. And the business. Now you may be thinking that this is nice, but you will never make any money with that. It's shown time and time again. But guess what? We can. The profitability is built into that from the very beginning. We have always had to be profitable because we don't get any outside support. We have never gotten any outside support. Even the property is bought from an auction based on real estate terms, competing with other construction companies. So it has to be self-sufficient from day one. The start was really low, but we are growing ever since exponentially, and it's going really well. The business for us is important here. It is intertwined with culture. It's like a bit the 2 sides of a double helix. One cannot exist without the other. The small business part wouldn't thrive in that area without the cultural side, and the cultural side couldn't be in that area if the business wouldn't support it. It has been a great success. We at one point figured out that it actually works as a model, so we tried to replicate it in another city. We bought a factory area in Tartu, the 2nd biggest city in Estonia, and started exactly the same thing to see if it's kind of some location reasons or why it works there. In Tartu, it has been even more successful. It's about on the same level than Teliskivi today, but the development has been a lot quicker because we didn't have the huge kind of headwind in the beginning that all we needed to say is that the same guys doing the same thing, so the tenants immediately lined up, and some of the tenants went with from Tallinn with us to Tartu and opened an office there or a filial. So it has been successful. Today we are negotiating to buy a factory area in Riga to kind of go with there, and the long-term plan is to kind of create these creative cities and then make a network out of it and maybe list it at one point so that the residents can actually own the place where they are. We got 2 awards last year. None of them alone is kind of important for me, but the fact that we got them both is what makes it valuable for me. In the end of the year, we got the award, which is called the Real Estate Guru 2015. It is given out to one or the most outstanding real estate kind of award you can get, usually kind of given to big business parks or investment funds or something like that. This year it was given to Teliskivi, which was surprise enough because we are not the usual suspects. Nobody kind of even notices us. But what makes it interesting is that earlier in the year we got award from the Estonian non-profit organization network. It was given over to us by the head of parliament and for the company who most contributed to civil society. And this is what kind of illustrates the business model for me, that usually these are things that kind of either side of the coin. You're either very successful on business-wise or you are basically a non-profit organization and it doesn't have anything to do with each other, but that we have come up with a model that actually works for both sides, and I believe it's very much the way forward in business, but hopefully others will get there as well. That's a quote from the non-profit organization network as well. So another very important point for us, which sounds like blowing my own trumpet here, but it is in the very core of our community that in Telisk we're not hiding behind the legal entities membrane, that our own personal values and beliefs are the same as our corporate values, and we openly support them. Giving back in Telisk works both inside and outside. Inside, the same thing that I mentioned, we started to do all our festivals in the middle of this year carbon neutral. Now we've made the decision that from January the whole Teliskivi creative city will be carbon neutral, so we'll go 100% to green energy. Everything will be, the kind of waste will be sorted. I calculated how much I spent on the hotel here, and so everything will be offset, that all the kind of corporate activities of Teliskivi creative city will be 100% carbon neutral. We don't allow any alcohol-related events into Teliskivi. Even a music concert who has an alcohol sponsor cannot be in Teliskivi, so this is quite widely known. They already know that they have to come kind of clean if they want to be there. We don't even let any closed events. If a brewery wants to have their Christmas party for their workers, we wouldn't still allow that. So we try to keep smoke less, drink less. I think it's a worthy cause. And some other kind of things that we try to follow. There's a long list, but I think the most outstanding ones here. And also outside Teliskivi, that as we have 700,000 visitors and more than 1,500 creative industry professionals working on the territory, we have the possibility and also responsibility to have a larger impact on the society that we want to see around us. And we support different cityscape development kind of ideas and think tanks, and then also, for example, Friendly Estonia last year was a big movement in Estonia regarding the refugee crisis. There was big concerts in the city center and workshops and seminars and to raise the overall tolerance in society, because we believe that diversity is one of the kind of key points in creativity in general and should be embraced. Yeah, let's go further. And Telebek is also one of our residents from City Lab who deals mostly with cityscape planning. And the impact, which is probably not that interesting for the creative community, but very interesting for the municipalities, that there was a study made a few years ago regarding what has been the impact of Telisk Creative City on the kind of surrounding neighborhoods and the overall northern Tallinn district. We just did our own thing and didn't really pay attention what happens around us. What we know is that when we started in Teliskivi, it was not a nice area of town, so the location and everything was really became more like counterproductive for us. It was an area where we didn't want to go in the evening time. It was an unsafe area. and the old, because most of the buildings where we started from were empty and without windows for 20, 30 years. There was trees growing inside and a lot of criminality. And so what we have achieved, according to the study, it was not made by us. We found out a year later about it that it was done. As you can see, the safety in the region is up 70%, quality of life, residents are more active in the community, which is really important for us, and more engaged in the evolution of city space, the social well-being, and also reputation of the area. I moved away myself from Telisk. I lived half a kilometer from Telisk Creative City before I started it, and I got my second child. I thought I'll move in a nicer part of the town. So I moved away, and then today I'm, for the past 2 years, trying to move back. It's almost impossible, because it's not that the real estate prices have gone up there, but it's whatever comes on the market, it's sold to a friend, basically. It doesn't even kind of mostly reach the real estate portals where you can actually see what's on the market. So it's definitely the hottest area in Tallinn right now. And some of the lessons that the biggest kind of difference in Teliski regarding to any other real estate development is that, first of all, it's a community driven, so we don't technically control, but in factually, we don't control what goes on there and how it's developed. It is developing organically. We don't force things in any quicker way. It's just like a gardener, we just sit and wait for the flower to grow. The content for us always comes first. We never renovate any single room without knowing who is the tenant, what they do, who are the people behind it, and how they add value to the community. Then if we find the right company, we renovate the room for them, we give it out, we take the next room. Basically, we go room by room, 15 square meter room by room, and we never do more than 2 or 3 rooms at a time. I'm often asked what are the biggest mistakes we've done, and this kind of helps us avoid mistakes, because it's if you run a marathon and you make one small wrong step, nothing will actually affect the overall time. If you are in a triple jump and you screw up one step, then it's over in that sense. So if we go room by room, even if you get one room wrong, we can redo it and then just still continue, that there is nothing big happening. And the other reason is also that as it's developing, there's an active community, but we keep developing it, then it has to be done in the way that the residents don't really notice that, not that somebody's constantly drilling or that there's cranes on the parking lot or something like that. It has to happen kind of in the background. And yeah, just give it time. The same rule regarding the room by room going is also the ones that slows it down. So we don't know that what will be in the 7th or 8th building when we started. We had completely different plans what should have been in the building where we built the big theater 2 years ago. And but every room we renovate shows the light to the next room, what should be next to that. And then it basically grows organically. I'm always having an issue with architects who plan huge areas of cities, that they basically plan out 50 years in advance at what will be in any given building and what function it should have and how and so on, that nobody knows that. It's a bit like asking your interior designer how you should interact with your wife, that it's not about the content, not about the looks, so the software is definitely important here. Okay, I was lately in East London, and there was a perfect graffiti that is as an example how the usual real estate development is done. So this is what we try to avoid. There's no way to go in a qualitative way from the shit house to penthouse immediately. So it has to have its time and develop over time. And we forcefully try to break the gentrification in Telisk and keep the rents on the same level we started from. And it's all about the creative community. And actually, I was coming here, and like I said, I always try to clean up after myself when flying an airplane. And what I found really interesting, because the flights here are really awful, so I spent time on the airports, and then I was looking at Tbilisi airport, and I found you have a button there, carbon neutral flying. We don't have it in Tallinn, so that's a great thing. With a simple card payment, I could clean up after myself and make a tiny difference. So that's good.
Suur aitäh. Let's show with hands. Who thinks that what we just heard is too good to be true? Who thinks that this is an absolute, ideal story, like a fairy tale? Yeah. with carbon neutral, 10 years, same rent. Amazing story. Janos, I think one of the we will have a today. Janos, the question I would have is something that your story should relate to policymakers. Is that usually the governments are asked for subsidies, funding, support. Your story is basically without any public funding whatsoever. So what is in this kind of an experience or example, what is the role, if any, for city or for national governments to play?
It's hard to say that we have managed on our own. So at one point I felt that the only thing that the government can do is not compete with us, which very often happens in culture. That because today the light is shown, or the kind of the change comes from private enterprises, small private enterprises that make the change, and they still compete with big kind of institutions that rely on the kind of historic privileges that they have had for tens of years from the government funding. But yeah, I mean, they can't really help us in any way in that sense. That the key for our kind of development has been actually the fact that we don't get any outside funding, because most of the things that we do in Telisk regarding our values and our things that I would never be able to justify to any board, because it doesn't have any immediate financial benefit, and then some maybe don't have for years to come, our kind of alcohol ban and those other things. So yeah.
But you please stay here, because we are taking more questions after we give Ivana and Kristina floor as well. Just a small historic note that you didn't mention, and that actually somehow links Telisk to Tbilisi, is actually that after 1905 revolution, one of the very active revolutionaries were sent kind of away from Moscow and Leningrad, back then St. Petersburg, and he worked in two places actively, in that factory and in Tbilisi, and that person was Mikhail Kalinin. So during the Soviet times, this factory was called factory named after Kalinin. So he has worked there in the same place where F-Hone, you can now have a beer and drink and talk about his impact on our history, probably. So, but let's move on. From personal tragedy to global success story. Yes.
Okay, I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker from Croatia, Miss Ivana Đuričić. She is Touring and Collection Director of Museum of Broken Relationships. In her presentation about the power of storytelling, she will talk about how something that started out as personal project turned into the museum that has been adorned with acclaim and awards. And as a small remark, I've got just married, and I hope that announcing you doesn't put a bad spell on me.
Not at all, don't worry. I'm pretty happy in love. First of all, thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me here. I'm very excited and glad to spend time with you and to be able to present our project. So I am sure that most of you have in one way or another experienced a heartbreak. And probably some of you even have some mementos, some objects at home that still remind you on that period, and many interesting stories to tell. However, I don't know how many of you are aware that there is a museum which collects, safeguards and displays material and immaterial leftovers of broken relationships. Did you? How many of you did you? No? Oh, okay. Okay, that's a challenge. So the Museum of Broken Relationships is very unique, quite unusual, and yet very simple museum. It is physical and a virtual space created with the sole purpose to treasure heartbreak stories and symbolic possessions. Our mission at the Museum of Broken Relationships is to connect people through stories of love and loss. So what I would like to share with you today are actually some key aspects that brought a global success to the project. So these are not concrete business strategies, but more some subtle aspects of the ways we connect with our public and the way we create the content in our museum. So I would like to introduce you with how the project came about through a short personal story. So about 10 years ago, I stumbled upon a television report where I learned that two people, Olinka Vištica and Dražen Grubišić, started a joint project inspired by their own breakup. As they explained, it started from their personal experience of trying to overcome, transform their emotional breakup, the breakdown of their relationship. So, as they explained, it was one of those simple ideas that comes to one's mind in a plain conversation. What to do with all the objects we share, how to split them. Wouldn't it be great if there is a place or a service that can help you store those objects for some time? So once the idea was fully formed, they began its transformation into reality. So this same reportage 10 years ago presented a shipping container which was used to display their first art installation, and it was called the Museum of Broken Relationships. The collection inside contained various objects, trinkets, trivial everyday objects to serious tokens of affection. But what was instantly clear is that what each of those objects make equally valuable, regardless of their material value, were the personal stories written by anonymous donators. The first donators at the time in 2006 were their friends and acquaintances, and this small exhibition counted around 40 objects. For example, next to a French ID, there was a text bluntly stating, "The only thing left of a great love was citizenship." On the other hand, a key bottle opener was revealing a much more painful story of love obstructed by AIDS. But then an object as simple as a bottle of shampoo could bring back a smile on your face saying, "After the relationship ended, my mother used it for polishing glass. She claims it's absolutely great." So I was amazed by how something so painful can actually create something inspiring as the Museum of Broken Relationship. And there were, again, partners, now business partners, in a project which resonates with so many of us and creates a universal value that they were never even hoping for. So what soon followed was a great media interest, number of invitations for exhibition hosting, and numerous people wanting to contribute their own objects and to tell their own story. So After their first small art installation in 2006, Olinka and Dražen found themselves traveling around the world, organizing exhibitions, and until today, we have organized 44 traveling exhibitions in 28 countries worldwide, 18 of which took place before the opening of the first permanent display in Zagreb in 2010. So what I would like to abstract at this point from the very ideation process that gave impetus, and it's still acting like a fundamental drive of the whole project, are 3 points. First, the power of personal relation to the idea. Of course, not every good project has to emerge from something so personal as a breakup, but what personal means, what an idea makes it personal is actually to be aware of the value of this idea, to trust in your idea. That's something that makes it more authentic and genuine. The fact that the project emerged from something so common as breakup actually resulted with an idea which resonates so well with all of us. And it's simple and understandable to every human being, regardless of our cultural, political, economic, or religious background. Even though they never expected global success of their project, Olinka and Dražen were aware from the start that each of us can relate to the concept. So they were thinking globally and virtually, and before the permanent display in Zagreb, the project actually functioned as a traveling exhibition and as a virtual museum through our website. So had the project not made such a great global resonance, there would have never been a permanent home for its display. So what started as a traveling exhibition and a virtual collection was, so to say, incarnated in a permanent museum in 2010. What is interesting is that the very name, Museum of Broken Relationships, didn't come from the intention to actually create one, but it was more of a metaphor for a place where no one goes to, with a lot of objects that no one cares about. I know that's not a really nice description of a museum, but we all know that this is a prevailing idea of museums, and 10 years ago it was even more so. So a metaphor for a place where no one goes to actually became one of the most visited museums in Zagreb. This was also the point when I joined the team 7 years ago, and in those last 7 years I worked in all the aspects of development of the museum, literally from painting the windows in the renovation phase, to selling tickets and welcoming our visitors, to managing the collection and touring exhibitions today. And the reason why I'm mentioning this are all the young people that listen to us today, because I want them to know how important it is to be involved in all the phases of the project, regardless of how good student you are. And that's important because that's the only way to be to understand the project, and what is even more important, I think, to appreciate it. So the museum in Zagreb actually presents a selection of 2,000 objects today, more than 2,000 objects collected all over the world. And our collection is growing daily, since everyone can donate through our donation form on the website. Also, you can contribute virtually by pinning a location on our world map and sharing the story that marked the spot. Or in the third way, you can time lock your story away from yourselves, and you can entrust us with what you wrote for a chosen period of time. So the functioning of our museum can most easily be depicted as three gears which are interdependent and equally important. So the global virtual collection, traveling exhibitions, and permanent museum. I would also like to mention two particular acknowledgements. The first one came soon after the opening in 2011 and represented a very significant boost from our work, especially because it came from the museum world. It's the Kenneth Hudson Award, given in honor of the founder of the European Museum of the Year Award. And what was explicitly praised by the jury was the museum's ability to challenge the common perception of the role of museums in society today. The capacity to inspire cross-cultural compassion, and the importance of public quality and innovation. On the other hand, we are also delighted to be featured as a fascinating museum by the world's largest travel book publisher, Lonely Planet. They recently included us in their special edition 50 Museums to Blow Your Mind in such a good company as Smithsonian or British Museum. So we are really continuously giving our best to keep the credits for those acknowledgements. And one of the ways we do this and we keep the museum concept to develop further is by listening to our donors and our visitors. This was one of the first donations which was touching upon broken relationships between children and their parents. It was a very spontaneous one. It's not connected with the original idea of broken relationships. So it's something that came from our donors naturally. And in a few years, we had enough donations to dedicate a whole room in our museum specifically to those kind of relationships. So today, this is the part that is usually most impressive to our visitors. And I think it's a beautiful example of how people change ideas and make them grow. I would like to summarize now what we find the most important aspects of our museum success in relation to its public, and to mention several specific examples of how those aspects take actual forms. While on the personal level, each can relate to the experience of heartbreak, on the wide social level, this also means the potential of bringing together very different profile of visitors. A very good example of this is our traveling exhibition in Basel, in Switzerland, where we incorporated our objects in the existing historical display of the historical museum in Basel. So in terms of curation, this strange fusion was a very literal way of uniting the old and new, the past and present. But what we also did is that we brought together very different profile of visitors. So the usual museum attenders of a historical museum and some new ones, mostly younger generations who never step inside. By giving everyone the opportunity to donate an object and a story and to place those in a public space in a completely equal manner and without any kind of discrimination, our museum actually offers a community platform where everyone can feel invited and welcome. What I find a really nice example of that is our recent exhibition in Helsinki City Museum. Unfortunately, the museum was flooded this summer, very soon after the opening of our exhibition. So it was evacuated, and a fire brigade had to come to pump out the water from the ground floor. And you can imagine the surprise on the museum staff faces when one of the firemen came to them asking where is the Museum of Broken Relationships exhibition, because he actually donated one of the objects after his recent breakup. So I think that's a really great way of showing the community participation in our project. Finally, what makes the participation meaningful and rewarding is actually very often the feeling of relief and unburdening that follows from that. This potential for personal catharsis was very well recognized in our exhibition in Amsterdam 2 years ago. So the exhibition was held in the old church in Amsterdam, which is still used for religious ceremonies, but also for cultural events. So during our exhibition, the pastor used one of the stories weekly from the exhibition as inspiration for his preaching. So they really recognized the potential of personal transformation in our stories. Now I will jump to something really less poetic but equally important. That's the financing part. So when it comes to financing, the museum is actually a private museum, and it's almost 100% self-sustainable. However, I have to mention the important institutional support at the very first beginning, when the first 8 traveling exhibitions in ex-Yugoslavian countries were co-funded by European Cultural Foundation, the Balkan Incentive Fund for Culture, and that was a very significant boost and a big support for gaining public visibility at the start. However, today there is no regular public funding and almost no funding at all. The 2% of this public subsidies came from these public institutions. These are the numbers from this year, 2016, and it's also important to mention that those were also given specifically for our side programs. The largest part of our income is generated from admission fees. Since the opening in 2010, the number of visitors has been increasing for 20% yearly, which means 90,000 visitors this year, 95% of which are tourists. We also try to develop our brand by producing original museum souvenirs. This is not really a big part of our income, but we, through production of souvenirs, we try to support our local designers and local production, because all of them are designed and produced locally. And aside of our main museum activity, we're also quite active in the neighborhood. Talking about the neighborhood, it's important to say that the Museum of Broken Relationship is located in Zagreb's upper town. This is a historical part of the city, which is, although full of museums and cultural, other historical monuments, almost completely devoid of everyday life and atmosphere. It's a notoriously very quiet area, and in the past years we have helped the process of regeneration by keeping our doors open 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, as well as by organizing different events in our Broken Ships Cafe. In connection with that, I would like to shortly touch upon a project that we have been quite engaged with during the past 2 years. So together with 11 partners from across Europe, we participate in a big-scale project in the framework of Creative Europe program, and the project is called People Smart Sculpture. So as a part of the project, on May 15 this year, we have introduced a series of events which took place in the Upper Town, and we invited citizens to spend a Sunday in the heart of their city, wishing to remind them that Zagreb's Upper Town is much more than a tourist attraction. So through engagement and collaboration of different target groups, which are own in their own way in relationship with Zagreb's Upper Town, our sub-project, Change of Heart, tried to question the identity of the heart of Zagreb and to emphasize its unused potential. So through this project, we stepped in a way out of our museum walls in the Upper Town, and we have tried to implement in our neighborhood the same aspects we cherish inside the museum. So that's the power of personal identification, the power of participation, and the potential of change that comes through both. So finally, if you had any doubts that this museum is something that you might identify with, I'm leaving you with a quote from our museum book of confessions. Should I read it? How could it be? Me, a captain, an engineer, a marathonist, a guitarist, a bomb disposal expert, sex icon, metroist, and I still find myself relating to this museum. So I'm inviting you all to visit us in Zagreb or to visit our webpage. Thank you.
Hvala Ivana, hvala ti. This power of storytelling. Making something out of, well, nothing is the wrong word, but I think that is an inspirational story that we've been trying. Yeah, absolutely. And it was my big surprise just a few weeks ago when I was having my vacation in US and walking on the streets just near Dolby Theatre in Los Angeles, just few houses next to where Oscars are given out, and there is the second permanent museum house of the broken relationships. So the Los Angeles branch. That's something that starts from Zagreb. But yes, please.
Okay, now let me introduce our third speaker of this part of the session, Christina Koch from Austria, project manager at Austrian Federal Promotional Bank, with her presentation on how creative voucher schemes foster spillover effects of culture and creativity into other areas.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. And, well, thank you all for still being here. I know it has been a long day, especially for me. I arrived in the middle of the night. I had 2 hours of sleep, and now I'm still standing here. I hope I won't fall. And also thank you for the other presentations. I especially like the example of the concert milk by Mr. Williams. I come from a farm myself. My parents produce milk, and they have our cows listen to classical music for 16 hours a day since more than 30 years. We just haven't branded it. Unfortunately, we should have done that. Well, so I'm going to start with my presentation. I come from Austria. I come from the company Austria Wirtschaftsservice, which is Austria's national state-owned promotional bank, which is owned 50% by the Ministry of Economy and 50% by the Ministry of Innovation. It works as a one-stop shop for businesses, and we give out credits, loans, and fundings to Austrian SMEs. There we have departments for different topics, and I work for the Department of Creative Industries and Entrepreneurship. Within our department, we have several fundings also, and before we've had only fundings for projects that were quite mature already, as you can see there, with a high level of excellence also. And we supported them with quite high budget, up to 200,000 euros. But since many projects die at a very early stage of existence, we saw that there was a need to support them with a very low budget. So for that we thought a voucher could be a good idea. And at the same time, there was a call from the European Union for creating the European Creative Industries Alliance, of which Mr. Williams has already showed a video from. So we have applied to be a partner there, and with the support of the Creative Industries Alliance, it was possible for us to receive the money for 20 vouchers to test a creative voucher in Austria in the region of Salzburg. This is just an overview of the European Creative Industries Alliance. We've been there at the innovation vouchers. To give you the key mechanisms of vouchers in general, the budget is quite small, as I already said, usually not higher than 10,000 euros, so we decided to go for 5,000 euros. Co-financing rate is usually 0 to 50%. We decided to not go for any co-financing rate because we wanted to keep the voucher as simple as possible. And there's two possibilities. One is that the SME receives the money directly, and the second one is that the SME receives money for the cooperation with the service provider. We've decided to go for the second type. So with this voucher, we have tested it for 1 month. We have received only in the region of Salzburg, within only 1 month of application, we've received 71 applications, which was a lot. So the quality and the demand has been proven. And because the demand has been proven, the Ministry of Economy decided to make this a permanent national program in Austria. With altogether 300 vouchers per year. But when the call opened, it was, we've been confronted with a lot of interest. It was a total run for the vouchers, and this fund was by far the most demanded instrument that we have ever had. Anyway, so for the year 2013, the Ministry of Economy has seen the high demand, so they have doubled the vouchers. In the year 2013, we've had then 600 vouchers. We've received 932 applications, and after 3 weeks, we had to close the application because we already had so many applications. But in the first run in 2013, it was a first come, first serve principle, which didn't seem to be perfect. So for the year 2014, we thought we're going to optimize the process. Since then, we have the call open for 1 month, and after 1 month, we give all the applications to an external notary. They make a random order, and then the first 300 or 600 vouchers that meet our expectations would receive the funding. So in the year 2015, we also had 300 vouchers, and right now, 2016, the call is open until the 12th December to apply for vouchers. This is just for you as the numbers from all the years next to each other. In the year 2014-15, in both years, we've received more than 2,000 applications for the vouchers, which is really a lot. What I haven't mentioned before is that for the vouchers, only the the applying SME has to be from Austria. So the creative service provider can be from anywhere in the world. And they also came from everywhere in the world. So in case you were interested in also having a creative voucher in your country, my suggestion would be to keep it open. Because don't think too small. As long as one of the beneficiaries is from your country will benefit. Anyways, as you could see from this chart, only 3% of the Austrian SMEs have chosen to cooperate with creative service providers from outside of Austria. They have told us that it was just easier to communicate and to meet with the Austrians. But anyways, we still keep it open. So for the year 2016, we'll have again 1.5 million euros for the vouchers. Altogether, we've received 4,800 project applications, and we've given out 7.5 million euros of funds. 1,524 projects have been approved so far, asking for an average amount of 4,914 euros. Our evaluation showed that half of the projects told us that they would not have taken place if they didn't have the voucher. So several of the SMEs also expressed that new ideas arise just because they were working together with the creative service providers. We expect a rise in cooperations between SMEs and creative service providers also after the voucher, because SMEs will have seen the benefits from working with creatives. If services of the creatives are used more often, the value of the SMEs will automatically rise, and in the end, also the value of the Austrian economy in general will rise. These are our hopes. So what worked? The evaluation showed that 75% of the SMEs have seen a rise of quality in their projects due to the cooperation with a creative service provider, and they will also continue their cooperation with them even without the voucher. 100% also said that they would apply again for this voucher, which made us very happy. So altogether, the voucher seems to be a great stimulus for new cooperations. The challenges, as I told you already before, is the great amount of applications, but we are handling it right now quite well with this randomized order notary that helps us. Well, that way we don't have to look at all the 2,000 applications. We just look at the first 300 applications that meet our expectations, and the rest we don't look at. So why should you have a creative voucher? Because creative industries is an important driver of innovation. They can be of great value for innovations in other industries. They stimulate and enable cooperations between creatives and companies from the wider economy. So all in all, they are boosting innovation through the power of creative industries. Just to give you one example of projects, we had, Schwingenschügel is a tank semi-trailer. They are producing tank semi-trailers since many generations. And before, they have never worked together with a creative service provider. The son of the company, he always wanted to hire a designer, but his father was always saying, no, I don't want somebody he's just want to have money for painting flowers on our tank semi-trailers, and I'm not going to support that. But then we had the voucher, so the son went to his father and was saying, okay, we can just try it and for free and then see how it works. And apparently it went very well. And that example showed that 5,000 euros can initiate a cooperation of much bigger budget, because after that they kept on cooperating. The short message for you is innovations vouchers are a rather non-bureaucratic and flexible instrument to address particular problems or opportunities with low administration costs but strong spillover effects. Our next steps, I've just signed a subsidy contract as the lead partner of an Interreg Europe project called Regional Creative Industries Alliance. And amongst other things, we would like to develop a new funding program called Old Economy Transformator, where we want to fund big cooperations between SMEs from the old economy sector with creative industries, with companies from creative industries. It's a bit like a voucher, but in a bigger scale. So I was happy to have shown you our product, and if you have any questions, you feel free to ask or to contact me afterwards. So, thank you.
Dankeschön. Everywhere where creative industries strategy or a document is being elaborated, one of the issue on the table is always, let's innovate the different funding sources. Let's see alternative ways of supporting culture. And this is a very practical and absolutely proven example how you can support with quite a small amount of money these kind of collaborations, which then bring added value to the economy and these collaborations. I look at the time and I know that we are very tired. I'm going to throw our panelists to you in front of you in the coffee break area where we have a reception. I just have 3 things to say. Firstly, we are going to meet here tomorrow and we're going to continue. And as today it was a day of inspiration from the European Union, then tomorrow we are going to go much deeper into local examples. We are going to have a fantastic parade of Georgian examples of how this, what we've been discussing, has been taking form and shape in this amazing country. So that's so it's absolutely necessary for you to come back, okay? The second thing I want to say is that I don't know if you've seen, but what magic is being happening just behind you. The graphic note-taking, Colleen has been doing an amazing job, and this is just half of the work. I don't know where you put tomorrow's day, but I absolutely recommend you to go, have a look, take pictures. They're funny, they are to the point, and then tomorrow when you come in the morning and you already, maybe after dinner or after wine, you forget what we talked about, go there. This is a fantastic sum up of today. And the very last message that I was given is that we would like also to make, before we go there, to make a family photo. Just a little reminder of our meeting here. So, when you stand up and start coming here for the photo, we are taking the tables away, and let's record a little memory, okay? So enjoy the reception, enjoy tonight, and see you tomorrow. So you can come closer to the stage for the photo.
hello again. So we are near the ending of our first day, and one of our last guests is Janusz Hughes, which is the co-founder of Telisk Creative City, and I just loved your presentation. It was really interesting, and it was really interesting. One of the reasons is that we have kind of same situation in Georgia. We have these old Soviet buildings which are desolated, which are kind of wasteland, and most of the time we have no idea what to do with them. Can you give us any suggestion? What should we do with all this?
Give it time, most importantly. That don't give it to an architect who plans it out for the next 50 years. That societies are changing so quickly right now, and there is no way to predict what should be in these factory areas in the years to come. So give it time, let they develop organically. So take small steps.
Okay, what do you mean in let them develop organically? Should we somehow like interact with them, or just like let them be out as they are?
In that sense, taking smaller steps. If you take one building, you find the right kind of perfect content for that building. Then you take the next one, and you don't plan it out and then write it into documents with the city government that this is how it will be in the next 50 years. Just go according to the content and then the substance. What is in the building and who are the people in the building and what are they doing? This is the most. You just need to start from that, not from the architectural side.
Okay, thank you. And another topic which you were speaking with was about the business and the culture. How do you think? How can culture benefit from the business?
I would rather kind of put it the other way around. That culture in general and the creative sector, it will never start thriving until the government start looking at it as an industry, not as a kind of a cost item on the Ministry of Cultural Affairs. So it is a very strongly contributing industry. So it has to be looked at the same level. They can contribute just as well to the industry than any other, or the economy than any other industries in shipping or so in that sense it is an industry, it's a very profitable industry. You have to support it in order to kind of get it going. So it is business. It's not culture and business, but culture is business as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we will be on live tomorrow at 9:30, and meanwhile you can follow us on the Facebook or visit our website to get even more information in forum.culturalpartnership.eu. Bye.